Over 5 minutes to start.
I think if you ask anyone who's watched any type of competitive surfing, they'll say that the most exciting events are waves of consequence.
It's one of those sort of freak of nature waves that you don't get too many of in the world.
After a 7-year hiatus, the World Surf League Championship Tour returns to Fiji. 8 coveted spots remain for the Lexus WSL Finals.
Timbers, you're going to lowers. John Florence, you are the #1 seed.
Early season contenders look to fend off the rising momentum of Brazilian goofy foots. 2 veterans with past Fijian success look to chase down their own final 5 spots. Along with 2 first-time Phenom wildcards, the 4-time Fiji champ Kelly Slater is back. Will be determined here at the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Bula, and good morning to Ramsey Bookham and everyone watching around the world as the Red Bull Athlete Zone is floating with the world's best, as they prepare for a big day of competition here at Cloudbreak. Baron Mamiya, Rio Waida dancing, stretching, psyching. Italo Ferreira in the first heat of the morning. As we check out the conditions, the swell we were waiting for yesterday filled in overnight, and it's absolutely pumping. Fioravanti in the first heat with Ramsey and Italo to kick off a massive day of competition for the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. And we're enjoying paradise here at the Fiji Marriott Resort. Momi Bay host set. Thanks for being with our company. It's a big day for pro surfing. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Mendez here for the morning call. And I guess we just spoiled the call. It's on. It's firing. This is a swell we've been waiting for, Flick.
I'm going to spoil something else.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Joe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. What a great day to celebrate with great waves and doing our favorite thing, watching the world's best compete. Flick, you love when you see the ocean start to spike with some good, solid conditions. You saw a couple of the warm-up waves. What are you seeing out there?
You know, that's what we were waiting around for yesterday. It has truly arrived. It's looking big out there. It's looking meaty. It looks a little bit wobbly, but I feel that as that tide drops, it's going to get perfection.
Gosh, Jesse, I know you're goofy. You love seeing lefts like this. A big day for the Final 5 as well, with big heats, especially with Italo Ferreira in that first matchup.
No doubt, it's a huge heat for him. It's actually a stacked heat. He has Leo, which in my opinion is one of the best competitors we have on tour. And also Ramsey, which it's going to suit his surfing so well. These conditions, it's probably like, it's pretty solid out there. There's like big sets. We saw some cleanup sets, and yeah, I can't wait to watch it.
Let's get all the inside scoop with our commissioner, Jesse Miley-Dyer, out on the boat with AJ McCord. Bula, good morning.
Bula, good morning. Happy birthday, Joey. We are coming to you live from the roof of the Red Bull Athlete Zone here in the channel at Cloudbreak. And Jesse, you're exactly right, because the waves look so fun. Jesse, give us a little bit of breakdown of what we can expect to see in the water today.
Yeah, it's a big day. We're super stoked to be out here and for the waves to be so good. We're going to be starting with the men's round, going straight into women. We're then going into the men's elimination round, and that'll be overlapping. And we actually have the women's elimination round on hold as well. So it's going to be, you know, we know this is a huge day for us. The surf's pumping, and we're going to take as much advantage as we can.
And when you look at the waves, they're already great. But what are you expecting these conditions at Cloudbreak to do throughout the rest of the day and into the next few?
You know, we actually think it's going to continue to pick up today. You know, not by a huge amount, but it will, you know, really hold. And then tomorrow, we also think we're going to have a massive day as well. So today and tomorrow, we've got 2 really big days for us. We know that we've got great conditions. And yeah, we're going to see, you know, how deep we get into the contest and how we go.
Let's see how we go. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks so much, AJ, and thank you, Jesse Miley-Dyer. A couple of big days ahead of us as we go to Surfline for the update on the maps. Seeing that south-southwest, predicting that it will be topping out today with some double overhead sets.
Yeah, today, you know, obviously yesterday we sat around waiting for this swell to fill in, right? It didn't quite hit, but overnight it's produced, and we've woken up this morning and well and truly it's here. It's 6 to 8 foot with the occasional bigger 10-foot set. And we're going to see that hold through to tomorrow.
And the good thing about here, like obviously we have very high tides right now going into low tides around midday-ish. And as the tide goes lower, the reef gets more exposed and also that wind gets a little bit more blocked. So it's a win-win for us throughout the day.
Checking out the next 4 days, it'll be still 5 to 8 feet on the face tomorrow with that nice clean trade wind conditions as the heat is officially on and kicking off with the opener, Italo Ferreira getting out of the way as that thing really pushed down the line on him. So already starting a quick priority rotation as he takes on Ramzi Boukayem from Morocco and Leonardo Fioravanti from Italy. Leo and Ramzi known each other for a very long time. A lot of support for Ramzi from Leo throughout the last couple of years through some serious injuries. And we've seen a lot of great things from Leo and Ramzi this season, but they're trying to play catch up to Italo Ferreira on his run this year and his chase for another spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, this being the final event of the regular season.
Yeah, this is a big heat to watch, right? Obviously, I mean, Italo right now, you can see it, right? You know, he's ranked number 4, and I mean, he's not safe. He's not safe by all means. There's a few different scenarios. There's a lot of people still in contention. So big heat for him. We did have the preview of seeing him catch a few warm-up waves, and he was looking good. He was looking fired up. He was catching a lot of waves as per usual. But he's matched up against, you know, 2 really tough competitors, like you said, Jesse, Leo being like one of the smartest, most strategic competitors, and then Ramzi, who, you know, you think back to his recent performances in Waves of Consequence. I think back to Tahiti in May when he finished his best result so far on the CT with a 3rd. So this is going to be a cracker of a heat.
Definitely, and I'm excited to see how it's going to unfold. And obviously we see Italo already starting with kind of a mistake, just sitting way far up the point for that wave he had, just running down the line, starting with the 0.5, which could bite him in the end of this heat. Let's see if the surfers are able to capitalize on his mistake right now.
Ramzi representing Morocco, 30 years of age, so about a year older than Italo. Had wildcard opportunity back when he was a teenager at the Quicksilver Pro France. A big moment where he beat Joel Parkinson. But it took a very long time to officially make his full-time debut on the championship tour, about 13 years since that wildcard moment. And he was marked since that heat where he beat Parco as a guy that would be on tour in a few years. He never gave up. And he's surfing currently at the top of his game. So Italo getting a wave is out of the mix for priority. He's got to see who's going to take off here. And it will be a ride from Ramzi. See how solid it is. Well overhead. But no room to pull in or even to lay down some turns. So now Leo will sit with first priority.
Yeah, I think you can really see, I mean, it just speaks to what you were talking about before, Jesse. Obviously, it's higher tide now. It's just a lot fuller in the water. There was a lot of warble, a lot of rivets in the face of that wave. And once that tide starts to drop, I mean, this has so much potential today. It's already got so much size, which is great to see. But I think, yeah, things are going to improve.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Flick. I think this type of wave actually Cloudbreak really likes. With less water on the reef, it starts to dredge more, it starts to double up more, and yeah, you can't wait to see what's going to unfold throughout the day.
Well, when the waves are firing and you've been waiting for surf overnight, one man that starts hooting and hollering before the sunrise is Strider Raspberry Wazalewski. Bula, good morning, my friend, and what's the vision like out there?
Good morning. Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I've been out here since last night. Haven't left the lineup. I've been just full on, just barnacle, sitting here waiting. Can't wait. I mean, beautiful, absolutely epic. You know, we got a lot of swell on hand. We got some wind, we got some lump, but we have waves, which is what we're excited about. And I mean, there's these swing wide sets that are coming and catching them out of position. So I feel like there's going to be a lot of kind of cat and mouse, a lot of running around the lineup, Joe.
Think about the morning session, Strider, with not a lot of waves the last few days. How intense was it for the world's best to get a warm-up this morning?
Yeah, people were frothing, coming in, flying, throwing boards on the Red Bull athlete zone over there on that boat, and waxing up and getting bigger boards. Everybody riding a little bit of a step up out here as far as, like Leo said, he's riding a 6'1". You know, Kanoe Igarashi talking about riding a bigger board. So guys riding a little bit more lumber because there's a lot of swell, a lot of water moving with that new swell coming in, and a lot of power.
So yeah, continuing on with more Wastradamus predictions with the swell with this higher tide. What are you predicting as far as a big day of competition, just condition-wise throughout the day?
Well, I think we've all touched on it a bit with this high tide. What happens is that water kind of fills up over the reef and it lets the wind pass right by. And as the tide drops, that reef kind of comes up out of the water and blocks the wind a little bit, and actually just gets cleaner and cleaner and cleaner through that lower tide. So I feel like it's just gonna get better all day.
Good man, Strider. We'll be checking with you throughout the day today. He's in his happy place in the channel here at Cloudbreak. A world-class left reef pass, which actually gets faster, shallower, more critical as you move down the line. We've missed this venue on tour. It's back after a 7-year hiatus. And now rolling it now. Leonardo Fioravanti throws down a backhand hook. First turn of the morning. And now aggressively throwing it vertical. Tacking the lip, airdrop, controls it for a completion. Into a redirect from Italo. Carves back in the pocket, leans back and throws some water to the sky. Puts the arms behind his back just to switch gears on the open face. And Italo, after a jump off on his opener, throws down some nice frontside turns. Ramsey now will have priority. Italo number 4 in the world, and the whole scenario is if he moves to the quarterfinals, he will clinch a spot for the Lexus WSL Finals. A place where he's competed now multiple times and even went to a runner-up finish in the title match against Felipe Toledo a couple of years back. So fun just to see the creativity from Italo there. Switching gears a couple times with a bit of variety. We'll start with Leo's wave flick.
Yeah, so Leo here just getting to work on the back end. This wave here has a little bit of froth, but he deals with it really well. That second turn was super critical. And this here, that's not an easy section to ride out of. You can see that those 2 bits of white water were really converging. So he does well to stay on top of his board there. And yeah, just beautiful rail work.
Yeah, I think this exchange right here is going to be crucial for us to really notice what the judges are going to be looking for out today, because there are different approaches. You see Italo on this wave on a cleaner wall, easier wave to ride. He opens up more on rail, has more downtime. Sorry, has more time to actually like slow himself down and get some variety on the wave, but it wasn't as critical as Leo's. As much as he had that nice layback right there, that didn't have that lip and that power coming against him. And it looked like he's back into it.
Just picked this one up on the way back out and got a nice 2-bride, and then comboed it up with a snap, little rock and roll float he let go of.
And this just shows how hard it is what Leo just did. You know, like Italo went for a floater on that closeout section. Leo actually, well, we'll get back to that after. Non-stop waves.
Ramsey now finding a great section to lay down that rail, pushing hard with all that power, but ends up losing control.
But I guess back to what I was saying is Italo is one of the fittest, strongest surfers on tour, and he fouled on that floater, and Leo really managed to get that board up vertical on that closeout section and come out clean. So show how critical it is. And there are different waves, distincts, and it's going to be nice to see what the judges think about that and kind of set the tone for the day.
It's a good point. Leo Fioravanti now down to 21st on the rankings. So we've got 24 surfers in the draw at this event. You know, post mid-season cut, top 22 with 2 wild cards. We've got Tavita, the local boy, representing once again, multiple-time wild card. Also Kelly Slater, the GOAT, adding to the draw with some excitement as a 4-time Fiji champ. But for Leo, just seeing how that ranking sits, I mean, he was in the top 10 when he kicked off the year, making finals day at Pipeline. Throwing a nice backhand turn, big chunky section, well overhead, and the Italian trying to find his second maneuver. Frames it vert, catches a rail, and incomplete.
I feel like he was maybe on his way to a nice score then. I feel like that would have been stronger than his opener as well. Just the size of the wave, how critical he was able to get on that first maneuver. He looks like he's in good form. Just unfortunately caught a rail there on the way back down. But, you know, the beauty of this wave, I mean, it's such a big playing field, right? And, I mean, you just look where Leo's taking off. I mean, he's so far up the point. That one Italo got before, that little backup wave was so far down the reef, almost at shish kebab. So this turn here, just unfortunately, he times it right. He gets around the section, really waits for it here, places the turn, but just catches that inside rail on the way back down. You can see that first turn. You can just see how chunky it is out there. I mean, this is a good angle just to see like the water, the speed, the waves moving out, the energy behind it. Make no mistake, right now, like, it's wobbly, but there's a lot of power behind all those sections. You miss time one little turn, like that thing will eat you alive right now.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just so tricky to generate, control your speed when you're talking about this type of conditions. You know, like you have so much water backing you up and pushing you down the line. That's what happened. He actually did well to wipe off the speed for that second turn, but still hard to manage anything you're doing out there. A lot of power today.
For a lot of these surfers, they haven't been frequently visiting Fiji as it fell off the calendar for a while, but some had that instant success when they came here. Leo did make the quarters in 2017, the last time we had this event. And we remember Italo's run coming here for the very first time. Had that big moment where he beat Kelly and got to a quarterfinal finish in his rookie debut. That was when Italo was really starting to build his reputation as a future world champion. Just searching there is Leo, as we have some opening numbers. Fioravanti's start of 5.83. Italo's opener 4.67. Jesse, that's what you were curious about. The 5.33 for Leo's backhand compared to the open face frontside hooks from Ferreira, 4.67. How do you like the spread there?
I think it was great. I think the hardest thing to do today is try to match the power of the wave, and that's what Leo did. Like, he really went up against the lip, came out clean, and as much as Italo had more variety, looked a little bit cleaner, more of a clean wave as well with less whitewash, but it wasn't as critical, it's not as hard. It's really hard on the waves as consequences, and with that much power, you just try and match the power, and that's what he did.
A few things to think about in this first heat, Flick, when we haven't had waves. So the first heat of the day, they're trying to figure it out, finding their lineup marks, looking at the tower, maybe the mainland in the distance to see where they're going to be sitting, but also trying to get familiar with what the judges are hoping to see today.
Yeah, I mean, we always talk about it being the guinea pig heat, you know. This is the test run. A lot of other surfers coming up in the next couple of heats are going to be watching this. This is, you know, where the judges really decide the scale for the day and people get an understanding of what they're looking for. And I guess, to your point, Jesse, obviously they're looking for critical surfing the closest you can to the pocket of the wave, you know. The difference there is just Italo was just out on the face more. Yeah, it was beautiful, it was traditional, it was rail work. However, Leo was just being able to get so tight, so critical in the pocket. So already to me, it's like, okay, you know, they're rewarding that. Yeah, Italo got a number of maneuvers, but Leo's tight, critical surfing in the pocket is what's paying off right now.
What a road for these athletes to get to the final stop of the regular season. You think about before the mid-season cut, the pressure was on Italo and Ramsey just to have a complete season. The high seed at that point was Leo Fioravanti. So Ferreira getting himself in a great position with 2 big CT wins this year. From Brazil to Tahiti, and at the moment sitting out in front with 16 minutes on the clock in the first heat of the day. Jack Robinson is getting ready as well. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
All right, circle 6 minutes remaining just under 15 minutes. First priority red. Second priority blue. Third priority white. In first position is red with a 4.67 and a low of a 4.57. Seventh place, blue. Blue 2.8. Sorry. Seventh place is white with a high of a 5.8.
We're celebrating the return to Cloudbreak, a beautiful Fijian archipelago in the South Pacific. And when we zoom down here, that's where we're sitting at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. How gorgeous is that? And then you take a boat ride out about 20 minutes from there, and you can see that famous heart-shaped island of Tamarua, Namotu in the distance, where a lot of the best surfers in the world are staying. About a few miles out from Namotu, about a mile and a half out from Tamarua, you find this left-hand reef bass that is just one of the most gorgeous sights you'll ever see in the surfing world. A wave called Cloudbreak that can hold size up to 30 feet plus. As you look at a fun section for Italo, throwing down a nice carve. He's hopping over sections, looking to potentially ramp up. And now back into a fun section, going nice and hollow. Gets the vision in the tunnel, then fades back to the top again. And pulling in for a little bonus pit is the world number 4. That just makes him so fun to watch. Unpredictable, spontaneous, full of energy at all times. He's trying to break out of the 4s with that wave. Low score at the moment of 4.57. More waves on the way. Leonardo Fioravanti on the setup. Nice patient carve. Little slide off the lip line and a big drop down to the bottom that he can't hang on to. 2 falls for Fioravanti on very important sections. First place goes to the round of 16. Second and third are reseeded in the elimination round.
Yeah, that was interesting from Leo. I mean, a couple of falls there, and like you mentioned, I mean, that was sort of critical moments. I feel that he. Let's have a look here. First of this last one of Italo. Slow start here, out into the face, but interesting end, right? He obviously has a good read. He's eyed off down the line that this thing's going to hit the reef. It's going to line up. A lot of water, a lot of distance traveled. This little bonus section here drags the hand in the face of the wave, gets a little pit, bit of a layback hack there, straight up into the lip. I'm just really interested to see where the score is going to go on this, because it was an interesting wave to watch. You know, as a surfer, free surfing, really fun. You know, you're like, this is amazing. Just got the best wave of my life at Cloudbreak, you know. But just, I mean, this is a great angle. You can actually see he did actually get quite deep in that tube. So I'm looking forward to seeing where the judges go with this, because it was a funky little wave. And yeah, I'm interested.
I think what you said, it's perfect, but let's get back to that after this wave here from Leo, but which unfortunately for him looked like a great wall right in front of him, but getting stuck right there. It was a beautiful turn. He probably wasn't going to make it around that section anyways, but he would have battered his 2.23. But back to Italo's wave, there was nothing major in that wave. It was a very fun wave. Like, he added points as the wave went. It was a very long wave, so he was able to capitalize as much as he could. But there wasn't anything major, anything that the judges would be like, oh, like a point of difference on it. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the score is. I guess the point of difference was that first barrel he got. Yeah. It was a bit wider, a bit deeper, but still, for a day like today, it was on a smaller side.
10:30 on the clock. Italo out in front, still waiting for that last score that he just rode through the inside, as it's time for a Fiji Airways board check-in with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. So we are in the Red Bull athlete zone, and as you can see, this is where the athletes storing their backup boards before they head out for their heat. This is Ramsey's board. It's a backup Golden Child from JS, and I talked to Richard Dogmarsh, who's coaching Ryan Callanan in the next heat. RCal also on a JS Golden Child. It's a 6.5 round tail. Dog telling me that RCal surfed it once this morning, felt great, so looking forward to his heat.
Thanks so much, AJ. We love the breakdowns. JS Industries providing some great equipment for Ramsey Bukiem for a very long time. And also Ryan Callanan coming up in heat number 2. One of the bigger guys on tours, Ramsey, known for his power hacks. His backhand was world famous. Then he showed the world he's one of the best barrel riders in the world at Teahupo earlier this year in May, and also in the Olympic Games. Our Cal, a vet these days, staying calm. And a goofy footer that's so excited not to tweak his neck, looking over his shoulder, going right. He's going to be on his front side. He'll be in attack mode. But he does have Jack Robinson and Imai Kalani-Deval.
Yeah, this next heat too. I mean, all the heats now are really big heats, but the next ones with Jack, you know, obviously these conditions lend themselves to Jack, you know, big left-hander, a bit wobbly, a bit jumbly this morning. This is probably lends itself to him and just his comfortability in waves of consequence, especially when it's not groomed. So I feel like we could potentially be seeing some great surfing coming up in that next heat.
I totally agree with you. I think the fact that it's wobbly and chunky, it actually helps Jack because he feels so comfortable. Obviously, coming from Margaret River, you have a lot of those conditions out there. It seems like everything's so raw and so sensitive to like wind and everything, very exposed. So he just feels at home, and he's gonna. I actually saw a few waves from him this morning, and he looked on point.
Now with 8:20 on the clock, Italo's last of 5.4 just extended his lead a touch. And let's check in with the Oakberry surf conditions with Strider.
Yeah, we're going to drop a little Oakberry surf condition out here. 6 to 10 feet on the faces out here. The tide just hit the high, so we put all the acai in the bottom. We throw some granola, then some coconut, and a little more granola on top. We hit the high tide. Right now, it's just going to start getting eaten off the top. This thing's just going to get grinded all the way down to this afternoon, about 2 o'clock. When we got low tide, we got nothing left in the bowl, but the waves are going to be still firing out here at Cloudbreak.
Making me hungry with these Oakberry surf conditions, as we also witnessed Italo throwing down a huge attempt for a giant air. I think back in the old days, you weren't really expecting to see a huge air over especially a shallow section towards shish kebabs on that crazy part of the reef that almost goes dry. But Italo is probably going to do a lot of this throughout this event, Jesse.
Yeah, and this is a beautiful launch from him right there, rotating all the way around. But as he was landing, he wasn't all the way rotated yet, so he landed like 90% down. And what that happens when the whitewash hits you, it just buckles you off really easy because your momentum of your body is going forward and your board gets stuck. So unfortunately for him, but it's nice to see that because that's going to be a point of difference for a guy like Italo today. As soon as the wind picks up, I think this is going to be out of the way. But for now, the winds are pretty mellow. Like, he can find a 4-point ride and turn into an excellent score, and he almost did right there. So it's a huge advantage for a guy like him.
What a turnaround for Italo Ferreira. I was nervous about the midseason cut. Remember the emotional celebration in your hometown, Flick? He actually hit himself in the head with his board, but it was a happy celebration. He ended up getting the GOAT signature on that equipment. He had a very emotional post-heat interview as well.
Yeah, I think that was unfamiliar territory that we saw Italo in, you know, and I think he was well aware of that. And, you know, the cut forces best performances. It also brings with it a lot of emotion and a lot of drama, and we saw so much of that go down, and Italo was, you know, just scraped in there, but he fought his way back, didn't he? Well and truly.
He certainly did. And this is a fun event as the return to Cloudbreak, because you've got surfers with some experience. So the GOAT leading the charge with 12 starts in the past, along with 4 wins. Italo, who's in the water now, had that famous quarterfinal result, getting past Kelly. That's still his best result to date. Also, Leo Viravanti in the water now. 1 previous start, made the quarterfinals, got past John Florence in round 3, where basically the entire top 10 was knocked out of the draw. And he's been waiting to come back to Fiji ever since with the jersey on. Be fun to see Tavita Gukalau compete later on today. We'll be with John Florence and also Kano Igarashi. So a lot of experience in that heat coming up later in this opening round of competition. Rolling into this wave is Leonardo Fioravanti. He's had 2 critical falls in this heat. That's keeping him out of the lead. Checks it quickly in the pocket, looking to ramp up, ends up being a flyaway. Priority with Bukiam. Doesn't want it. Italo's going to roll in. Italo up and out. 4:30 on the clock. The plan for today is to max out these conditions. Really enjoy them till the sunset tonight. So get comfortable. What a treat knowing that we're going to get through this, go through the women's opening round, men's elimination round. Coming up at the end of the day, looking to overlap that round as well to set up the round of 16. Now down to 4 minutes. Leo Fioravanti kicking off with some great performances in the first few events of the season. A couple of quarterfinals. Looked like he was really looking strong, and then he said he's just been having a hard time finding his rhythm in heats. He's got upset by some of the rookies this year from Jacob Wilcox and also Cole Hauschman in Tahiti. Sammy Pupo got him back-to-back at events this year, and he finds himself out of contention for the Lexus WSL Finals.
It's interesting to actually point that out because I know obviously the last 2 years has been probably the best 2 years of Leo on tour as far as maturity, as far as performances and results as well. But the second half right here, he's just been out of rhythm, like maybe lacking a little bit of confidence. So you ended up making the wrong decisions at the wrong time. And yeah, I feel like confidence is what really makes you do your own destiny, you know? Like if you're confident, you tend to make better decisions, be more calm. Yeah, and overall right now, we're not seeing that much of Leo, which is usually don't expect. He's such a good fighter, like a very good competitor, fierce, is not scared of putting down in a big fight against big names. And yeah, let's see if he can bounce back this event.
And it's true. It's like his headspace is so solid. He's a confidence play when he comes into big heats. And I think what was really cool about Leo when he found his rhythm being off, he was very open about it. Did a post on social media saying, hey, I'm feeling off right now. And I think he just needed to let it out to see if he could find his flow again.
Sometimes I think when you just admit that, it's like there's zero expectation, and then it's like you've taken the power back as opposed to sort of keeping it within. And you know what? Like, confidence is a funny thing. Like, yeah, he was on a roll at the beginning of the year, but sometimes all it takes is just one wrong decision in a heat or one bad heat, and that can just shake you. And trying to find that confidence again and trying to find that rhythm and momentum, because momentum's a funny thing, and it's in all sports really, but it's just so evident, right? It just takes one moment and then it's gone. And to try and find that back again can sometimes just take a long time. And then other times you're looking at people like, whoa, this guy's on an absolute tear. Like, you know, I think back to someone like Cole Hauschman, you know, that run that he had, you know, from qualifying series event all the way through to his first CT. I mean, talk about, that's probably one of the best momentums I've ever seen in the history, you know, of surfing. It was incredible. So yeah, momentum's a funny thing, and so is confidence.
And it's fun to celebrate the return to form, and I think we're seeing that with Italo Ferreira. You know, there's a season or two there where it felt uncomfortable. He wasn't happy with his scores. It didn't feel like the happy, high-flying Italo that took him to his world title in 2019. But Ferreira's back, 2 wins this season, world number 4. As we go down with Leo again, another fall off the lip, keeps him in second. Priority with the Moroccan. And Ramsey too deep on it. He's got to get out of there. 55 seconds to go.
Another mistake right there for Leo. He doesn't need a big score. I don't know how that wave turned out to be after that turn, but that was a great critical turn. Uncharacteristic for him to fall, because as much as he was critical and it's hard to do it, you don't see him falling that much. Yeah. You don't expect Leo to fall, so maybe a missed opportunity there for him. And Italo is happy about it, because Italo had just a smart heat. Probably didn't get the best waves, but he served smart, served solid. Very clean rails, actually, which is, it's nice to see from Italo. You usually see him just being very explosive, but this was just beautiful rail surfing from him all the way through.
Italo Ferreira, world number 4, will clinch a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals if he makes it to the quarters in this event. We'll also be watching people around him. If they fall out of the draw early, that situation can change in his favor. We close out first heat of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Fioravanti and Bokiem getting sent to the elimination round to compete later on this afternoon. Jack Robinson, Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani-Duval coming up next.
For all our surfers on the inside deck on the wave on opening machine. Surfer in the red from Australia, Jack Robinson. Surfer in blue from Australia, Ryan Callanan. Surfer in Hawaii, Imai Kalani-Duval. Results in that last heat, third place, Isolo Pereira of Brazil. Second place, Leonardo Fioravanti. Third place, Randy Bonsoy.
Welcome back to Paradise. Jack Robinson, Ryan Callanan, Imai Kalani-Duval are starting their 30-minute matchup, scored on their top two. Winner goes to the round of 16, and second and third are reseeded in the elimination round. The headliner, Jack Robinson, world number 3, hoping to clinch his spot for the Lexus WSL Finals. We already had an opening exchange that was delivered during the break. We'll get you caught up here. Jack Robinson, Ryan, and Imai already getting the start here, Flick.
Yeah, so we see Ryan here just streaking down the line, getting around this section. Let's see what he's got here for this opening turn. Beautiful carves and so much spray flying there. Really critical in the pocket too. Wave starts to get a little bit slower here, but he sort of redirects, gets a tail slide. So this wave's shaping up to be really nice. Does he get the finish? And he does. So wow, he's going to be stoked with that opener. And behind him, Jack Robbo. See what he's got. Bigger wave, just burning off some speed. Beautiful first hack. Tucks in and under, streaking through the tube. He almost came out. You could just see him there at the end. And then Imai as well. So all three surfers getting a wave here in the opening minutes. Couple of nice turns, a little bit frothy this wave, so definitely a little bit harder to read for Imai, but he does well there just to ride out of that turn. So 3 waves, and I think Ryan's definitely going to get the jump on these.
You're spot on, Flick. Ryan Callanan, opener, 6.33. Jack Robinson, a 3.5 start. And now waiting for the last of Imai. The Callanan, the goofy foot, loving that big section to lay that rail down. That surfboard from JS Industries. Pumping conditions. Imai score 4.5, a point better than Jack. Great start to the day. Firing conditions. Well overhead sections. A lot of opportunity for the best in the world. World number 3 starting to track down the line. Jack Robinson, big belt off the lip and an aggressive wipeout. We did notice from the heat previous how hard it was for Leo to come down with those big backside vertical turns. But that one from Robinson, maybe the most aggressive wipeout we've had so far this morning. Great time of the day to introduce this man, Jonathan Warren, senior forecaster for Surfline for the Oceania and also the Indian Ocean. Thanks for being with us, Jonathan.
Thanks for having me. It's great to be here. This place is amazing.
I love your attention to detail when it comes to forecasting. You were born for this job, by the way. Give us a little update of what you went through overnight and what you're seeing this morning as far as the waves we have.
Yeah, so what we had yesterday, it was small. It was just like a preceding little pulse that moved in from a low that moved off Australia. But, you know, this second reinforcing stronger swell has been, you know, what we've had our eyes on for today. So it was, you know, a solid, more southerly angled south-southwest that pushed in through the night. Obviously, it's here right now. It's going to be solid all day, you know, and, you know, it's a little shorter in period than we like to see. That was just due to how like the fetch was and how the winds were in it. You know, ideally we had something like longer period for here to get really solid, especially hollow. But we'll definitely take it because it's the best pulse we have right now in our event window.
Yeah, thinking about that, just how's the season been overall for this region?
Yeah, you know, it's been terrible.
Yeah, just straight up. Yeah, that's why we're happy to have waves like this.
I've been forecasting for Fiji for nearly 2 decades now, and I can't remember a season as a whole that was as bad as this one.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some good swells, but if you add it all up over the course of the season, you know, the peak months, it's been pretty bad.
Well, that's the great with your resources, especially being at Surfline for so long. You can compare all the years, right? So I guess this year's been one of the toughest. So we're really grateful to have a day like today.
Right. And we should definitely capitalize on this as much as possible. Like, keep the heats in the water until dark, and then tomorrow too. Yeah.
As we have a rider up, Ryan Callanan. Wow, beautiful open face slice, digging in a bit harder, but loses it. Love when Ryan can just stretch it out, open that wingspan. He's so strong, yet so flexible at the same time. He's got one of the most unique, beautiful styles in the game, and providing a quick backup for a 6.33 flick.
Yeah, that's exactly what his thoughts are right now. He's like, okay, I've got the highest wave of the heat. Like, why not roll the dice? Let's back this thing up. I think that his surfing suits this wave, right? I mean, these big, beautiful, drawn-out forehand carves. This is a smaller wave, but that right there, that's textbook surfing. I mean, unfortunately, he just gets that outside rail caught. That scoop in the wave just drew out a little bit, and yeah, got a bit caught. But that first turn, I mean, so crisp. I mean, the score's already come through. It's basically a 3.43 for that one single maneuver.
Rolling in with the whitewater, Imai Kalani to vault, really attacking the lip, and somehow controls it off the bottom. That has been challenging for the regular footers this morning. Got a bit of downtime, but he will slap it before kicking out right in front of our cameraman, Sam Smith. He's been doing some laps here at Momi Bay with Glendon Ringrose, one of the great guys, great surfers on the water patrol team. Imai, 4.5 start and throwing in a backup score flick.
Yeah, I think that's a good call, Joe. You know, you mentioned that it's difficult right now for the guys on the backhand, and I mean, we saw it for Leo. He folded a couple of times, got that inside rail caught. Jack as well fell victim to it. See it right here, just gets that little bit hung up, and just this wave, just the way that it's warbly this morning. You know, you've obviously got your back to the wave. It, in some ways, less visibility, right? So you can't unable to see as much as what you would if you were on your forehand. And definitely, you know, the regular footers are falling a little bit victim to that this morning.
Jonathan, while we have you here, the breakdown you gave us off the top of this heat, you talked about intervals. Right. I think it's always great when we have you here live where you can actually explain intervals to people out there using Surfline to try to find good waves, what you're hoping for Cloudbreak, and what you might be hoping for restaurants or backup venue.
Right. Cloudbreak, you want longer period. Just the way like the bathymetry is here offshore, it just really focuses that energy best here. And for restaurants, you actually want more of a shorter to mid-period for it to, and more westerly angled for it to wrap around that side of the island to get in there. Whereas when it's longer in period, actually the energy is stolen away from getting into restaurants by the outside reefs. So yeah, that's why you want a little bit shorter in period for that particular break.
Is a longer period swell easier to track and more, I guess, reliable than a shorter period, or not the case?
Not really the case. I mean, I would say it's probably maybe a little bit easier to forecast longer period versus the short period on just how big certain spots are going to be along the coast. It definitely becomes a little trickier to forecast exact wave heights, you know, when it's shorter period, like especially, you know, like surfing, say, on the east coast of the U.S., you know, it can be definitely challenging to forecast all that shorter period mess out there.
That makes sense. Obviously, great call, knowing that we'd be running all day today. Looks like tomorrow's a good option. Anything else you want to give us for the rest of the waiting period?
Yeah, well, I wish I can give you more or better surf after Friday. I mean, on paper at this point, I would say Saturday morning is probably a good bet to, you know, because they're going to have to finish up in something other than Friday as far as how many heats they have to get in the water and what we have for all day today, all day Friday. They still need more time. So we're looking at other options out there. And right now, I think Saturday morning is the best potential for that. It'll be small, or small for here, fun for everybody else, but it'll be clean. And you have a low incoming tide in the morning too, so that looks promising. There's another little pulse further out. It's a more like just another small swell that's going to move in, building in Monday into Tuesday. But the way that storm's shaping up, it's, you know, it tracks down in, like, it's far away down in the Southern Ocean, and it's moving not in the ideal direction. You want to see storms push up into the Tasman to really amplify or to give you higher potential for, you know, like maximize that swell height. So this storm right now doesn't look like it's going to do that. It's just going to kind of slide easterly and slide underneath New Zealand. So just a little bit of swell moving up. So I fear that next swell will be inconsistent. It'll be fun size when the sets do show, but really got to wait on those. And, you know, I don't think there's going to be a lot of opportunity in the heats, maybe one or two waves. And, you know, if you're not on them, then yeah, you're hung out to dry.
Good luck. Yeah, so it sounds like best option. Hopefully at the moment, you know, try to run through and finish on Saturday.
Right.
And then we'll go from there and get all the updates from you. Jonathan, always a pleasure to have you on the set with us. And thanks to all your attention to detail and helping us make the right calls.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be here. I also want to add, it's a little funky out there right now with all the lump. That's because the tide's high. I do expect it to iron out more through the day as the tide drops. The winds are going to pick up and get pretty strong, like a side offshore from the southeast and south-southeast, which is not a bad direction, stronger than what you'll like, but it's coinciding with the low tide. And we have big tides right now with the full moon. So as the tide drops out, those winds pick up, the dry reef of Cloudbreak itself will shelter it from those winds and keep a lot of that noise and chatter out of the lineup. So it should still be pretty clean on the face. It's when the swell's also peaking from midday onward, so more consistency on those bigger sets. So we're shaping up for a great day. Yeah.
Great news from Jonathan Warren from Surfline. Thank you so much for all the great updates you've been giving us over the years. Now let's catch up with the winner of the first heat of the morning. Italo Ferreira is with AJ.
Italo, the first heat winner here at the 2024 Corona Fiji Cloudbreak. Give us a little bit of first heat in the water. Always tricky to find your position. How'd you find yours?
Yeah, I'm happy to be back again after a long time, and make the first wave for me. It's really special, you know. But we have a kind of like couple sets. In the morning it was like more like clean ones, like perfect barrels. But right now it's kind of like a little bit hard to find it because there's a lot of like different walls and the wind just changed a little bit. But there's still like some fun ones, yeah.
With it not being on tour for the last 7 years, you're one of the few who have had experience out here at Cloudbreak. How'd you lean on that today to get the heat win?
Well, 7 years, right? Yeah, it's a long time. Yeah, I was like grown, and I'm look like a veteran right now. You know? But yeah, I'm really happy to be back. It's a left point, you know, and I love to surf on the left. I was in Bali before, like training, try different boards, and probably like prepare for this event. So I'm really excited.
The preparation paid off. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll do.
Thank you, AJ. Thank you, Italo, for reading the ocean really well as it changed even after the morning session. Italo in the round of 16. One heat win away from clinching a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Italo gunning for a second world title this year. Ryan Callanan still leading with that big opener of a 6.33. We've seen him fall a little bit since then. Imai, his 4.5 came on that opening exchange. And Jack's best on that opener as well during the break. A lot of options coming through when you look out to sea and you see the whitewater just rushing across the reef. And it's up to these guys to pick out the best waves in the lineup. Priority is with Jack. And he'll be patient. Just like Italo, Jack Robinson with 2 wins this year. Sunset Beach at stop number 2 this season. And also picking up another big victory at home at Margaret River Main Break and another rematch over John Florence.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible, right? I mean, Jack, as far as he was concerned, he went back-to-back because he was injured the previous year. So pretty cool for Jack, and it meant a lot to the community to, you know, to see that, and local surf community as well. I know everyone absolutely loves getting behind him. So he's had an incredible season and looking pretty good moving into Fiji here. And I think, you know, he's been a little bit slow here in this heat, but I mean, these conditions lend themselves to him. So halfway through, and hopefully we get a few more sets to see what he can really do.
This wave just makes so much sense for Jack Robinson surfing, but he hasn't really been here a lot. You know, through the childhood, you'd always expect him to have a lot of video parts at a wave like this because he was already at Tahiti. He was already at Pipeline surfing slabs around the world, but he did do a strike mission here last year and scored an incredible swell and fit right into the mix, just like he was surfing it his whole life. Rapid cutback for Arkel. Big connection over the roof. Blasting it out in front again. Easy tempo to follow. And he's going to step out. That'll help out his lead, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely will. I don't think it's going to be by much. But still, like, the first turn was nice and clean. Brought it all the way back around. And the second turn was very critical. Just a nice lip line down the line. Just eyeing it down was in front of him. And then the wave got a little bit on the smaller side after that, but still great surfing for him.
Get you caught up with that last wave from Ryan Callanan to see how high it goes into his top 2 total. Griff coming up next, preparing for Barron and Kelly Slater. The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Jacks of Fiji, official apparel partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. What a heat, still at 10:15 on the clock. Australia's Ryan Callanan looking to take a win to go straight into the round of 16 over some big names. Jack Robinson, the highest seed in the matchup, world number 3. Tied on points with Italo at the moment in the final 5. This was what Ryan did before we went to break, Flick.
Yeah, so Ryan here trying to get rid of that 3.43. And I like what you said, Jesse. I think he's on his way to doing it, just ever so slightly. Smaller wave, it tapered off here at the end. It kind of didn't give that explosive finish. But, you know, he's on his way to improving in his situation. He's making it harder for Jack and Imai. He's on the right track. And I've just got to, you know, my thoughts already is it's easier for the goofs this morning. Like, it feels that being able to have that more awareness of what's going on down the line is actually lending itself right now.
And right after that, Jack using priority on this wave, Jesse.
It looked like it was kind of a nice double up as he was paddling, but that wave really stretched down the line. It looked like maybe it was going to suck up and he was going to be able to get a barrel. You could see his stance moving forward, kind of getting ready for that, but he just ran down the line way too much. And unfortunately for him, because now he sits in a very tough spot, like, oh, he still got second priority, so that's an advantage on top of Ryan, which definitely having the edge on this heat.
Some surfers say they don't do the math. Some surfers admit that they do it all night long and know what their scenarios are for the Lexus WSL Finals. As we watch this one continue, chipping in is Ryan Callanan. Throwing down a nice cruisy carve. Just letting this wave shove him down the line. Good for one turn, not going to affect his top 2. For Ryan Callanan, he's the last man that has a mathematical shot of making the final 5. Everyone from Barron, Mamiya, and below are out of contention for the finals. And some surfers just say, okay, there's a lot of things that can happen, but what can I do to make sure I can get there in September? For Florence, he's already clinched his final 5 spot, entering the lineup in his heat coming up very soon. He will take yellow. Then it's working out the last 4 spots. For Griffin, just on his own, if he wins this next heat over Barron and Kelly, he'll clinch his spot to go back to his home break. And also looking at John, always looking calm.
Red, Jack Robinson, you need a 7.33.
He's enjoyed the last couple of days with not just his coach, but a good friend.
Look at this guy's on.
Like an uncle, Ross Williams. They were able to enjoy some of the marine life over the last couple of days. Put these giant clams in the ocean. They've been seeing how much they've been growing since they did it years ago. John loves putting on a mask and diving below and checking out the reef on these smaller days. But he's gonna look to clinch that yellow jersey very soon. Ryan off the bottom and an absolute blast of a turn in the pocket. One big, gigantic hook for the goofy foot. World number 3, Jack on the windup. Hits it upside down, total control. Another big hammer for Robinson, pulls in, and he goes the distance. Jack's best so far on a day that's provided some trouble for the backhanders. Going straight up, he accomplished 2 of those, and then a 2 bride.
Hey, that was 2 big critical turns on probably the biggest wave of the heat. The power that you could see, how much that when he came out of that first turn, just how much power it accelerated him out. It's just a good indicator of what you were speaking about before earlier, Jesse, is that, you know, this wave just gives you that power, and it's all about managing that and washing it off and controlling it. And he did so well, because you just see him get projected forward and then, you know, regain straight up into the lip again. Backs it up with a barrel too. That was a little tricky barrel to ride. So I feel like chasing a 7.33. What are your thoughts, Jesse?
733, it'll be interesting. I think it's going to be close to that range. As you see it right here, this first bottom turn, the wave is critical. He identifies the lip line right there, hits it, loses a little bit of balance right there, but the second turn is, once again, very powerful. But just the combination of everything, going straight into the second turn, nice tight bottom turn he's going to do right after this turn right here. Just set up that barrel. It's just so well. He reads this type of conditions so well. It's just second to none what he's able to do in this waves of consequences.
I feel like it'll be enough. Just 2 big hacks and a barrel, and especially how fluid it was with flow in those transitions. Out of the lip, he adjusted well with the lump and bump. And just the degree of difficulty on your backhand with all the lump on the ocean surface, as you can see right there. Great execution from Jack. Snake's getting excited. One of his longtime rivals is still on tour. Kelly Slater, the wild card.
I feel like no matter what, if Jack gets it or not, it's going to be very close, and he's just back in the heat no matter what. So, well, I guess he got it.
Scores in for Jack Robinson, a 7.5 as he goes to first. As we prepare to celebrate the best career in surfing history. Slater winning this event 4 times, 52 years of age. Recently having a beautiful moment with the birth of his son. And now his first trip away, and he's in his happy place here in the South Pacific at Cloudbreak. What a wild card story. Taking on Baron Mamiya and Griffin Colapinto, and this is how the judges reacted to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, I think we kind of knew it would go there, right? Biggest wave of the heat, 2 big meaty sections, nice transition between the turns and managing speed, and then that really tricky barrel. I mean, he literally came straight out of that second turn. There was no barbling in between. It was, okay, barrel here now, grab the rail, and I'm in. Like, it was seamless surfing. I think it was, yeah, the maneuvers were big, but the transitions between each maneuver, which gave it that fluidity, I mean, just reflected in the score.
Jack Robinson coming off a silver medal performance in the Olympic Games. Had a crazy early round matchup with John Florence in round 3. Was always going to be a medal favorite, but bringing home the highest medal for Australia in just 2 showings for surfing in the Olympics. The thing that you see about Jack, and not just waves of consequence or hollow waves, is just his belief to trust his instincts as a waterman. Up and out is Jack.
And that's what he's doing right now. Exactly what he mentioned. He's very comfortable on trusting his instincts. And as you see it, he only needs to bet at 3.5. There's 2 minutes and 30 left on the clock. And he went way up the point. He doesn't care about having the best wave of the heat so far right now. He just needs to back that up and put more pressure and keep that gap even higher for Ryan in second place and Imai sitting in third. So you see him, he's probably about 30, 40 yards deeper than everyone, probably looking for that mid-size kind of wave that comes underneath a little bit, and he can kind of sneak in with third priority and better his position.
That's the good thing about this break, right? I mean, it's such a big playing field, so you can find space in the lineup. You can, you know, find a wave down the line at Shish Kebabs. You can go up to the point. Looks like Jack's having a little look here.
Robinson driving through the first section, airdrops, controls it, late to the end section, but still going for it. And that one takes out the man from WA. Minute 35 to go.
But that's what he needed. Like, he needed to try and find something, sneak something under everyone. And unfortunately for him, it was just a little bit too late. That wave got very chunky in the end, and he just lip lined it a little bit late and ended up falling. But he was close to battering at 3.5, actually to a very decent score and under priority. So he's playing a smart heat right now.
Priority with Imai Kalani Devon, the Maui boy, with the white jersey there, our cows in blue. It's all about first place, so second and third are reseeded into the elimination round. which is on deck for the end of the day in the overlapping format.
You know, you think back to that last heat, I mean, Italo keeping his destiny alive, keeping it in his own hands, you know, and right now, currently, with still 35 seconds, I mean, Jack in control of his destiny, right? To qualify, needs to make the semis. He's on his way to doing it. Italo's still alive. I think, you know, the heat to really watch, in my opinion, is Ethan. I mean, he's sitting in that 5th spot, really dangerous. If something was to happen in that heat, that opens the door up, right? Then you can be thinking about all those other scenarios. So much to digest today and a lot of exciting things.
Yeah, for the guys right below the cut for the final 5, they're hoping guys like Jack and Italo are getting sent to the elimination round. They want some doors to open up, but so far the top seeds have flexed this morning at Cloudbreak. Jack getting the win, going straight to the round of 16, one step closer to clinching a spot to head to lower trestles in September. More action to come after this. We'll bring in Kaipo and Richie Lovett for the call.
We are back at the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy, the final stop of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Griffin, Colapinto, Baron Mamiya, and the GOAT, Kelly Slater, out in the water. This is the opening round, our first view of these surfers. And speaking of views, this is not a CGI. This is not a green screen. This is our actual view from the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, hosted. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rich Lovett, and it is so good to be back in Fiji.
Amazing to be back here, Kaipo. You know, the waves have shown up this morning. We've had 2 cracker heats to kick the day off, and yeah, what better place to be than right here on the host set, and let's get into it.
It's absolutely beautiful. You got to visit Fiji if you get a chance. It's a surfer's destination or a vacationer's destination. In this heat, we have a Griffin Colapinto. There's some weight to this heat for Griffin Colapinto. He wins this heat, and we're going to see him at the final 5 again.
Yeah, it's an exciting one, and as we watch Baron Mamiya up at the moment, this is live action.
So Mamiya, the North Shore local, banging away on the backhand. Ooh, goes down. Some shallow water on the inside. Fortunate for Baron. It's still high tide. That's going to go pretty dry by the midday this afternoon.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we heard that this tide is going to peak around midday, and then it'll start to drop. And we're going to really see that reef get exposed. We're going to see that wobble that's in the lineup, that morning sickness, as we like to call it, that's going to start to settle down. And I feel like we're really going to see some barrels towards this afternoon. But just great to have this swell, this energy here at Cloudbreak, and super excited for this heat. Let's check the replay here. Barron Mamiya streaking down the line here. Nice bottom turn to set things up. Bit of a projection snap as he goes down the line. A little bit more critical on that one. So 2 good back-to-back turns, and just could not quite ride out of that last final turn. And here's the bird's eye view. You can see this beautiful wave just rifling down the reef here. Barron sets himself up, just waiting patiently for that final turn. And yeah, just hit a little speed bump and wasn't able to get to the completion. But maneuvers, Kaipo proving to be critical this morning.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we'll look for barrels later today. Mid-range score for Barron Mamiya drops as a 5-point ride. So he takes an early lead in this heat with that mid-range score. Also in this heat, we got to talk about the GOAT, Kelly Slater. He's got 4 titles out here at Cloudbreak. A miracle of athleticism at 52 years old. The numbers for Kelly Slater are absolutely baffling when it comes to Fiji. He's got a 75% heat winning percentage here. His average heat score, 15.772, right up in the excellent range. Slater, 8 10-point rides in his appearances in Fiji. I can list the accolades over and over again about Kelly Slater at this location. That's what makes him a brilliant wild card for this event.
Yeah, Kipes, we'd spend the whole heat if we were actually talking about Kelly's achievements, in particular out here at Cloudbreak. But he has an affinity with this wave like no other. He knows this wave better than anyone else in the field. He knows every inch of this reef. You know, he spent so much time out here. He came here as a young, you know, sort of aspiring surfer on the tour, and he clicked, you know, and he calls it his second home. But, you know, self-confessed, he said that he's not in peak form at the moment. You know, he's obviously just had the baby. Congratulations, Kelly and Kalani. But he hasn't been surfing so much. So it's going to be interesting to see how he looks in this heat.
Colapinto smacks it off the top, and the wave gets a crease in it on the inside here. Griffin Colapinto. We talked a little bit about Griff in this heat as he paddles back out with an opportunity. Here is Barron Mamiya, looking quick on the backhand, and Barron, in a way, with this great surfing that he's doing, can play a bit of a spoiler in this event. We're not going to see Barron in the final 5. He's out of mathematical possibilities, but he can do some damage for the other surfers in the draw.
Absolutely, and what that does, it relieves pressure from Barron's mind. You know, he's coming in here without any sort of expectations of making the final 5. He can just surf free. And I tell you, some of his recent clips, I think he was in Indo in the lead up to this event. He looked really sharp on the backhand. Some of the best backside surfing I've seen him do in a long time. And he's backing it up here. His first 2 waves really clicking, looks in time. He looks like he's really gelling at the moment. And it's difficult with your timing at the moment with the conditions the way they are. You can see the waves are a little bit broken up, so you really have to make the most of those opportunities when they pop up. And so far, so good. Here goes the greatest of all time.
The GOAT up and riding. Slater off the bottom, slashes off the top comfortably. A little on the heels there, and that wave catches up to him. So a little false start for our 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, it's not straightforward. You know, Cloudbreak, it keeps you guessing all the time. It has so many different personalities throughout the day, throughout the tide changes, with different conditions, and you know that you know, Kelly's having a little trouble figuring out this morning that it must be difficult out there. But you know, great to see him here still competing at 52 years of age.
And, you know, just sharing the experience. Kelly on the paddle back out. Came over to Fiji with a good friend, Keone Watson, for both being his caddy and just, you know, a good friend to hang out with on Tavarua. Keone Watson Baggs, a great surfer in his own right, Eddie Aikau invitee also. So Kelly very comfortable here. Here's another look at his opening ride.
Okay, let's see what happened here with Kelly. Beautiful bottom turn, extends it. Nice quick slash off the top, and just got caught on his heels a little bit as that wave broke down behind him. It just sort of clipped him on that heel side rail. You can see here, bang, the lip comes down. It almost just ankle taps the board straight out from under him, and Kelly was not able to keep that rail and those fins engaged, and hence the wipeout.
Yeah, Slater will regain himself. He was comfortable on the way over. Kelly and Barron both on the same flight coming over from Hawaii on Fiji Airways, a very comfortable flight. Both surfers in great spirits, both looking forward to the return to Fiji. This is Barron's first time competing in Fiji. This is Slater's 14th Fiji Pro.
Well, that talks to that experience, doesn't it? But, you know, nonetheless, each heat is different. It's a clean slate, and you really have to focus on surfing the waves and the conditions that are in front of you for that time slot that you have in your heat. You can have all these, you know, preconceptions of it's going to be 6 to 8 feet and barreling and perfect tube rides, but it's not. You know, you have to just go, okay, what's happening out in the lineup right now? Focus on what you need to do to get through. And at the moment, it's that combination of maneuvers and maybe trying to find that little tricky barrel through the inside.
Rich, looking at this, we can see it's a oh, we'll get back to the overhead view because Griffin Colapinto, he's up and riding, seeking a meaningful score, snaps off the top there and goes down again. So shows how tricky it is out there, Rich.
Yeah, and the bottom of that wave just completely cupped out, caught Griff off guard, and just didn't really have the thighs and the knees, you know, really composed for that final maneuver when that wave dropped out.
So Colapinto still seeking a 4.61 to take the lead off of Barron Mamiya. Kelly Slater with a bigger task. He needs a 7.6 just because he only has a 1 in his score line. Still plenty of time in this heat. And Griffin looking for our Red Bull jet ski for a tow back out.
Yeah, at the moment, plenty of water over that reef. Let's see what happened here. So Griff just eyeing down the line. This one stretches out, but he saw some opportunity as he came through this inside section. Beautiful snap on the backhand. You can see a little fin drift, and right there you can see the trough of that wave. It dropped out. There was a little bit of a weightless moment there for Griff that sort of displaced his feet positioning on the board and then caught that rail and went down.
Yeah, so going to have another swing at it as he gets taxied out. You've competed here a number of times, Rich. So for a regular foot, what are the pluses and what are the challenges out here at Cloudbreak?
The challenge is it's such a down-the-line wave, so on your backhand, you've always got to be trying to anticipate what's going to happen down the line, but at the same time, keep your focus on that energy part of the wave and not pass up opportunities. I guess for the goofy footers, they're able to sort of anticipate a little bit better. They can read the barrel maybe a little bit cleaner and faster as that wave goes down the line. But what I do like about the backside surfers out here is that they can get really nice and vertical and tighten the pocket. They can go squarer off the bottom, get that sort of really figure-8 vertical approach happening on the backhand. So I feel like that backhand surfing from the natural footers is really going to be critical today in terms of the maneuvers done in that really high part of the wave.
Let's check conditions out on the water with a guy who's surfed this way for a couple of decades, Strider Wazalewski.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, definitely out here in the lineup right now. A lot going on, a lot of movement in the water. So the tide peaked out. When that happens, it starts to drain back out the other way. And with that, the water's ripping over the reef and through the lineup and making a very undulated face. There's not like a perfect line on it, so it's really hard, as you've been seeing, to smash the lip perfectly and coming through those barrels is really hard as well. So each changing dramatically as the day goes on with that huge tide swing that we have here.
Thank you for the reporting, Strider. Like I said, Strider been out here. Probably ridden more waves in Cloudbreak than the majority of our competitors in this competition. One guy that's ridden a lot of waves here, Kelly Slater, on wave number 2. That's a nice slash from the 11-time world champ, 4-time Fiji champ. Pulls into the barrel, travels through here, another section, yet another section, and it clamps on Kelly Slater. But it looks like he was on his way to an excellent score. Just Cloudbreak did him dirty with that last breaking section. Mamiya seeking a barrel as well. Barron finds a barrel, finds an exit.
Nice.
And is going to combo it up with a couple of turns to increase his lead over the pack. Nice exchange.
Yeah, great exchange. A little bit of excitement there as things are starting to wake up through that inside section. That's traditionally where that really hollow barreling section happens, right before that shish kebab end section. This is Griff.
Colapinto looking for a barrel, finds a barrel, gets clamped there. So valiant effort, but the wave, again, not cooperating. You can see kind of this mix as well. And, Rich, to talk to it. There's a lot of different sections on this long reef pass.
Yeah, there is. It holds such a big variety of swells from, you know, waist high all the way up to 25 feet, 30 feet. It's a really incredible stretch of reef here, but it does have sections to it. Outside, we have the ledge section, and it's almost a little further out than where Kelly's just taking off here, but let's watch this ride. Beautiful projection snap. Kelly hits the accelerator, gets in the pig dog position, travel time all the way through, and it really was just the wave that clamped him. Beautiful technique here. You can see Kelly squared up the shoulders, pointing straight out of the barrel. And right there, that section just came down in front of him and didn't let him out.
Yeah, that's a 3-point ride for Kelly Slater. Would have been a 9 if he was able to come out of that barrel. And so Slater's still trailing, looking for a 5.5 now to take the lead. We're waiting for scores still for Baron Mamiya with a completed ride and for Griffin Colapinto. Just halfway through this heat now, more sets on the way. Priority sits with Kelly Slater. You can see him in the white jersey in the lineup. The champ out here in 2005, 2008, 2012, and 2013, 4-time Fiji Pro champ. Here he goes again, one more chance for Slater. Air drops into this one. Looking for the barrel again, deep on that one, too deep. Priority now shifts to Griffin Colapinto. Colapinto just needs a mid-range score to take the lead off of Baron Mamiya, so it's still a very, very tight heat. Last score for Baron Mamiya just came in at 3.63, so short barrel, but because it was just a short barrel, kind of hindered the overall scoring potential. There's 99, Griffin Colapinto again. Griff wins this heat, makes it into round of 16, and we're gonna see him at lower trestles again for the Lexus WSL Finals. He'll be clinch his final 5 spot.
He's going quick, Kaipo, and we're sitting in the booth. They go double time when you're out in the water. And, you know, heat management is a thing. You know, you really have to be selective, but not over-selective, especially when the waves are like this. You know, traditionally we haven't seen in the first 2 heats huge scores are not winning at the moment. So if you can manufacture a couple of 6-point rides and maybe get into that excellent range, you know, you're a good chance of progressing through in the #1 position here.
Well, can Griffin fight back right now? We got Baron Mamiya out in the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with the conclusion. Can Griffin come back? Can Slater come back? We'll find out after this. Let's open up the WSL Vault back to 2005, where Slater took his first of 4 Fijian victories. Kelly Slater, he was brilliant at Cloudbreak, scored a 10-point ride, but things changed through this event, Rich. Started at Cloudbreak, ended up at restaurants. Got the full variety of Fiji in this year's event.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kelly Slater, there you go. They were calling for the 10, and this is when they move to restaurants. It's a different wave. It's basically a perfect little left-hander that hugs the reef just off Tabarua. And Kelly, again, knows this one really, really well. And this thing drains out. It is such a critical wave. It basically breaks onto dry reef. But you can see, you can reap the rewards here. Perfect barrels all the way through.
Final between Kelly Slater and CJ Hobgood. Kelly did defeat Damien Hobgood in Tahiti in the previous matchup in a final. Got another Hobgood in this final at restaurants. And Kelly bested the Hobgoods again.
Yeah, well, this is just, you know, showing Kelly in peak form here. Just going to maneuvers, toying with the barrel. But I got to say, the Hobgoods, both Damien and CJ, were formidable out here at Cloudbreak.
19.33 heat total in that final to overcome CJ Hobgood back in 2005. And let's take a look at the Fiji results for Slater. Look at that heat winning percentage glaring at 3/4 of the time. Kelly Slater wins the heat, 75%.
Yeah, it's an incredible stat there. And you might say, oh, 75%, it's not that high, but I can tell you now, 75%, you know, heat winning percentage, that is huge out here. And, you know, perfect heat, getting 2 10s in a heat, that's incredible. Kelly, he's the GOAT.
Yeah, he sure is. Perfect heat back in 2013 for Kelly Slater up against Sebastian Zietz. 2 10s, 1 heat. Can't do any better than that. And that's why we call him the GOAT. Back to live action here. And Kelly Slater up and riding. Easing through a cutback here, setting for the inside here. Intimate knowledge of this wave with Slater. Nice hook off the top there. Larger wave, has to pull through the back on that attempt. We look like Baron Mamiya caught a ride as well, so he's getting the jet ski, the Red Bull jet ski ride back out to the lineup. And it appears that Griffin Colapinto got a ride in as well, so we'll catch you up on all that. Here's Griff. Nice snap off the top for the San Clemente surfer. Number 2 in the world currently. And looking for his spot in the final 5. A nice finish for Colapinto. So a lot for the judges to digest right now, yeah. Rich, with 8.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, plenty of scores to drop in here, and we'll get a real indication of how this heat is starting to shape up with only 8 minutes 20 on the clock, so it's flying by. But all our surfers starting to build a decent scoreline here. It's sort of anyone's game at this point, Kaipo. No one's really taken a stranglehold on this heat. At the moment, Barron's opening ride is still the high number of this heat so far. Water angle of Kelly here. So this was a big mushy burger outside, but Kelly saw something through the inside, and then Griff down the line. So gets the little tuck under the hood there, not able to ride through it. And this is the replay of Baron Mamiya's ride. You can see he hits that ledge section. Air drops down, back into the trough again. Bit of a sleepy cut back here on a foamy face. But Baron, I like his composure here, Kaipo. He's not wasting these waves. They may not be the most perfect waves, but he's getting the work done. And this is what I talk about, heat management. You know, someone's going to get through potentially with a couple of 5-point rides here.
Here's Griff. We're waiting for this score, Rich.
Yeah, clean snap. That was a critical one. And again, a second one. And a little bit of drama as he came down and got onto that 3rd hit. So that's going to be a decent score for Griff, and the pressure will start to build. I feel like Barron's going to take the lead. He's going to maintain that first position, but Griff's coming after him.
I guess we can speak to also the fact that how mental of a sport that surfing is in competition. Barron, we mentioned, no chance of getting into the final 5. Surfing really stress-free, enjoying basically a Fiji holiday right now, and it's showing in his surfing.
Yeah, totally. And you know, going into this heat, if I was Barron, I'd be like, you know what, I'm going to try and surf so free and just without restriction. I'm going to maybe try some maneuvers I haven't tried before. and he's constructed a really good heat to now. He's out in front. We've got some more scores dropping, so maybe it's time for him to really start going for it, just in these final 6 minutes. But you can see he doesn't look restricted in any way. He's looking really good.
Yeah, looking freed up. Griffin Colapinto, remember, wins this heat, gets into round of 16, and we're going to see him back at Trestles for a second year in a row. And Griffin Colapinto, with that being said, did drop a score of a 5.83. So this is the highest single wave score in this heat. Griffin Colapinto with that 5.83. Baron Mamiya did drop a 5.2 also in that flurry of waves, so that keeps Baron in the lead, but Griffin just needs a 4.5-point ride to go up there.
Yeah, which is really attainable. It's going to come down to wave choice, and obviously priority rotation is also important in these three-man heats. And Kelly just sitting on that 4.07 as his top number. He won't be happy with that. He'll be looking for something, you know, right up in that excellent range.
Watch out for the GOAT. Never underestimate Kelly Slater. He does have first priority. He needs a 6.13 to take the lead. He's in pole position. He's got 5 minutes on the clock. Ultimately, he should have the best wave knowledge and have the best wave selection out of this crew in this heat. And look at where he's sitting.
Yeah, way up the point, way up the point. So Kelly's looking for one of those waves that hits that outside ledge, grows through the inside, and maybe opens up and he can get that barrel section.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Jack Robinson. He's on the boat with AJ.
Jack, congratulations, your first heat here at Cloudbreak, and you get your first heat win. What did it take to get it done?
Thank you, yeah. It was good actually at the start. I had a good wave, but I just didn't make it. And then, yeah, just trying to search for one the whole heat, and Ryan kept getting a lot of waves. So I was like, oh, I could go a bunch of waves, but I was like, oh, it's out here, the wave like that I'm looking for. And then I ended up getting under priority and just making it happen in the last 6 minutes. So yeah, I knew I had to go and get it done.
Let's talk about how you got it done. You needed a mid-7, you got just above it. What did you see in that wave that you knew that was the one you were waiting for?
I think just the size of it. I knew, like, if I went a small wave, I don't know, it just doesn't look as dynamic. It was hard to ride, it was bumpy, and it was bigger, so I think the judges like that. But yeah, just trying to search for good waves in the heat, that's what's going to get you through it. So yeah, trying to learn the reef and search. You know, it's a big area out there. You have to paddle a lot, so yeah, it's fun.
All the research paid off. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Yeah, you.
Live action here with Griff Colapinto on that 2-box. We did see Kelly Slater use his priority and take off on a wave. He was way up the reef, and that wave ran off without him. So now troubled times for the 11-time world champ, as well as Griffin Colapinto in the context of this heat with the amount of time on the clock.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting score coming in for Griffin. We saw him unable to complete that final maneuver, so that's going to, you know, hinder that score considerably. But let's see what happened with Kelly. So nice roll in here. Just does the belly take off. Bit of a high line there. Nice fade. Elongated bottom turn. Kelly really sitting on that bottom turn. Now he hits the accelerator. Pretty much had no choice but to pull into that final section, but it ran off without him. And then this was Griff further down the line, so these guys focusing on this inside section. Griff comes round, clean snap on a frothy face. Gets nice and high in the second one. Almost pulls this, but yeah, you could see just wrestling with it. And there is almost a convergence there, Kipes, in that final section, because there's so much water coming down the reef. You know, that big foamy section, it tends to push your board out of the way.
And that's exactly what it did to Griffin Colapinto. He's still trailing Baron Mamiya, Kelly Slater as well. So Baron with heat control. Baron with the lead. Baron has priority. He's controlling the lineup. He's got a 2-minute drill right now to make his way into the round of 16. He's going to let Slater go on this one. Here goes Kelly. Finds a pocket, finds a barrel, and that one clamps on Kelly Slater. So all opportunity right now for Baron Mamiya. And we said, you know, could be a dark horse in this event. Great surfing, pressure free. taking out a dangerous wild card in the way of Kelly Slater and kind of, you know, making Griffin Colapinto potentially wait before clinching his spot into the final 5. Griff's about a minute and 15 away from having to go into that elimination round.
This is interesting. So Barron has just paddled straight past Kelly, who is going up the point. Griff on the inside here.
4.37 is what he needs. Bangs it one time. Bangs it twice off the top. A couple of hangers on the backhand for Griff Colapinto. Smaller wave. And he's going to leave it in the hands of the judges right there. Your thoughts, Rich?
Two-turn combination through the inside. Looking at the at what's scored. You know, I think back to Barron's 5s that are, you know, more outside face, bigger waves, cleaner snaps. I don't think he's going to get the number. But I just thought it was interesting that Barron was heading for Griffin, seeing him as the potential threat.
Barron pulls in, tucks under, comes out. They're caught on the heels there, dives off the board. So the important number is going to be for Griffin Colapinto, and it does come under at a 3.4. Colapinto now with 10 seconds on the clock. He's bound for the elimination round along with Kelly Slater.
Yeah, so it's clear at the moment that they're not long rides in terms of the scoring potential. A lot of the combinations have come. Two-turn combinations are banking scores at the moment.
There you go. Griff, it's going to be Barron Mamiya onto the round of 16. We'll see Griffin Colapinto and Kelly Slater reseeded into elimination round. Coming up next, John Florence is going to be out in the lineup.
All right, everybody, we are into heat number 4 of the opening men's round here at the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. In the water, we have our surfer in yellow, John Florence. Going up against surfer in blue, Igarashi. And representing Fiji, our wild card, Gabriel in the white. Situation from that last swing. They'll stand up there in blue. Second place, Griffin Colapinto, and in the white, Kelly Slater.
It's the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Opening round for the men, heat number 4. John Florence on the water, along with Kanoa Igarashi and the Fijian wildcard, Tevita Gukilao. First in this 3-man matchup moves into the round of 16, second and third into the elimination round. Kai Paguro, along with Richie Lovett on the call here. And big news coming into this heat, we're going to see John Florence as the #1 seed as we look forward to the Lexus WSL Final. So entering into this heat, securing his spot, and now here goes John up and riding. Finds a barrel as always, tucks through that section though, but we've seen these barrels, Rich, run away all morning.
Yeah, it's just running down the line on that inside section, and we haven't seen too many makes in terms of barrel rides this morning, but you know, John Florence, good positioning there in the tube, but that's great news. We have our #1 seed going to the
him,
final
yeah.
5.
He's going to be the man to beat.
He's going to be the man to beat. He'll be the man waiting patiently at the top of the pecking order on that final 5-day.
Yeah, and remember, when people come to John, it's going to be the title match. So it is a best 2 out of 3 matchup. So a huge advantage to John Florence in that #1 position as we're looking to that Lexus WSL Finals, going for his 3rd world title. But what we've learned from history, Rich, being the #1 seed does not guarantee you a world title.
No, absolutely not. You know, we saw Stephanie Gilmore come right from the bottom of the pack, come through, clinch the world title off Carissa Moore. We've seen it happen a few times now. So, you know, John, if you were, obviously, if you had a choice, you'd be saying, yep, I want the #1 position, given that you have that, you know, that 3-heat sort of title matchup. But, you know, some might say, you know, you're not in rhythm on that final day. You don't get to surf into rhythm. But I feel like John, the way he's performing this year, he has just been on from word go, and he's looking in perfect form right now.
Yeah, yep. He's been performing at a top level. Speaking of performing, a great performance by the Hawaiian, Baron Mamiya. He's into the round of 16. He's on the boat for the interview.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Baron, a massive way to start the competition for you at Cloudbreak, going against Griff and Kelly. And you just told me this was essentially your first session at Cloudbreak. How'd you get comfortable so quickly?
Yeah, I mean, I came here in the past a couple times. Last time I was 15, the waves were absolutely cooking. It's like 8 to 10 feet and just firing. But yeah, I showed up. I brought 7 brand new boards. Didn't ride any of them. Waxed up a brand new board and just kind of took it out there and said, whatever, we'll figure it out. I got a lot of trust in my shaper, so it was a copy of a Magic board that I was riding a couple months ago. So yeah, it worked good.
So as soon as you got out there, how did you figure out what waves you wanted to take off on and your strategy for this heat?
Yeah, I kind of seen that, like, there was those super deep ones that Kelly was kind of getting, and he was going way up the point, and if you got them, they're really good, which he did get one, but he didn't have priority, so I think Griff went. But the insiders look like the best bet. Like, I mean, you're with ocean, so you never know really what's going to happen. So I get the best odds were sitting on the wide and just trying to get a couple, and I ended up getting in rhythm with a few waves. I was kind of rolling up the windows a little bit, but we got it done, so it's all good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Baron Mamiya putting trust in his shaper, in the pit crew over there at Channel Island Surfboards. Britt Merrick's 2nd generation shaper, crafting all those boards for Baron that he can have trust in. And speaking of Channel Islands right now, they're in the #4 position coming into this final event of the CT season for the Vizsla CT Shaper rankings. They got some ground to move upon. But I love this overview here of the Reef Pass and the new Judges Tower, by the way, Rich. That Judges Tower, the original one got destroyed in Cyclone Harold back in 2021. WSL rebuilt that Judges Tower right there, got it all back up to stronger standards, and more importantly, the WSL donated this Judges Tower to the Momi and Nabila Village, and now both Nabila Village and the Momi Village are able to find year-round revenue generating opportunity from that Judges Tower. So a great give back to the locals in Fiji from the WSL via that Judges Tower.
Yeah, absolutely. A great initiative there, and obviously constructed with all respect to the environment, the reef. It was done in conjunction with the local villages, and it was a big undertaking, no doubt. But giving it straight back to the local villages, a great thing for them.
Yeah. We'd like to also say Vinaka for all of the support that we've had from the local Fiji government, Fiji tourism, and just the friendly locals. I can't even count how many bulas I get a day here on Fiji. I think a lot of times my bulas may go up into the triple-digit range, like 100 bulas a day.
It's good vibes in Fiji, no doubt about it. And Clipes, where we are here at the Marriott, it is just, you know, resort life isn't so bad.
It's not too bad. Well, John Florence, the interesting conversation, we opened up this heat saying that he's already clinched his #1 spot for the WSL Lexus Finals. Will John keep his foot on the gas in this event? I mean, right now, he doesn't even need to surf another heat, technically.
I think the competitor in John and just that burning desire to win will keep him focused all the way to a potential final here. You know, this is definitely one of the events that, you know, he would be looking at going, yep, I want a number of these trophies. So, you know, I don't think we'll see John take his foot off the gas at all. If anything, I think he will probably hit the accelerator a little harder.
Yeah, I mean, John wants to win out here. His best effort in Fiji after 5 events here was a semifinal finish back in 2013 where he went down to Kelly Slater. Kelly Slater in that year went on to win the event. So John does not have a Fiji Pro trophy as of yet. So maybe that's, you know, the motivation for someone like John Florence.
Absolutely. You know, when you think of this event, you know, there is a couple of names that sort of spring to mind. You know, Jack Robbo, obviously Kelly's got his wins out there. John's right up there in terms of one of the backhand surfers. But then, you know, when I start to think of the goofy footers as well, excuse me, you know, you think about Owen Wright, who's had incredible success out here. The Hobgoods have had success out here. So I start to think about, you know, Connor O'Leary and a few of those surfers, Yago Dora, Ryan Callanan. They've got potential to upset some names here.
It was a goofy foot event from the get-go. Back in '99, Marco Kalupo winning the first one out here, followed by Luke Egan in 2000. Mick Lowe, another goofy foot in 2002. It wasn't until Andy Irons in 2003 to break that goofy foot domination. Damien Hobgood with 2 wins out here. Gabriel Medina with 2 wins out here. Matt Wilkinson with a win out here. Owen Wright, we can never forget that year that he scored 2 perfect heats. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, that the waves obviously showed up, and it is a little easier. It's a smaller task to get 2 perfect 10-point rides when the surf is absolutely pumping, and I have had the fortune of surfing Cloudbreak when it has been perfect, and it is honestly one of the most memorable experiences you'll have in your life. As a surfer, this is, you know, one of those destinations. It's a bucket list type of a destination, and if you can get over here, please do. It is just a beautiful place to come and visit.
Yeah, I'm sure some of those waves are burned in your mind, Rich, when you talk about just the waves that you've gotten out here in a jersey.
Yeah, absolutely. I've had some incredible heats and perfect rides out here. I do remember one, you know, perfect heat with Jake Patterson. We actually rock, paper, scissors for first priority. The first wave came through. It was an absolute perfect wave, and he ended up getting the win on that one.
But Rich, it is a big playing field out here, isn't it? And there's multiple sections here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, as we take a look at the topical view up here, so right up here, this is the ledge section, and when these waves start to get to 6 to 8 feet, that's where you want to take off. A lot of the surfers this morning have been taking off around this section, around the mid part of the lineup, and then right through here. We call this the shish kebab section. Now this gets super gnarly. It cups out. We saw Griff kind of, you know, on that wave come undone because it got so bowly. But really, if you can get that barrel all the way through that inside section here, you are going to come up trumps and you're going to walk away as a heat winner. But it is a big lineup, Kipes, and you know, as this swell wraps around the point, it can get a little slopey. As we see live action here of Kanoa, we'll get back to the point.
Yeah, Kanoa Igarashi looking to skip through sections right now. Got a first turn, but the lack of connectivity there is going to kind of oppress the score just a bit. But like you said, when you illustrated this entire reef pass, it's about making it through each of these sections, that connectivity, when to know to go on the gas and when to hit the brakes.
Yeah, absolutely. And wave choice, you know, the ones that sort of come in deep from the reef and wrap down the point, they can sometimes be a little slower and just only offer up the maneuver type face. The ones that square up a little bit, that sort of come directly from the horizon, they square up on that inside section and come down the line, and that's when it really throws over and barrels through that inside section. So, you know, while all the waves look great, and especially from the channel, when you're looking into the wave, you go, oh, that wave looks perfect. But, you know, there are subtle differences between every single swell line that comes through. And each one of our competitors out here is a waterman, you know, that they have such good wave knowledge and they can pick the right ones.
Vita Gukilao, our Fijian wild card. A couple of snaps there, hanging on through here. Local knowledge. This is third time as a wild card at the Fiji Pro. He's won the local trials 3 times. Just a show of local talent. John Florence finds the barrel. He's going to have to fight for an exit there. Oh my goodness, John.
Oh my goodness.
Talk about a magician. Kanoya Garashi looking back going, what just happened?
Oh my goodness.
No.
That was radical, man. I'd sort of all but written him off, and then all of a sudden that yellow jersey just came streaking through. But John, you know, he's one of the best backhand tube riders in the world, and he picked a little nugget. And exactly what we were talking about, Kites, that inside barrel section, he picked that perfect wave. It's starting to throw, the tide's starting to drain out, it's getting hollow.
We also talked about the ability to get on the gas pedal and the brake at the same time. He put on the brakes, but he put it in overdrive through that second section, and that was brilliant. And I feel when a surfer accomplishes that and surprises us coming out of a barrel, that usually equals a beefy number,
yeah,
a
absolutely.
big score.
Yeah, well, we felt that. We were surprised when we saw him emerge from that barrel, so this is going to be the high number of the day. Let's have a look from the channel. So get straight on that pig dog section and driving through. He was on the foam ball for a minute there, comes through this second section, way back in the barrel, and just finds that little, what we call the doggy door, as the lip comes out. John just squeaks under it.
Brakes and then gas here.
Yeah, and you can see that inside arm of John. You know, he was touching the face, then he let it go, and that's when he sped up, and then he put it back in the face again. So it's almost like you're feeling the wave. You're feeling the inside of the tube. But you could see really in that pig dog position, hand on the rail, and it's a very secure way to ride the barrel on your backhand. In contrast, you know, a bigger barrel that you perhaps would try and ride on your backhand without grabbing the rail, tricky and very hard to do, but John was slotted in there in perfect composure.
Well, we've seen some pretty oppressed scores this morning, but John breaks through 7-1-7 for the two-time world champ. You like the numbers, Rich?
I don't mind the numbers. I feel like the judges are just perhaps keeping it a little conservative.
I expected more as well.
Yeah, given that, I mean, this is clearly the best wave that we've seen of the day so far. You know, barrel rides we know at Cloudbreak are going to score well. Perhaps the height of the wave has just kept that score somewhat modest, but still a decent score.
Yeah, well, he gets a backup, and he's looking good because remember, the last heat was won with a two-wave total of 10.2, and he's already got, you know, a 7.17. So he's 3/4 of the way there on kind of the average winning heat score to take a win in this heat early on, just a little past the halfway point.
Yeah, you can see these sets starting to line up. And see this wave coming through now. You can see how it has this double-up section on the ledge. Now, we'll see that throughout the day. Wouldn't be surprised if we see John just creep up the reef a little bit further. Kanoa just waiting patiently. He has priority, so in that priority position, your mindset tends to you know, go towards sitting and waiting for that good wave. You want to utilize that priority and get on the best wave that comes through. Tavita dropping that 3.5, and this man, I tell you, when the juice is on, he is one of the standouts.
Yeah, Tavita Gukilao, our wild card for the third time here at the Fiji Pro, 39 years old, local, half Australian, half Fijian. Spent a lot of his teenage years as a charger in Western Australia before coming here to Fiji. And also, congratulations to Tavita, just welcome a baby girl into his family, Zara, just a couple months ago in June. There he is. We're going to take a break right now. It's John Florence out in the lead. Kanoa Garashi holding priority. We'll be back with more of heat number 4, opening round here at the Corona Fiji Pro.
12 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this one. Next clicker will have 2 seconds at the mark of the weakening Colapinto technique. Situation in the water, first place is John Florence in yellow, 7.17 high with a low score of a 1.0. Second place is Tavika. Tavika, you need a 4.68 to go first place. Camilla, you need a score of a 5.35. 12 minutes remaining. First priority, Camilla, blue. Second priority, yellow. First priority, white.
John yanks on the rail, over the foam ball, bucks through there, and he's going to take the lead.
I think the mindset and the confidence for me ebbs and flows. Last year, I struggled with it.
John Florence comboed.
Oh my God, inside I was like screaming, just tearing down the scaffolding.
I think last year was perfect for this year. It was kind of irritating for him finishing 8th. He was pissed, and he obviously wanted to compete for the world title.
Another magic trick. And John, I think you can just come in, bro.
Wall standing up, and he just blows the tail right through it.
That's a perfect 10 for John Florence. Yeah. I think if I were to win another world title at this stage of my career, it will definitely be different. I just feel like I have a little bit of unfinished business.
John Florence, for his first appearance in the Lexus WSL Finals, will be wearing yellow. John Florence, you are the #1 seed.
And here goes John Florence in the lead in this opening round, heat number 4. Florence screaming down the line, picking a section. Comes to the foam with a slash off the top, stands up on the inside. One more time for the 2-time world champ. Has to hold on the convergence of whitewaters. And John finishes that off. So he's going to add to his scoreline, Kuiper. And Rich Lovett on the call here. Rich, that was pretty impressive hanging on through that finishing section.
Yeah, for sure. There was a little bit of drama at the end of that wave. When you think about it, there wasn't any big, powerful, special moment, but John's mentality there, I think, was just back up that 7. Let's get rid of that 1. Let's put a bit more pressure on these other surfers. He knows he's got the top score with the 7.17 at the moment. He's just backed it up.
As we look at the arithmetic, 11.5 heat total for John Florence. This is the backup wave. This came in at 4.33, Rich.
Oh, look good off the takeoff. Stretches down the line here. And these ones that grow and hit that inside section of the reef, unfortunately, this one was just a little foamy, but John gets a nice slash off the top, keeps the momentum down the line, and more of a critical turn to finish off, and he was able to handle it. So that's a make.
And back to the paddle back out. That 11.5 heat total puts John looking pretty good, and we analyze the numbers that's been taken to get through this round. Last heat was won by Baron Mamiya with 10.2. A 2-wave total. So 11.5, I feel, is a very secure position for John Florence.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, his second score is still eclipses any other top ride from our competitors. Teves and Kanoa, they've only got a 3.5 and a 2.83 respectively. So, John is really starting to take a stranglehold on this heat, and he will keep building.
Well, we talked about, the motivation for John Florence early in this heat, as we know he has already clinched the #1 spot for the Lexus WSL Finals, and it looks like John's looking pretty healthy and pretty motivated at the moment.
He looks super motivated this year, and even I cast my mind back to an interview that I did with Ross Williams just at Margaret River, and he was talking just to how motivated John was and how invested he was. It might not always seem like that, because John tends to sort of shy away from the media. He's not that guy that wants all the attention, but you can see there's that burning desire with him, and we talk about the injuries that this guy's had.
Yeah.
You know, this has been a year where he's been able to put it all together pretty much injury-free.
Yeah, and to that point, Rich, is that John in his career on the championship tour has missed 24 events due to injury. So the two-time world champ, I mean, if he was injury-free, who knows how many world titles he would have had. But this year, looking healthy, looking injury-free, and look at his record this year, just making the finals day in all but Portugal.
Yeah, and, you know, single digits basically all the way through, except for the rip curl event where he got that 17th. But, you know, consistency, and that's the thing that sees him on top of the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, 4 finals and 1 win this year. And another thing pointed to that win in El Salvador, looking curiously like the Wrights at lower trestles to me when I look at Punta Roca, and the performance he put on there is, to me, is just forecasting what we're going to see for John Florence at that WSL Finals at lowers.
Yeah, John is, you know, his performances out at lowers are incredible. You know, you think about that carve that he applies to Margaret River again on the right-handers, but he has an incredible air game as well, which no doubt will come into play during the final series. You know, you can see he's been doing a lot of work with John Pizell on the equipment. The boards look incredible under his feet at the moment. So, you know, I feel like he's already got his quiver pretty much sorted. Yeah. You know, because, man, those finals, they're just around the corner.
Yeah, they're just in fast order right after this event. Yeah, and John, you know, not just the Pizells, has the new fin out with future fins, a fin developed more for average to medium waves. So he's also got some speed fins that he's going to have on those Pizells as we look forward to. Probably has his standard fins in his board here, while Cloudbreak, it's a whole different story here. It's about controlling your speed at this reef pass.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, when you talk about surfboards and that fin combination, I dare say a lot of the competitors perhaps going for a full fiberglass fin out here just to harness that power a little bit better. So we see a lot of sets moving down the line, but perhaps pushing just a little wide. Here we go. Kanoa maybe having a look.
All right, uses priority on this one and drops down to the bottom as it steepens up. Snap off the top. Remember, Igarashi needs a giant number, 8.67. John right behind him in a barrel of multiple sections. John Florence comes through once again, clears the whitewater onto more open face and more opportunity for John having a heyday here in the opening round at Cloudbreak. John Florence likely going to better his scoreline with that effort.
Okay, so what I want to highlight here is that Kanoa Igarashi sat out there with priority for all that time. He took that first wave of the set that kind of mushed down, and we highlighted that earlier. Came from deep right around the back of the point, but sort of didn't really offer anything up substantial on the face. John gets the second wave of the set. The thing bowls out, he gets the barrel. That would have been heartbreaking for Kanoa when he was paddling out to see John, because that was Kanoa's wave.
Yeah.
See the replay here. So Kanoa gets this little section here, beautiful turn, but that's it. And then the wave flattens out. He turned around and he watched John pull into this ride here. Nice big open barrel, sectiony, but John navigates through that one with ease and comes round, gets a big carving turn on the backhand again. So just management at this point in the wave. He just wants to finish it. And this is going to put John way out in front.
Another view from the water here, and you can see how he's able to change his line on the backhand there. And just great surfing. I mean, we're halfway through this opening round, and it looks like from what I've seen is John Florence is currently the guy to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. He's looking just really in sync with the ocean here. Great vision here, pulled back. You can see John just exiting at the perfect moment. If he had tried to get greedy and stay in that barrel for a half a second longer, he wouldn't have made it. So timing is on point.
3 minutes, John Florence on the paddle back out here, and we're still anticipating a score, and we're anticipating John's score line and heat total to grow once that number drops by our 5 judges out in the tower.
Just look at the intent on the way he's paddling back out as well, Kipes. Like, there's no other substantial scores in this heat besides John Florence's scoreline, but he is still just powering through this. He's really hasn't taken any pressure off that gas pedal. He's in.
And just incredible wave selection as well. When you look at the waves in the context of this heat, the waves that John was on were the larger waves. They're the waves that barreled and sucked up. They were challenging barrels that he had to really slow down, speed up, change his line in. But John, you know, both great surfing and great wave selection.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, Kanoa and Teves will perhaps be thinking, you know, what went wrong here? What happened? Was I out of sync? Did I make bad wave choices? For Kanoa, I think, you know, if he had got that wave that John got, you know, he could potentially be right in this heat with him.
Yeah.
So that was potentially the heat, the mistake that's going to cost him this heat.
But much like Barron Mamiya in the previous heat, John Florence, his headspace going into this heat, pressure-free, knowing he's already accomplished what he needed to accomplish in the regular season on the championship tour. He's the #1 seed. He knows that. He knew that as soon as he touched down here in Fiji that he was going to be the #1 seed. So, you know, it shows you also the mental act that when you're freed up, sometimes things go your way.
Yeah, it's when the magic seems to happen. When you can compete and alleviate that pressure valve. Here we go.
Tevita. And Viets finds a barrel. Nice little section there for Tevita Gukilau. Our Fijian local here. So that's going to be his second wave in his scoreline. He's comboed out of the lead, however, because the score for John Florence just dropped on that last wave. Best of the heat, best of the day is 7.4.
Yeah, so a really healthy scoreline there for John. Setting the benchmark. And really, he was on the 2 best waves that came through in that heat. Surfed them incredibly well. Definitely not straightforward when you think about these waves, but here's a good wave for Vici out. Just gets a little tube time, gets some nice vision. A smaller wave, but hitting the reef nicely. Slash to finish off, and then he hits the eject button. So that'll feel good for him, just to get that ride, get a nice tube ride. Here we go, Kanoa.
And Kanoa, with a nice performance on this wave, is going to find a little pocket there before jumping off, but Kanoa also in a 2-wave combination. So it will be Tevita and Kanoa. We're going to see them in the elimination round later on today. John Florence comes out swinging in the opening round, takes a big, easy win, and John Florence on to the round of 16.
Yeah, and a real message to the rest of the field. John Florence pretty easily getting through that one. Some great surfing. He looks on, and he will be dangerous in this event.
Moving on into the next heat, Ethan Ewing, Cole Hauschman, Seth Moniz, all out in the water when we return to Fiji.
In the water now is E5, here at the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. From Australia in red, Ethan Ewing. In blue from the United States, Cole Hauschman. And from Hawaii, in white, Seth Moniz.
I feel like when you come to Fiji or you think about Fiji, you like think of Cloudbreak. You don't realize there's lefts, rights, anything from a knee-high wave to double overhead waves, and pretty much anyone can come here and like find something to surf.
If you had some friends coming out here, what would you be telling them to do?
You just get in the water. You can surf, snorkel, dive. It's kind of like water world. Then after that, go explore. That's like a dream destination. It's been fun.
Cole Hausman's living the dream. Now he gets to surf Cloudbreak, incredibly uncrowded. Ethan Ewing, Seth Muniz joining Cole, the big man. In a 30-minute matchup, scored on their top two. Winner goes to the round of 16. If you're just joining us, John Florence has just sealed the deal with the #1 yellow jersey, heading to the Lexus WSL Finals. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Mendez. It's going to be the first taste for John at lowers in this format. And now he gets to wait to see who he's going to take on in the title match, best-of-3 series.
And well-deserved for John, I think, because he deserves to be in #1 right now. He's been the most consistent overall. We had a glimpse of a bunch of surfers having, historic moments throughout the year, but overall, he's just been flawless, so good for him.
Let's get things started. Driving down the line is Seth Muniz. Trying to set up this pit that's moving quickly and trying to force it through a really thick lip in a shallow section. Seth popping up there, but showing how fearless he is. Incredibly brave, hard-charging athlete representing Oahu. Ethan looks and holds back there. So we've seen some dominance from the big seeds. Griff Colapinto, though, reseeded into round 2. Hausman got a wave and already chatting there with Luke Egan, his coach and caddy, as we take a look at his opener flick.
Yeah, so let's see what he got done here. A little kick stall into the tube. And behind him is Seth. So Seth here just trying to muscle his way through this thing. I like the intention, but that just ate him alive. That lip basically just imploded on his head. Let's have another look here. What happened with Cole? So then a little kick stall on the inside. Comes out of that tube. Nice wrapping turn there. Places that last one really nicely and follows with a little lip line to float. So looked like he did a little board change after that. So some little problem with the equipment.
Yeah, I wonder if it was something, maybe a buckle on that lip line closing out, or just, I guess, felt like that board wasn't stable enough or something needed to change. But I guess we'll somehow figure it out as the heat goes on. But started off, it looked good.
Luke Egan, the coach for Cole Hausman this rookie season, and very successful. They've got a bell. That's one of the toughest events to win on the calendar. So prestigious. His coach Louis would have competed in that. But pretty cool when your coach is on the banner for this event. Luke Egan winning at Cloudbreak in the year 2000. A lot of great experience there, and just focusing on the caddies. Water caddies are positioned by the buoy. One caddy per surfer. And caddies have to stay at the buoy zone to meet a surfer for a board exchange. So you've got to make sure if you hand off a board, you pick up the backup for the backup as well. Scores in for Cole's start. Getting a 4-ranger there. 4.0 to be exact, and a 1.17 from Seth Muniz. A lot of build-up for the debut of Cole Hausman. Big rookie class. A lot of his really good friends a part of it. And now it's coming down to Cole and Crosby in the Rookie of the Year race, Jesse.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Both surfers, super powerful, kind of big kids for their age. So they're going to match this wave very well. Obviously, Cole, in my opinion, have a little bit of an advantage being on his forehand. Mostly in conditions like today where it's kind of shifty. It's a little bit wonky still. We do have, you can see it on the screen right there, those side waves going through the lineup because the tide's very high. So he'll be able to read the wave better, but Ethan up and riding.
Big blasting connection for the backhander from Stratty. Drills it again. Ewing and backhand float. And I love a float where you actually extend the float throughout that rooftop feeling. And Ethan does that so well. One of those guys that can make a backhand wave that's been given a lot of surfers difficulty. Can kind of show off that there are big advantages out there if you can tag it right and be really smooth in transition.
Yeah, I feel that he surfed that wave up. You know, it just the placement of those turns was perfection. Threw a lot of spray. It was really critical, and a really nice opening wave for Ethan. Probably going to feel good for him because right now, I mean, this is a heat to watch, right? Like it's all or nothing right now for Ethan. He's sitting in that 5th place right now in the rankings. He's got something to lose, right? So he's surfing for his life right now, surfing for a place in this final 5. And I mean, big implications if he loses right now. The pressure just, you know, elevates to that next level, knowing that he'll be in that elimination round with his basically world title dreams and on the line.
And he's looking good so far as you see it. Like, just looks so clean. Look at this bottom turn. Beautiful approach, getting very vertical. Buckets out the back. And what I just loved about this wave, how he was able to identify kind of a slower wave, like more inside the ledge right there. Second bottom turn. So he was able to connect and link the 3 turns back to back, and the judges love that. And he's going to finish kind of late, like Joe, you mentioned. He's going to start very compressed here, and then I guess we'll get back to that after, but waves on the line. Let's watch that.
Priority with Cole Hausman. The big goofy foot from San Clemente. Already picking up a big victory. That win in the final was over one of his best friends on tour, Griffin Colapinto, current world number 2. Ethan starting to move down the line a bit. Always solid with his positioning. He'll let that go through. And I don't think anyone compares to the efficiency of wave selection when it comes to Ethan Ewing. Oftentimes he wins heats with 2 waves.
I feel like in the beginning of his career, that sort of almost, he shot himself in the foot a little bit by being very, very, very selective. I feel like he's not as selective as what he was in the early years on tour, but you're totally right. Like, I even think back to heats he's had, I don't know why, but Margaret River stands out to me, and he just has the ability to really identify the good waves out there. And he, yeah, like you said, Joe, 2 waves, that's all we need.
Well, this man better be getting used to yellow because he's been wearing it for a long time. John Florence is with AJ.
Yeah, John, just debriefing a heat win here at Cloudbreak. You came into this event with not a lot of pressure on you, but certainly surfed like you were having some fun.
Yeah, it's definitely fun. We haven't had waves last week, so it's nice to have waves, but it is tricky out there right now. It's the high tide and there's a lot of water moving. And yeah, I kind of went out there thinking I was going to do turns, and then I ended up getting barreled. So yeah, I guess it was good I adapted.
Always a nice change of pace when you get a barrel unexpectedly. One of the things now, congrats. That yellow jersey going to stay on, cutting into the final 5, taking in the #1 seed. What does that mean to you going to Trestles?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel super good about that. And like the plan from the beginning of the year is try to be at lowers than the #1 seed. And so to have it this early on and just be able to enjoy this event now and kind of start thinking about lowers is pretty cool.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Busy year for John Florence representing USA in the Olympic Games. Had a crazy heat with Jack Robinson in the early rounds and had a little time to digest that. Got to regroup with his family. His younger brother, Nathan Florence, was Waterman of the Year over in Huntington Beach. They had a big celebration with the entire Florence family. And then right back into action in Paradise here. Looking comfortable, relaxed. And he'll be enjoying that #1 seed all the way through to the finals. A freed up John is a dangerous John when he doesn't have to worry about points, injuries. All he has to do is surf Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I think that's when he's going to become most deadly, you know. Like, he's not surfing to fight for his life, you know. He can just be free and loose. And you know what? Another interesting thing is, hey, like, obviously he's John, he's one of the best barrel riders in the world, but do you now start factoring in, like, how hard do I really push it now? Like, factoring, do I want to maybe push it to where I get an injury? Knowing that there's this world title just around the corner potentially, like, it's just an interesting mindset to be in. Like, how hard do you go?
Such a good point, Flick. As we focus on the final 5 scenarios, these surfers trying to control their own destiny. We just saw John officially clinch the #1 seed. Griffin, though, was sent to round 2, the elimination round later on today. So still needs to get a heat win to officially show up at his home break again. For Robinson and Ferreira, they're looking to go to the semifinals to do it their own way. Ewing's in the water right now, and a win but make sure that he's back at lowers, where he finished runner-up in the world last season. Things will change as we continue through the elimination rounds, and if people start losing out of the draw just under the cut, the task might not be so large for Ewing, but we'll keep you posted. 6.17, had one of the best comebacks to form that we've seen from last year, fracturing his L3 and L4 vertebrae in a free surf session in the lead up to the event in Tahiti. Had to miss that, then went to work. People were wondering what was going on. Ethan, you know, he's pretty quiet, doesn't say much, didn't release anything on social media. Let the media and ourselves run wild with what's going to happen. Is it going to be an empty spot? We got carried away. Ethan knew what he was going to do. Started preparing. Got himself beyond 100% and showcased one of the best forms of power rail surfing we've seen at lowers, and came very close to a world title.
And just let's mention that it was a back injury. Like, you're not talking just about like a 1 degree ankle that you can kind of regroup pretty quick and go like push through the pain. I really don't know how he recovered that fast, because he probably had about a month in between Tahiti and the finals last year. And I counted him out already. I thought he was going to be out, and then somehow he showed up and he actually looked as loose as he always does. So it was very impressive for him.
Just had a moment, just looking at you two. Remember back in Hawaii, it was the big announcement was made that Felipe was going to take the rest of the year off, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, now who's the favorite? Both of you couldn't get it off Ethan Ewing.
No.
And look where we are today. And he's in a great position. However, it almost feels like he wasn't winning maybe as easily as the year before. Flick, what do you think on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'd obviously have to agree with that statement. I think I still believe, like, he's sitting in a precarious position right now, though. He's obviously had put together a great year. He's in that 5th spot, but it's nervous times, and you look at the people that are coming from behind him. I mean, we mentioned it in the morning show, but Jesse, you mentioned it, Iago. I mean, big threat, you know, obviously Gabriel Medina too, but there's a lot of things that need to happen. He basically needs to win it in a second, then lots of variables need to play out a certain way. But I mean, this guy right here, I mean, he is the biggest threat, right, Jesse?
Yeah, like, for sure. If I have to, like, you know, break it down, the situation right now, Ethan, Iago, and Jordy are basically tied. Whoever stays in front of this event is going to take, is going to clinch their spot to the top 5. And in my opinion, no one fits this wave better than Iago, you know? It's just his surfing and how creative he is, how he's good in the barrel, and yeah, it's going to be an interesting one.
You even think, like, his ability to just clear big sections with those big airs as well. Like, it's not just limited to the barrel, and I feel like he's really come into his own in the last couple of years. Like, obviously we know he's been a great surfer, but just putting together heats strategically, obviously, you know, what we saw in El Salvador this year, I mean, that was something out of a surf movie. It was absolutely incredible, the creativity. Like, what he brought to surfing this year has been incredible. And I think he's the biggest threat right now. I mean, but you know what? If Ethan gets the job done here, I think he will be deadly, just as deadly as what he was last year. I feel like, you know, he's got something to prove. He doesn't have anything to prove, but, you know, last year was amazing, and I feel that the opportunity is there now, that as well as now that Felipe isn't in that draw.
14:30 on the clock. Ewing's opener, a 6.17. Sitting out the back under the priority of Seth and Cole Hausman. Seth out of contention for a world title this year. Cole's a long shot as we see him roll in now. Nice hack there, hollows out, pulls up and under, travels for a bit. Nice recovery from the hack, but ends up getting shut down. And that'll go with his 4-point ride. Could be just enough to take the lead off Ewing. Hausman loves supporting his good friends, was down at the US Open, hung out throughout the entire event. See how it's going to play out. Numbers in, it's a jump for the lead for Hausch, and Ethan and Seth second and third. That's what you love about this format. Last event of the regular season, it's Cloudbreak. And like you guys are breaking down, it's an absolute battle to work out the final 5. What happened here for Cole, Jesse?
I guess just poor wave selection. He kind of had to swing, have it a go, but he did as much as he could on that wave. The wave just kind of clamped and closed out way in front of him, so he was just sitting too deep on the point for that specifically wave. Didn't have much retention. He did as much as he could. Now, reset, get back out there, try to make a better improvement on the second one.
Can only win Rookie of the Year once. Hausman 12th on the rankings, Crosby 9th. As it's just down to those two representing San Clemente, California. Ethan Ewing, you could say too, also had a very busy season this year representing Australia in the Olympics, and boy did he send it out there when Tehupo was absolutely flexing in that heat with Connor O'Leary at the end of round 3. He's going upside down, scorpioning, just like flipping backwards and not holding back at all. So that's one thing. You focus on a world title. You have another giant event to prepare for in the middle of the world title race. Hausman still out front. Ethan second. Seth Moniz holding down priority and waiting for a solid one to come through here at Cloudbreak. How about this view? Is that fake or real life? We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
Here, hear the yell, back to school, ring the bell, brand new shoes, walking blues, climb the fence, books and pens, I can tell that we are gonna be friends. I can tell that we are gonna be friends. Yes, I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Welcome back to the opening round of competition. Last stop of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We've had some fun heats already, kicking off this morning with well overhead conditions, a little bit bouncy on the high tide, and it should be getting better and better throughout the day. Hausman, the rookie, still out front, the big seed. Ethan Ewing, world number 5, hoping for a big result to compete for a world title this September. Seth Moniz enjoyed another great year on the championship tour, found himself, especially with calling up a great coach in Doug Silva. Ewing laying it down again. Great first power turn and a racetrack section to pull in. That thing is just rifling down the line. That's what makes this wave so hypnotizing. They take off, they get a turn in, and then it just goes faster, gets more critical, gets more shallow. Great single maneuver, though, for Ethan to provide some backup to the 6.17.
Yeah, let's have a look here. This looks like Seth. And let's see what he gets done. So big open face here. Goes to that carve. gets right back to the source, and you can just see this wave just starting to get a bit steeper. One big belt there. Does he ride out? Does, so. And then behind him is Ethan and Jesse.
Yeah, that was the first nice turn there for Ethan. I love this bottom turn kind of projecting down the line, but that wave just going way far ahead of him. You can't even see him. Didn't even like a glimpse of chance for him to making that. And we see Cole up and riding.
Cole, wide open face, throws down the front side hook, jams it right off the lip. Good pace for the big man, throws down another front side carve, wraps it, and just enjoyed the tempo on a wave that's matching his power as well. A backhand snap from Ewing. A lot of foam on the face, still keeps his rails clean. Gets one more off towards the end section. Backhand float over a real shallow part of the wave. Ewing steps off. Ethan's wave before the 3.33. Trying to improve on that for his total out front. Hausman's trying to get his lead back, and Hauschi had the biggest wall to work with.
Yeah, you know what? Like a wave like Cloudbreak, you need to meet it with the same sort of intensity that it comes at you with, and that's exactly what Cole did, right? Like that was a big set wave. It had that really big open face. This is just Seth just having to give way here, and then Cole taking off. So big wall here, does so well. That's a really tricky section to cut through. You could see those rivets at the top of the wave, and that turn there, that's the money, right? That's where all the points are coming from. Beautiful rail work there. Finishes off with another carve, but for me, it was all about that first and second turn. I mean, that's not an easy section to carve through. There was a lot of rivets at the top, and then to back it up with that variety, just that layback jam in the pocket, so well done.
Yeah, he's looking solid. He's in my opinion, he's looking to get probably the best wave of the best score of the heat so far. This is a critical turn for Ethan, but that wave was like second and third wave of the set, so you see a lot of whitewash through the wave, which it makes it's whitewash is basically water with air combined, so it makes it very tricky to engage. It doesn't look as pretty in the eyes of the judges, so usually keeps the score on the low side, and that was a smaller wave as well. So yeah, I don't see that coming too good for Ethan, and I see Cole actually doing damage on that wave.
This is the 50th Championship Tour event for Ethan Ewing, putting up some great results in his time on tour. Seth from the same generation. They recently made a great movie together, traveling around the world. It's been premiering at a lot of the stops on tour. And Cole Hausman, just in his 10th Championship Tour event, the rookie, showing how comfortable he is against the established guard. 7.67, just got the lead back, and one of the better numbers we've seen today. Priority with Seth Moniz. That one's gonna go underneath him, passing the 5-minute mark. Cole making another big statement today.
Yeah, that was really big. I think the most important thing there was he just met that wave with the same intensity that Cloudbreak was bringing. I mean, he powered his wave through that first section. There were rivets in it, and there were no baubles from him. It was just a sign of total control, and being able to move through that first turn straight up into the pocket for the second one. I mean, judges loved that, and I mean, yeah, great score for Cole, and he's just now needs to back up that 4, just replace that, and yeah, get back up into that lead.
Ethan Ewing's last, improving his 3 of 5.87 now. So Ethan and Cole improving. Seth Moniz, his best of 4.5 as he holds priority. Seth was on the flight over the night before opening day with Baron Mamiya, Tatiana Weston-Webb, and some of the crew coming from Hawaii. But Seth said won't have Doug Silva here for this event, but he was so happy of everything they accomplished throughout this season, finding his rhythm once again. Great time to break down a layback for Cole Hausman, Jesse.
Yeah, let's have a look at that. As you see right here, he's bottom turning. He starts to bottom turn, and you can stop right here. He gets very compressed. He starts to look all the way up into the lip right here that he's going to hit in a little bit. As we go forward, he identified already that most critical section of the wave, and he's going to push as hard as he can. If you keep going a little bit more, and then you can stop right here. Look how much engaged all his inside rail is. Beautiful arm position right there, facing it up. Bringing a little bit extra sauce for the judges right there. And as he is finishing that turn up, he's going to get that airdrop. That just shows how much committed and how technical that was and how critical that was. So that's the point of difference. I see it on the wave in comparison to Ethan Ewing, and that's why he got a 7.67.
Drilled it. Everyone in the world wants to know what that feels like. Cole Hausman laying it down, and Jesse Mendez on the breakdown. For a guy of Cole's size, this has to feel so good to be surfing a left like this. First of all, for a left for Goofy, but also well overhead and the power of Cloudbreak. Now he has to find a way to get another score because Ethan has the lead. It's all about top two to move on. But what a great addition to the championship tour. Kind of was, I guess, a late bloomer, if you could call it that way, for so much talent in San Clemente when he was younger. There was a lot of other names winning. He just was so dedicated, just kept getting better, bigger, stronger, and then just smoked everybody on the Challenger Series last year. Back-to-back victories to make his rookie debut.
And that's okay, right? Like, you can't compare athletes to others, but everyone has their timing. Like, I remember Kolohe once said, it was like, hey, like, I'm not Gabriel Medina. I'm not John Florence. I got to the tour and I'm already adapted to every wave possible. Like, it's taking me time. And that's fine. Like, everyone has their time, and doesn't mean you're not going to have an amazing career, which Kolohe did, you know?
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, right? Because there's something that I think about, and I stew on, not stew on, but I think about it a lot, right? Like, it's just, we get obsessed with the cult of youth in surfing, and I feel we do, right? It's serious. And I feel that, you know, you look at people that have been slogging away on the qualifying series, on the Challenger Series, and then you look at people like Ramsey is a perfect example, right? Took over 10 years to qualify, gets on the tour, and then now is really coming into his own. And I mean, we've known for a long time just the kind of surfer he is, but then you put him in a wave, you know, in Tahiti, Tehopo in May, and you know, absolutely blows us out of the park. And I feel like he's only just coming into his own now. And I feel like that just speaks to what you're saying, Jesse, that everyone has their day. Like, it really, you know, you can't compare yourself to others.
Yep.
Cole Hausman with 30 seconds looking for the lead. Snap, fin throw, controls it. Needs a 4.37 on this wave. Trying to force it on a small section. Still has some speed. Looking great on his surfboard from Matt Biolis, and shuts it down. So Cole, incredibly smart with the time on the clock. Trying to get himself in a position to go straight to the round of 16. We're going to count this one out. It's going to be coming down to Cole's wave. Seth and Ethan couldn't find an answer. And world number 5 will wait to see if he did enough to get the win. Numbers in quickly. Not enough for Cole Hausman. Ethan Ewing is able to hang on to the victory. World number 5 skips into the round of 16. Coming up next, Yago Dora taking on Jake Marshall and Liam O'Brien. We'll be right back.
Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. In the water representing Brazil, Yago Dora. In blue, the United States, Jake Marshall. From Australia in white, Liam O'Brien.
Toodaloo, guys.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Asia Pacific. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Mophie, stay powerful. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Tabarua Island Resort, celebrating 40 years of surfing in Fiji. Just past 10 a.m. local time here in Fiji. We've got another big heat that's just getting started. Iago Dora, world number 6, taking on Jake Marshall, who's just drifted out of the top 10. And Australia's Liam O'Brien, hard-charging regular foot. That's been having a blast the last few days and basically all year long. Lobby, an absolute charger. Already caught a wave during the break, Jesse.
Yeah, it looks like a smaller wave in size, but kind of cleaner face right there in the beginning. As we see, they're getting a little bit steeper. He does a nice floater down the line. Not a turn, kind of lost his front foot right there because of all the wobble and the ribs on that wave, but well served for him, just solid. It's going to be on the smaller side, of course, smaller wave, nothing really critical, but good surfing from Lear to start it off.
Iago getting involved during the break, Flick.
Yeah, so Iago here, so critical on that first turn. You could really see he was lining it up to try and be as critical as possible, but wow, I mean, trapdoor just opened up and he went down.
What a big wipeout for Dora. These guys take so many beatings to get big scores. To surf critical, I think it's the one thing that comes with it, is if you don't land a big turn going vertical on an 8-footer, you're feeling those consequences, and you've got to pick yourself back up and try again. I think that's what separates the best in the world from an everyday surfer, where a wipeout in a heat like this, you might be like, okay, I'm going to take a couple weeks off. And Iago's a guy for what he does in the air, big barrels. He can just shake it off better than anybody.
And I like that you mentioned that, like in comparison to a daily basis surfer, the camera does its justice as well. Like this is much bigger than it looks. It's much heavier than it looks. For those who obviously traveled before and surfed those type of waves, when they surf, they really get to realize like those turns that those guys are doing in those sections specific are very powerful, and it's very scary to do. So hats off to all those surfers that put themselves in the line every turn, every possible moment they have.
And it's coming down to this, now or never for the final 5. And Iago Dora coming into the last stop of the regular season, 1 spot out at number 6 in the world. Knows he's got a great chance to potentially compete for his first world title this September. Checking this one out is Liam O'Brien. Always stylish, thought about pulling in, has to adjust. Now starting to speed down the line and running away from him. And out priority with Jake Marshall. A long 0.6 for Lobby. But you can kind of see what he was thinking there. You can also see why there might be a clear advantage to the goofy footers. We're just keeping up to the speed of the sections that just take off in front of you, and maybe at this size as well for the barrel, changing shape quite a bit. You can see how it'd be a little bit easier to hunt and drive when you're on your front side.
Definitely, we've touched on it this morning, and I think just the ability to face the wave and just have more visibility, right? It's a given, and just the read and the perception on what's going to happen down the line, I think is so much easier to read being a goofy this morning. But then in saying that too, there's advantages to being a natural footer, you know. There's advantages to being able to pivot really tight off the bottom and get critical in that pocket. I mean, that's a more difficult thing to do on your forehand. You know, when you're trying to compress, you're trying to get really low and really square up. Like, I feel like that can be a little bit more difficult when you're on your forehand as opposed to the backhand. So they all have their positives and negatives, but pros and cons, so I should say. But I think today the goof is probably a bit of a positive.
The scenarios are getting exciting here for Yago Dora, number 6 in the world, will clinch a spot the Lexus WSL Finals with a win here at Cloudbreak. You can see all the names that are mathematically still in the hunt. Long shots from Ryan Callanan. Anyone behind Ryan Callanan on the rankings are out of contention. We've seen Florence move on with a victory. Colapinto is in the elimination round to take on Viets. Tavita Gukalau, the local wild card. As Griffin, it will be staying calm, preparing for another big heat later on this afternoon. Wants to control his own destiny. Just get one more win to compete back on his home court this September. And boy, did he come close last year. Morning, Griff.
Italo is having a good time. Look at him right on the corner of the screen right there, laying it down.
Lounging.
Got his job done.
Yeah, now you
Free
can relax.
for the day.
Got to be careful, though, because when you're at that bar, you can order an Oreo shake. Don't get carried away.
Want.
Jake Marshall just getting this wave, Flick.
Yeah, so Jake right now, this wave has a beautiful bowl to it, and wow, that turn was explosive. Comes around that section, this wave starts to taper off a little bit, but I'm so impressed by that first turn. Let's see if he can get a finish here, and he does. So, I mean, that was critical. That was big, it was meaty, and then behind him, Liam.
Looked like that wave like started to dry it out a little bit. Oh, he's almost coming out now. So that's what it does. Sometimes you get those waves very deep, and as you see right here, beautiful setup for him. Almost get lipped, but then regroups. The barrel gets kind of tight and high. Well, he manages to drive through that quite along, but then that shish kebab section, as you're going to see right here, it's just going to go way ahead of him. So there's a borderliner how deep and how close to the reef you can be on a wave, and that was a good example of it. Like, it started very nicely, but as he got to the more straight part of the bank, it just ran out from him. New haircut, new style.
Gosh, he looks
fresh.
cool. Yeah, he looks really fresh. Had some nice time off. You know, for the surfers that weren't in the Olympics, they had some time to go on some trips, you know, recover if they've got some injuries. Everyone seems to have something going on with injuries at this level. Oftentimes they don't tell you about it. But it was a really nice break for a lot of these athletes to really focus in on the last event of the regular season. World number 5 with a win in the last heat. Ethan Ewing is with AJ.
Yeah, that's right. We're here with Ethan Ewing, and we were just talking about the last time you surfed a heat here at Cloudbreak was your rookie year, and now you're one of the veterans on tour, showing up in that first heat with the win. How'd you do it?
Yeah, it feels good to be back here with the CT. It's been too long, and yeah, I was like, it was a pretty scrappy heat, to be honest. We had like a lot of current coming down the point, so we couldn't really get to the good spot. But yeah, it worked out in the end for me, so I'm happy.
Speaking of scrappy, we're getting to the end of the season. You've got that 5th spot locked in right now as we head into the final 5. But how do you manage the pressure of holding on to it through this last event?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to put on good performances and just trying to enjoy it. It's been a lot of ups and downs, and yeah, just trying to enjoy this place. These Fijians here are like the nicest people in the world, and they've been looking after us. So been having a good time, and yeah, just take it heat by heat.
Heat by heat, 1 down. Congratulations.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Thanks, Ethan Ewing. Happy to be back. He's a completely different type of competitor than he was that rookie season when he was here at Cloudbreak back in 2017. Believe it or not, Ethan fell off tour after that rookie debut. Was ripping, had 9s, 8s, but then learned the whole story of putting a heat together. And he's been a world title threat ever since. Last year's world runner-up. Moving on as we're tracking down the line, and now the arm bar from Yago Dora does enough to disappear. Nice big hollow section. And now Jake Marshall on the windup. And just a short ride there as he's out. Marshall's wave before, a 5.83 got him out front. And we'll see how the judges react to Yago. Yago just had the big fall out of the sky and had to find a way to slow down.
Yeah, I mean, he did a good, you could just, how much speed he had, right? It's just so evident of the power of this wave. And like you were saying, Jesse, it's so hard to really realize just how much power there is. I think this webcast does a good job at sort of masking that a bit, but just look at how fast he's going. He had to drag both hands in the water there to slow down. You can see he's looking for a finish, but just wasn't really offering it for him. So there's the double arm drag just to maximize that barrel time. But yeah, I mean, tricky wave, that one. So much energy, so much power. And you know what was interesting too? Like, just that little pickup from Ethan in that post heat saying there's so much water pushing down the reef at the moment was really hard to position. So, I mean, I feel like you can see it in that wave, just the energy moving across.
Totally, yeah. The way he was able to generate speed just off that like takeoff, like, was impressive. Like you said, just backing that down is just like so much water moving down the line that it's just helping those surfers get there. But on the other hand, it's the more speed, the harder it is for you to control your board. So it gets it tricky for you to actually execute turns. And we see probably the biggest set of the day so far. Look at that thing breaking way out the back on our screen, on the left of our screen.
Tons of white water moving. Like a big thundercloud in the distance. Ready to jack up on the reef. Priority is with Liam O'Brien. Ethan did just mention how tough it was with the current to stay in position. And these are the best paddlers in the world. Lobby loves a big open face and looks like he's gonna go high line. He has all the speed in the world already, just pacing his way down the line. Setting up off the bottom, Liam O'Brien drills it off the lip. Nice draw on the open face. And just carving away on that big shoulder. What a massive connection for Liam O'Brien, showing so much patience, incredible skill and commitment to lay down one of the best turns we've seen this morning.
I gotta agree with you. I actually gotta say that this is probably my favorite turn of the morning as far as how much speed he carried through that whole wave. And as soon as the section came towards him, he was just smart enough to wipe off just a touch, a bit of speed to match the power of the wave and just get vertical. It was impressive. That wave has so much wall. It's so easy for you to get lost. And he did it so well right there. As you see how calm he is right here. Wipes off the speed right there and then just goes straight up vertical. Massive turn, air drops. And then a nice, just slow carve because the wave was a little bit flatter, but that first turn was money.
It's just the best feeling when you take off as a surfer with that big, big ocean canvas in front of you. You're just driving down the line. You've got all this speed. I feel like the takeoff sometimes is even better feeling than the turn, but this thing, I mean, vertical on a big, big section. We're talking like, that's 8 foot, 10 foot right there, solid. Airdrops there. I mean, the board fully disconnected. Fins disengaged, they re-engage. That is so difficult to do. The degree of difficulty is massive. So, I mean, not much more after that, but just for that single maneuver, great work.
4.67 really on one major from Liam O'Brien. The wave did get really full, so the carves didn't really help him out too much, but on one single maneuver, 4.67 enough for the lead.
Yeah, I mean, if you look back at it, that turn itself had to be about a 4-point ride, and then the rest of the wave, the second carve will be the rest, 0.67. So if he was only able to get another section, he would probably be looking at an excellent score.
Just seeing him being so paced and controlled. He already has a nice natural style where there's not a lot of extra body movement. Almost feel like he's a bit of a throwback sometimes just with his nature. He's a very polite human being, but absolutely charges, likes to let his surfing do the talking, and almost felt like he had the speed like he did a step off or something. That's just the power of Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I honestly, I don't think you can beat that feeling. You take off and there's this big stretched out wall, but you know that you're going to make it. You know, it's not one of those ones where you're taking off like for dear life. It's just this beautiful canvas, crystal clear water. I mean, out there the other day I went for a surf. It's just the clearest water you can possibly see. You can see all the coral heads. Like, it's stunning. So taking off on a wave like that, honestly, for me, the takeoff, there's no better feeling. It's so good.
So good. And just like Ethan said, the people, the nicest people on the planet, they're so welcoming. They love sharing their island with you, their islands. There's over 300 in the Fijian archipelago, and over 100 are inhabited. And it's fun hanging out with the locals. They just share a big smile with you as soon as you wake up. They support all the surfers in the event. They get really invested in it, and they follow along with the entire tour. They've got places on the mainland where there's big screens and having little live screening gatherings for the locals to watch the championship tour go down. Liam O'Brien out in front of this one. Jake Marshall holding down second with priority. Has the best waves so far. And a lot on the line for world number 6, Iago Dora, to try to make it into the final 5. He just saw Ethan make it through. Who's one spot ahead of him, so he knows he needs to answer here. Iago finding some space in this lineup under the priority of Marshall, and he's going to go here. This wall's just setting up. Dora now swinging for the top, and an aggressive layback hack. Nice carve through the open face. It's hollowing out, pulls up and under, and he gets clobbered.
Holy, he was on his way well and truly to one of the better scores of that heat. I mean, unfortunately, that wave just got so scoopy so quick, right? That the way the water's drawing off the reef, I think he just kind of underestimated it a little bit. Like, if I'm being hypercritical, I mean, he's one of the best surfers in the world, but, you know, if you really got to break it down, those first 2 turns, though, I mean, great wave selection. This was under priority, managed to find the space. You know, really waits for this first turn, it presents itself. That was beautiful, so well timed, the layback, and then into this as well. It's kind of like he was like, yeah, it just went too high, just that little bit too high, and the wave just, with that little bit too much of a scoop, oh, and maybe a little bit too much pressure on that toe side rail, which then, you know, in turn, he went so high. And that thing I feel like was potentially an opportunity to ride out of. You know.
Now seeing Liam O'Brien hustling to get out in front. Sweeping cut back off the top. The Australian winds up, throws a nice backhand snap, and a lot of speed to burn on the shoulder. So Liam had a 4.67 on really one major on a bomb of a wave. That one a bit smaller, but a lot of speed and a clean combination of turns. More waves on the way in this set. It'll be Jake Marshall from Southern California. Double overhead. Nice patience. Clean backhand snap for Jake. Big wind up, attacking the lip line to stay really critical, but he goes down.
I think this is a good example, Jake's wave, on why the judges really like seeing the surfers attacking the lip, because he got demolished right there. Like, there's so much power right there, and he carrying so much speed that it's so hard for you to keep the control. So once the surfers are able to actually get that critical, they're going to get very rewarded, because it's just so hard to do it. As you see it right here, that's one of the biggest waves we've seen in Reedon so far. Takes his time. A lot of side lump going through, so hard to engage the rail. Still gets very nice and vertical, and right here, as I mentioned, he tries to hit that lip right there and just loses the front foot. Like, as soon as the board touches the lip, it's just kind of, he couldn't match the power to it and lost control. Bummer for him, because he was probably looking to a very good score right there.
Jake Marshall always goes for it. Doesn't mind a big wipeout if he's trying to hammer the lip. Waiting for scores for Jake. And also Liam O'Brien, as world number 6, Iago Dora, is hoping for a heat win. We'll be right back.
Last year, Marshall, 1.7777. First place, At the moment, with 9 minutes, 5 seconds remaining, third place blue, Jake Marshall, with a 5.83 high and a 3.77 low. Blue, Jake Low, is a 3.77. Second place, Liam O'Brien. You have a 4.67 high. And you need a 4.54 to go to third. Liam, your last wave is a 3.83. Wright, you need a 4.94 to go to third. Yago, you have a 5.63 high. Red, you need a 10.98 to go to third place. First priority red, second priority white, third priority green. Please give a tower a courtesy wave if you understand the situation. Thank you.
My stay at the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay has been incredible. It feels like an escape, but also like a home away from home.
It really is an ocean playground here. You have such easy access to the ocean. You've got world-class surf breaks, you can go jet skiing, paddle boarding, beautiful reefs to snorkel.
This staff is so excited to share the Fijian culture with you. They welcome you at every single turn with a big bula, and it immediately puts you at ease.
Surf all morning, come in, you're a little bit tired, a little bit sore, just go visit the spa, relaxation, seashell massage, top notch.
When you picture a dream vacation, this is what your mind conjures up. This is like as ideal as it gets.
It was a really big day with so many activities, but we ended it the best way possible in a cabana with dinner and the sunset and with good company. It was the best way to end the day.
Flick, you deserve it. You absolutely deserve it. That is magical. You've been here a lot longer than all of us, and now we got to look at what you guys experienced yourself and AJ. Paradise.
Oh, look, I mean, somebody had to do it. It was a hard job, but yeah, look, I'll take it. Massage, champagne, cocktails, surfing, sign me up. I'm still in vacay mode.
Exactly, as we're watching a rad barrel from Yago Dora. Some great travel time, and has a fun section to show off his air game. That one gets stopped short with the two sections colliding, but he went the distance on that little funnel, looking for a 3.98 at the moment. Marshall did get his lead back, even with the fall, had a 3.77 for that major before. Liam holding down second with priority, so a very important wave for world number 6. Yago Dora, Jesse.
Yeah, it's going to be an important score for him. Obviously, we just saw the little end bit of that wave, but looks like a cleaner wave, just down the point a little bit. Nice, beautiful down the line carve. Cleaning up that bottom turn into the barrel that he got caught the wave before. That was beautiful surfing from him. Yeah, he's definitely going to get that 3.98 right there. Like, just critical, clean, beautiful approach from him. And, yeah, good surfing.
The hustle into transition to the barrel was brilliant.
Yeah, I think what I enjoyed the most about this wave was the transition, the foresight from that first turn to not carve so far back and to cut that short, because he could see, you know, okay, this thing's going to barrel. Let's cut that first turn short. I can see this barrel. Just that foresight was really impressive and good read on the wave.
We spoke about Italo Ferreira and his run to find form again, and now 2 big wins this season, but he was up against the ropes for the cut at Margaret River. But I think Yago was even under more pressure when it came to stop 5, even when he got knocked out with a 33rd in West Oz, and he just had to sit and wait for his destiny. He got the last spot to qualify in number 22 mark. Look where he is now at number 6. What a turnaround for Yago.
You know, there's something to be said about, you know, maybe not finding that momentum at the beginning of the year, and sometimes it takes a little bit to click into gear. But you know what, I think and that's the scary thing about the cut, is it forces good performance right from the get-go. And you can't really have that opportunity to be like, I'm just going to cruise into this year and I'm going to find my feet, because that doesn't exist. You need to perform, and I think, I mean, it's crazy to think now, I mean, how much Yago's really turned that around, and I guess you know, you think back to the performances that he's had post-cut. I mean, it's been pretty incredible. I even think back to, you know, Teahupo and some of the barrels he was getting there. I mean, my God, that one day we had.
I think those are some of the biggest waves Iago's had out there.
We'll be telling John Dories about that day for a long time.
Definitely.
He said, he actually mentioned, because I was staying with him, obviously, like close to him, and we surfed the next stage together, and it was still pretty solid. And I was talking to him about that specific wave that he didn't come out of the barrel, that massive one. And he was like, yeah, that was the biggest wave. It was like a breaking ground performance for me to actually go on that big of a wave in a heat. Like, I was very stoked. And he's just been improving every year and showing how good he is in those waves of consequences.
As we see this one setting up for Iago again, he has taken the lead as he's up and out. 5.63 on his last combination of turns to barrel ride. Now Liam O'Brien on the wind up, throwing some water off the rail, trimming it. Still so much speed, decides to pin drop to get out of there. And just absolutely pulsing behind him. Let's catch up to Dora in the pit. That one's going to shut down on him. And now priority with Jake Marshall. Lobby is dropped to third. Jake second. Dora out in front. 5.63 and a 5.4. He's been here a couple times to Cloudbreak. Long time ago, he actually got to surf as a wild card in this event because of a great performance that he had at Saquarema that started building his reputation on that wave, getting a third place finish. The phone rang. They're saying, Iago, you are going to Fiji. But he wanted to get more acclimated with the spot, and last year when he missed out on a spot in the finals, he had a little strike mission right before with Jack Robinson, Ian Gentile, Joao Chianca, and they got incredibly barreled, and Loic Wirth filmed it all. You could find that on the internet. But it was a cool little preview of what we'd see this season, and Dora just fell right into place. Even with not much experience, he was always going to do well at a place like this.
Yeah, it just suits the surfing so nicely. The way he's able to open up, in my opinion, he's probably the best goofy footer on rail right now that we have on tour. Obviously, you have a few names that are just right there as well, but as far as style and how much he engages the water, and not to mention, he's also an amazing tube rider. So, I mean, what's better than that combination for Cloudbreak?
Iago's coming off back-to-back finals as well. Runner-up in El Salvador, runner-up in Brazil, where he almost went back-to-back for CT wins. Top turn car for Jake Marshall, belting it more powerfully and transitions into a fin throw. More hammers there for Jake, and what a rad display of backhand surfing, showing little bits of variety down the stretch. And Jake now needs a 5.2 to really push Iago here.
Wow, okay, like smaller wave, but, you know, textbook backhand surfing, really beautifully done. I mean, he blew the fins out a couple of times, I think on the first maneuver, the second one. Let's have a look here. So a little bit of a smaller wave, but, you know, smart surfing. He knows he needs a wave. You've got to pull the trigger. Starts off there with that carve. That's the maneuver I'm talking about. So much spray, so much pizzazz, and that third one, I mean, wow, half the back of his board was blown out the back of that wave.
Iago live, tags it quickly. Great connection. Nice fun float out front. Running out of room, we'll throw down the carve. And a battle for first continues with Liam on his last wave of the heat. Pulling in, really deep, tight section to work with, especially backhand, and Liam will get shut down. The important scores for Jake and Iago to decide who will be going straight to the round of 16.
This is a tricky one because, like Flick said, as far as surfing and technique, he left it all out there for Jake Marshall. But it was a smaller wave. We've been talking about how much power and how much speed the surfers have been having on the wave, and this wave was lacking that because it was on the smaller side, started a bit flatter, but as he went through the wave, he kept the momentum, building the momentum, and every turn just looked better and better. So it's really up to the judges. Like as you see right there, he takes off and the wave's flatter. There's a lump in between, so he kind of S's around, and then right here he starts to put paddle to the metal, Third turn is just impressive. So much board control, disengage the fins. Fourth turn is very critical as well, but wave on the smaller side, not as critical. Yeah, hard to pick. And Iago, on the other hand.
So I guess, you know, it kind of depends on whether Iago improves on his situation, right? So
Iago is definitely not going to improve right there, right?
Yeah.
So Iago doesn't improve. There's the high five for Jake. 6.10 gets the win. Great execution of backhand surfing, taking the high seed of Iago Dora into the elimination round with Liam O'Brien. Jordy's coming up next against Rio Waida and Matthew McGillivray. We'll bring in Kaipo and Richie for the call right after this.
Again, that last heat, taking it out in first place from the United States of Blue, Jake Marshall, second place, Red, Yaladora, third place, White, Liam O'Brien.
Welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Men's opening round heats are in the water. 3 surfers out there. In heat number 7, Jordy Smith, Rio Waida, and Matthew McGillivray. We got 2 South Africans in this heat, and we are live here from the Fiji Marriott Resort at Momi Bay. This is the host set here, and we got more action coming your way. We've seen a pretty impressive surfing by our top seed, John Florence, and we've had some shakeups. Remember, this is the last event of the regular season, and this event is really determining the 4 spots remaining in the final 5 and a chance at a world title that's going down in the Lexus WSL Finals. Talked about Rio Waida. He's out there with 2 South Africans. There he is, number 45, representing Indonesia. Kaipo Guerrero along with Richie Lovett on the call here. And Rich, this is a big opportunity right now for Jordy Smith. We saw number 6 in the rankings, Iago Dora, go relinquish to the elimination round in that last heat. Here's Rio swinging through a couple of turns here, and Waida trying to put it together late there, but solid stance, rides out.
I like that first ride from Rio. Looking really spicy, kind of dancing all over the face of that thing. But Rio obviously putting a lot of time in on the left-hand reef breaks around Bali and Indonesia in the lead up to this event. And this is an interesting heat, Kaipo. There's no real clear favourite in this one, although Jordy is way up there on the ratings and looking to make his way into the final 5. Jordy here just slashing down on this opening turn, driving down the line, waiting for this next moment, tucks in, gets barrel time, drives all the way through, and just breaks his way through that foamy section to come out. can see him just getting that nice line. Gets that pig dog stance, grabs the rail for stability. And then Geordie, just a big swooping carve to finish off. So a good opening ride. And then this was Rio. So watch this, nice and spicy. Connects with that first turn. A beautiful fade. And a nice clean snap, nice and tight in the pocket, little airdrop, and then just clips a little bit of that rail as he gets to that final maneuver, but cleans it up nicely and gets to the finish.
Here's Geordie's opener. Comes in at a 6.5, a valuable score for the South African. We talked about him being one of the senior members of the championship tour. 36 years old, 17 years on the championship tour. Finds himself at number 7 in the rankings coming into this event. Geordie wins this event, Rich, and we're going to see him at the Final 5. We're going to see him at the Lixus WSL Final.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
There's a chance for Geordie.
There's a chance.
That's if he can do it on his own. There's other scenarios with other surfers, making it through their heat or not. But yeah, well, making it through his heat, Jake Marshall, he's on to the round of 16. Doesn't have to worry about that elimination round, AJ.
No, he certainly does not. And a big relief to not have to worry about that elimination round. Jake, you just told me that you haven't had a lot of experience out here at Cloudbreak, and since you got here, haven't had a chance to see the waves like this. So with that, how did you get the win this morning?
I don't know. I kind of just told myself, like, sometimes you got to just accept what's going on. So I knew I didn't have a lot of experience and a lot of it was going to be new. So I kind of knew I might make a few mistakes in that heat, but I just wanted to give myself a few chances and kind of just trust my instincts on which waves were good. And I feel like you could probably see my inexperience kind of come out when I fell on that one, like, really good wave. So I was kind of bummed about that, but I was just like, okay, like, stuff like that's going to happen. You just got to move on. And I was stoked I just gave myself a chance on that last smaller wave and was able to turn the heat. That was cool.
Let's talk about how you managed to do that. What did you see in that wave, and how did you talk yourself through each section? I wasn't too sure about going on the wave, but I saw Yago's wave before, and he got like a score similar to what I needed, and it was kind of smaller. So I knew that I didn't need like a huge score or something. So once I was on that smaller wave, I told myself, like, I'm just gonna like try to like surf it as hard as I can, like just kind of go for it. And I feel like my third turn felt pretty nice, and I think that probably like bumped up the score. So yeah, no, just kind of learning on the fly a little bit and enjoying this event. It's like such a rad experience to get to come to Fiji, and this event hasn't been on tour in so long, so just to be able to surf this contest is really cool. So I'm just trying to kind of like enjoy it and have a lot of fun with this one. You're off to a great start. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
Jake Marshall learning on the fly. First time competing in Fiji, as it is the same for Rio Waida as well as Matthew McGillivray. This is his first comp in Fiji. Here he goes. The South African gets caught on his heels, goes down there. So a quick switch of priority, and Geordie Smith with control of the heat. The lead with a 6.5 as well as priority. 22 minutes on the countdown here. Geordie Smith looking good in this heat, and Rich, his numbers, when we look at statistically, Geordie Smith, heat winning percentage after 6 times competing here. This is his 7th time in Fiji. 50% heat winning percentage for Geordie Smith. Smith also with an average heat score here in Fiji of a 14.2. So the numbers look good on Geordie Smith when we look at the analytics.
Yeah, and the other thing that Geordie has is experience out here that these other 2 competitors don't. So Geordie would feel comfortable out here. He knows the reef, he knows the waves, and well, so far he's really come out with the opening blow. That 6.5. It's a good score for the morning, as we know.
And knowing that this is a large playing field for our surfers to deal with multiple sections on this reef pass, Strider Wazlewski got some insight into this large playing field, Strider.
Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, just out here enjoying the view from the inside bowl of this playing field. They call it shish kebabs down here. But reality is there's probably 500 to 600 yards of reef up above me that you can pick a wave from. So even if you don't have priority, you can paddle out, find your own little spot. Kelly Slater talking about, thought he should have started his heat way up on the point, way out in the back there. There's so many different places to find waves out here. It's just amazing. And there kind of is a peak when the swell's super clean. We have that long interval. But right now we got these shorter interval swells in the water. There's 2 of them. So really there's just a multiple swell coming around the corner, so you get different waves at different times in different places, so you can really break up your game plan on the go out here.
Hey, Strides, just talk quickly about the texture on the wave face as the tide starts to go out. We'll come back to you in a sec.
Jordy Smith on ride number 2, connecting with a couple of beautiful sections here. Smith with a paced approach, vert for the finish, hangs on to that finish, finger snap, and rightfully so. Right behind him, it's Rio. Coming in strong there. Waida has to race through this section, skipping down the line, picking his spot in the lip, and gets up there and puts it down. Rio Waida with an answer back and a nice finish. Back to Strider.
Where were you? Rich, you had a question?
Yeah, mate, I just wanted to know, as this tide drops out and that reef gets more exposed, that's actually protecting the wave face. I just want to know how the texture is on the wave face at the moment. Is it starting to settle down a little bit?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it looks a lot more inviting out here. You know, this one we saw a lot of lump and a lot of warble in the faces. That was due to all that water coming across the reef and that wind and everything pushing across. So as that reef gets more exposed, it blocks a lot of that comes into your view, and the wind kind of has to slows itself down, so to speak, over all that, and then the faces become a lot cleaner. And down here on the inside especially, we'll see a lot hollower sections as the day plays out. So this afternoon, I think if you're in a heat this afternoon, you're going to be much happier and finding better waves and better barrels.
Yeah, thank you, Stride. I look forward to this afternoon, lower tide, and we got a full day of competition. We'll get through this opening round for the men's, opening round for the women's, and into the elimination round for the men's, where we'll be overlapping those man-on-man heats. A couple of rides went down, and let's take a look at the replays.
Yeah, so Geordie up and riding here, just looking to back up that great score, the good open up. Little check fade, nice strong bottom turn. A slash about 3/4 of the way up the face there. He didn't want to overcook it, and a critical final turn. You saw the little finger snap. That's always a good representation of how the surfer feels about that ride. Geordie clearly stoked with it. Rio outside, big opening turn, gets the fin drift off that first snap, comes down the line, nice and patient. So again, like Geordie, a 2-turn combination. I think Geordie's finished stronger. Rio's opening maneuver was stronger. So a real contrast here. We'll see where the judges are going to tap their favour.
Yeah, we'll see how the judges split the difference between those two performances by Jordy Smith and Rio Waida. Rio on the paddle back out here. Second year on the championship tour for the 24-year-old out of Indonesia. First surfer to represent Indonesia on the championship tour. Proudly wearing the number 45 on his jersey. 45, of course, 1945 was the year that Indonesia established its independence as a country.
Yeah, it's so great to have Rio on tour representing Indo. And, you know, Rizal Tanjung, obviously many incredible surfers out of that region before him, but Rio really the first one to establish himself on the tour and looking great. Here goes Matty McGillivray.
McGillivray parachutes into that drop and has to clear some water down the line before snapping there. Beautiful water angle that we're catching here. Switching over for another view of Matty as he gets axed on the back of the head.
Yeah, just a little crumbly down through that inside section. He had nowhere to go, so he had to hit the eject button. And Matthew McGillivray, he needs to stay in this. He needs to stay with the boys here as they start to build their scoreline. Both Rio and Geordie starting to drop some nice scores. So Matty McGillivray, he needs to find something here.
Yeah, you're right. And when we look back and reflect on both Rio Waida and Jordy Smith's wave, like you said, Rich, it looks like Rio did get the best of that. You can see that 6.2 populating that in the scoring bug in the corner of your screen. Meanwhile, Jordy Smith on that last effort with a 5.53. Replay here of Matty McGillivray, 2.67 for this ride.
Yeah, a little airdrop. You can see just a bit frustrated as he's not able to get that first maneuver in until halfway down the line, and then as it bowls out through the inside section, Matty, nowhere to go.
Yeah, and hence that 2.67. So getting a ski ride back, he's going to have to cut this into 2 pieces or get the highest single wave of a day at 9.36 is what McGillivray would require to take the lead. But he's got time to do it in 2 waves. And at this point, a couple of 6+ rides would put Maddie into the lead, so still a very tight heat.
Yeah, it's still not out of reach by any means, but it's time to click into gear at the halfway mark. And as you said, it's looking like 2 scores at this point for Maddie.
It's now time to take a Bonsoy brew break, where we have Gabe Medina warming up for the next heat. It's an important heat for Gabe Medina. Let's take a look at the Bonsoy pulse and get you caught up with the action. Jack Robinson in his opening round heat scored a 7.5 here. Jack Robinson into the round of 16. He defeated Ryan Callahan and Imai Kalani DeVault in his opening round heat. There you go. Congratulations, Jack. We'll see him in the round of 16. On to our top seed, John Florence. We know he's going to be #1 at the Lexus WSL Finals, and he's not letting up here in Fiji. A 7.4, a 7.17, 14.57 two-wave total. John takes out Tevita Guligal, our Fijian wildcard, as well as Kanoa Garashi. It was all John Florence in his opening round. He's putting up the biggest numbers of the day. John on to the round of 16. Ethan Ewing, currently on the cut line, #5 in the rankings coming into the final event of the regular season. Needed to come through this heat, Ethan Ewing. And he did so. 6.17 to 5.87 backup right here for the surfer from North Stradbroke Island. And Ethan Ewing avoids the elimination round, taking out Cole Hauschman and Seth Moniz, sending them both to the elimination round. Ethan Ewing, we'll see him again in the round of 16. And that's the Bonsoy Pulse as we come back into live action here. Kaipo Guro along with Richie Lovett, and we got Jordy Smith out in the lead over Riel Waida and Matthew McGillivray, but a narrow lead. Waida with priority, Rich, and just needs above a mid-range score, barely a 5.84 to take the lead.
Yeah, it seems to be right around that number that the judges are awarding for 2 to 3 strong turns on the wave. The waves that have gone up into that 7-point mark have been bookended with some type of barrel either at the start or at the end of the wave. So we know that to get into that excellent range, you're probably going to need a barrel, but that 5 certainly attainable for Rio. He looks like he's surfing really well and will be feeling comfortable out here in the warmer water, the warmer climates.
Yeah, well, we saw last heat Jake Marshall, a first-timer out here in Fiji, learn on the fly and take a win in heat number 6. So we'll see if Rio Waida, another first-timer at Fiji, we'll see if he can do the same. He's got priority, so that's way to his advantage right now and a ton of time on the clock.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point you make about learning on the fly. You know, all the surfers, they came over here possibly expecting to get some repetition out at Cloudbreak, and it really hasn't happened. You know, there hasn't been too much surf since we arrived. This is the first day where we've really seen Cloudbreak actually wake up and show us some potential. So, you know, they're getting used to new boards, perhaps, you know, riding boards for the very first time, trying to figure out the lineup as we go. And it's not straightforward Cloudbreak right now. It's not perfectly lined up. There's a broken up swell, so there are different sections and corners that our surfers are trying to identify.
Yeah, good point, Rich. The opening day of our event window saw nearly flat Cloudbreak, so no chances for any of our men or women really to have any kind of meaningful warm-up coming into today.
Yeah, it's actually the smallest I've ever seen it in all the years that I've been coming here. I've never actually seen it that small. So, you know, the ocean was really quiet, but thankfully it's come alive now. And we're talking about the best surfers in the world, so they can adapt very, very quickly. As we see the wind starting to check around, coming from behind the reef now. And as Strider alluded to earlier, as that tide runs out, the reef gets more exposed. It's actually going to get super smooth through that inside section as the afternoon goes on.
But you talked about the sections earlier in the broadcast today, and that final section, the shish kebab section, which still had some water on it this morning, maybe just dry this afternoon. Wright goes with priority, finds a barrel. Good job on his way to the score. Remember, he just needs a 5.84 on this ride. He's already got a barrel, comes up in the lip, and that would have assured him the score of the finish. So now we're going to have to really walk the tightrope to see if he's able to get the number. Jordy Smith eases through a bottom turn, slams it off the top. Smith patient, picking his spot with another carve. Wave gets a little disheveled on the inside here. Looked like Jordy wants to stick with it, hoping for it to catch another section on the reef, and it does not. So we'll see if Jordy improves upon his 5.53 that he's holding in the score line. And probably just as important, did Rio turn the heat?
Oh, I think he might have, Kaipo, just off the strength of that barrel ride. We know that the judges, you know, really like the tube, and you know, he's probably going to get it. But as you say, you know, that final maneuver, if he made that, if he executed that, he's going way out in front. So let's see what happened here. Beautiful tube, gets right in that pig dog stance, stays nice and high in the barrel, and does a big elongated carve here. And this wave comes through this inside section, starts to bowl out, and Rio, he just took a little bit too much of a horizontal line on that final turn. If he perhaps went up and pivoted a little tighter, he may have come down a split second earlier and could have ridden out of that. But let's watch what happened here. So just got caught up on that toe side edge. Timing just marginally off, and then Jordy on the outside explodes out of that first turn. Just love how Jordy's composure off the bottom, so steady and smooth. And then he just blasts through his maneuvers with so much speed. It can often, it sort of reminds me of Joel Parkinson, how it doesn't look like they're putting any effort into the maneuvers. But rest assured, so much power and incredible technique executed there by Jordy.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, making things look too easy can, with the Parko example, can hinder a surfer when it comes to scores. If you make it look too easy, too smooth, we've seen that in the history of competitive surfing, sometimes you don't get the numbers that you may think you deserve because you made it look easy.
Yeah, true.
McGillivray uses his priority. He wants to get back into this heat. Nice start there, but then just catches the rail on that second bottom turn. You could see him skitter out. So he's going to continue to try to get back into this heat, Matthew McGillivray.
Yeah, unfortunately, Matty, just a little bit too much pressure on the front foot there as he was on that heelside bottom turn, and the fins just skipping free, and lost that rail line on the board. The board skipped out and he went down. But it's another interesting discussion point, the whole kind of style and smoothness. And, you know, you think about Ethan Ewing, another really smooth surfer, but then you think about like Italo and even Kelly for the most part, very theatrical with the arms,
right.
A lot of upper body movement.
Yeah. Well, Jordy's in the lead right now. We're just waiting for that score to drop down to see if he remains in the lead. Michael Jordan Smith, number 23 on his jersey. Just a little flashback to another Michael Jordan. at 23. Here we go with the career stats for Jordy Smith. 156 events surfed, Rich.
Solid. Yep, it's an incredible career for Jordy. And I love seeing Jordy in contention at this point in his career. You know, average place 10th, event wins 6, 10-point ride 6, and you know, excellent wave scores, 300 of it.
And
just
mind
shows
you,
you how good he is.
Jordy Smith is in the Hall of Famer when it comes to those 10-point rides. Jordy Smith has actually one of those infamous perfect heats. 2017 Corona J-Bay, where Jordy Smith met up with Leo Fioravanti and had a perfect heat, 2 10-point rides in a single heat.
It's a rare thing. It's a bit of a unicorn in the world of competitive surfing.
But we've seen perfect heats out here in Fiji. This is actually the home of perfect heats. Kelly Slater's had a perfect heat out here, and Owen Wright, he's had actually 2 perfect heats out here on the reef at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, that's getting a bit greedy in my mind. Hand them around a bit.
It just shows you the potential of this place, right, Rich? And this is why it's so great to have this back on the championship tour. And as we look to 2025, this is where the world title is going to go down here at Cloudbreak in Fiji for the 2025 WSL Finals.
Yeah, that's really exciting. Obviously, we've been parked at Lowers for the last couple of years. We're going to have a change of venue for the final series next year, and what better place to do it? You know, Fiji really turns it on. This break here, you know, it is one of the best waves in the world, without a doubt. And when it lines up, it is just an incredible wave.
Well, the numbers are in from that last exchange. Rio Waida, 6.63. Waida did take the lead off of Jordy Smith, who Jordy with a 5.63. So Jordy slightly improved upon his scoreline, but not enough. And Rio Waida now, we look at the Indonesian feeling at home on a left-hand reef break, maybe channeling some Uluwatu. It's kind of maybe Uluwatu-ish today with the sections and not just a clean one line or a clean one barrel.
Very much so.
So I feel like Rio's feeling very much at home, and the scores are reflecting that.
Yeah, and with each one of these waves, you can see Rio just becoming more and more confident in what he's doing out here. So this would be a big win. If he can hold on here in the last 3.5 minutes, it would be a huge win for Rio, and a little bit of a hurdle in terms of Jordy Smith's campaign to try and make that final 5 position.
Again, reminder for Jordy to make it into that final 5 on his own without any other scenarios of surfers losing. He needs to win this event, and so that would be another hurdle for Jordy Smith if he has to surf the elimination round this afternoon. He does have priority, so he is in pole position. He's got 3 minutes on the clock, just crossing his fingers that the ocean delivers something to him.
Yep. It comes down to having that canvas to paint. And Jordy, he's been around the blocks long enough to know what type of a wave he needs. He'll be looking for that one particular wave that he can either get a nice bow ride on, or it gives him that open face where he can really get those maneuvers going. But it's a score that's not straightforward. He's going to have to surf in attack mode. If he surfs it conservatively, the judges will pick up on that. The maneuvers won't be executed with that sort of precision and that speed and that sizzle. You know, you want to make it undoubtable in the judge's mind.
Yeah. And we did see, you know, mid-range scores 5s for a nice opening turn, a nice ending turn. But Jordy's going to need more than that, so he's going to have to do something in between those 2 bookends if he's given an opportunity. We're down to under 2 minutes. You can see the distance that he's up on the reef compared to Matthew McGillivray. 2 entirely different sections on this reef.
Yeah, totally. I was just about to say, you know, Jordy's in pole position there, right on the ledge. And again, this is where experience comes into play. Jordy, he would already have his lineups, you know, his takeoff spots. Even though you're way out on the reef, there are spots in the reef there where it's starting to go dry, where you can kind of get your lineup. You can base yourself off the tower. It's almost like a 3-point kind of positioning strategy for all these surfers out in the lineup.
Yeah, a lack of landmarks, right, other than the tower, because Cloudbreak Reef, right out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, ancient reef pass that was one time geographically an island probably out there that has been sunken underneath the water since then, and then you still have the remnants of this reef pass.
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful angle to this reef. It's got a great pace to it. So we're under a minute now. Rio Aida out in front. Geordie willing any type of swell to come his way. It's like there's something creeping around the back pipe, so we may see Geordie make a paddle in this last 30 seconds. We'd love to see it come down to the wire. He may actually need to go this first wave.
Yeah. You're right, because look at the time on the clock right now, and the wave presenting itself on the reef. Smith looks like he's going to activate. Here we go. He's going to get this wave in. Hooks under the lip there to project down the line. Big float there, and he has to throw it away. And he wanted to save his knees and ankles there.
Knees, ankles, board. That man, there's a little victory lap here for Rio, and unfortunately Geordie, just that wave running off down the line. He wasn't able to get the score there, so a big first round win for Rio Aida.
Waida, a happy paddle in, and he's going to get to sit the elimination round out, where he's going to watch Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray compete in. When we come back, Gabe Medina, Crosby Colapinto, Connor O'Leary out in the water.
I feel like when you come to Fiji or you think about Fiji, you like think of Cloudbreak. You don't realize there's lefts, rights, anything from a knee-high wave to double overhead waves, and pretty much anyone can come here and like find something to surf.
If you had some friends coming out here, what would you be telling them to do?
You just get in the water. You can surf, snorkel, dive. It's kind of like water world. Then after that, go explore. That's like a dream destination. It's been fun.
Hey, you can come here and hang out at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay, and have a good time like myself and Richie Lovett are.
Here we are.
Enjoying the surfing here. Richie, check out this heat. Gabriel Medina, Crosby Colapinto, and Connor O'Leary out in the lineup. Winner again goes to round of 16. A couple of things to consider in this heat. Medina still has a chance of getting into that Lexus WSL Finals, but he needs to win this event, and he needs Jack Italo and Ethan Ewing to go down in the quarters or before. So important heat for Gabe Medina. Also an important heat for Crosby Colapinto, because Crosby, he wants to win Rookie of the Year over his good friend Cole Hauschman that we just saw on the piece coming in here. So it's nice to have the competition for Rookie of the Year between two good friends.
Yeah, absolutely. A little micro battle between two San Clemente locals within the the bigger picture of the Final Five. But Gabriel, it's a pretty clear task. It's win the event. Here we go. Connor O'Leary.
And Gabe Medina on a easy, frothy wave. The machine, Gabe Medina. He's got a great track record here in Fiji, but that wave he stuck with, and you know what? There wasn't really a lot on the plate there, Rich.
No, there wasn't. Excuse me, I called that Connor, my bad. But Gabriel, back to the point, is he needs to win this event.
Yep.
And he looks like a man that is destined to do that. He looks incredibly psyched and focused on the task at hand. So this is Medina's first ride, foamy one, but it looks like it's growing down the line, starting to section up here. And just a quick in and out as it stretched further down the reef. This is Crosby on his opening ride. So on the backhand, gets a little square up, big extension, snap off the top, comes around, a really critical, a tighter turn on that second one. And a little clean up inside snap, and then this was Gabriel again. Just a beautiful controlled carve under difficult circumstances. You know, that's like riding a race car track with rocks all over it, all that bump and foam and texture on the face. Gabriel just showing his strength, how he can carve through it, and he'll be looking for a more cleaner open face wave, I think, Kaipo.
Yeah, so Medina's still on a hunt here. Again, stop number 9 on the championship tour is where we decide the 4 remaining spots for both the men and the women for a Final 5 appearance and a chance at a world title. Looking at our Final 5 scenarios as they're shaping up. Rich, take a look at that. Griffin, Colapinto, got to get out of that elimination round and into the round of 16, and he's got a spot in that Final 5.
Yeah, and then we look at Jack Robbo and Italo Ferreira. They'll clinch their spot by reaching the semi-finals. And then down there at number 5, Ethan Ewing hanging on. And obviously Iago Dora and Jordy Smith close behind, but they still have some work to do.
Connor O'Leary just drives that DHD across that arc right there, hanging on, got a little caught up, but pulled out of that turn. And so we'll wait for that score for Connor O'Leary. Currently number 17 on the ranking. So Connor, no chance of making that Final 5, but he would love to take a victory here at the final stop of the regular season.
Oh, yeah. And you know what? He's being the goofy footer and really suited to these style of waves. I think Connor O'Leary could do really well. I feel like sometimes Connor can get a little restricted in heats, but only because of his own mind.
Well, he's a former finalist out here. 2017, he was runner-up to Matt Wilkinson. So Connor has already had that feeling at Cloudbreak, getting through the entire draw all the way to the final. In the barrel, traveling through, traveling, and coming out, Gabe Medina. That's what we were waiting for from the 3-time world champ. And, you know, you saw him out there fishing, trolling. Then he took out the spear gun right there, put it right in the hole, and came out big.
Well, this is what Gabriel Medina does. He hunts, and he hunts hard. You know, he will not let a wave go past. If he sees any sort of score on it, he will be all over it. And this is the ability of Gabriel Medina, is to turn a 5 into a 7 and a 7 into a 9. He surfs the wave up. He has that ability, and he will stay so busy in this heat.
I just call him the machine because that's what he's like to me. He's just a freakish ability, high heat IQ. You combine that all, and that's how you end up with a 3-time world champ, a 2-time Fiji winner in the way of Gabe Medina. 3 overall finals here in Fiji in his career, and he's coming in here wearing a bronze Olympic medal as well.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the favorites to take out the event, and he needs to do it. This becomes a simpler, here we go, we'll get back to that.
Crosby, and this one's running off on the San Clemente Surfer. Set a nice line, but just got a little clampy on the end, and no exit for Crosby Colapinto. So really anticipating the score of Gabe Medina and see where that puts him and what the needs are going to be for our other surfers in this heat.
Absolutely. But you can, I like the signs of this, Kaipo. You can see these waves on the inside. They're starting to rifle down with a cleaner line, a more straighter line on the swell. This was Gabriel. Beautiful high line tube. Just a quick cut back and then straight out. You can see Duck basically took off under the lip. Comes through nice and clean, powerful cutback, and then he goes, okay, I'm out of here. The wave's flattened out. This is Connor O'Leary streaking down the line, building speed. Stays nice and high, now drops down, accelerates off the bottom. Gets caught on that little heel side carve, cleans it up nicely. It's a little drift through the inside, another clean snap. So just a settler wave, as we would call it. This is turning out to be a really good matchup. We've got the two goofy footers up against the lone natural footer, and Crosby Colapinto, who's having a great season.
Yeah.
On the tour. He's having some big highlight moments, and you feel like his surfing is still, trajectory is still going up. He's getting better and better with each event.
I mean, yeah. Oh, here we go. Medina again. High line to clear this first section.
Oh.
Punches through that section. Right through the lip for Gabe Medina. Patient here on the inside. And a smart, strong snap. And just solid as ever. Gabe Medina going into nearly no water, but you know he likes to finish off his rides. And Medina now putting himself in a strong, strong position in this heat. His previous wave, that barrel, remember? A 6.83 comes through for Gabe Medina.
Yep.
And I dare say he's going to improve upon his scoreline with that less effort as well. Rio Aida, he's into the round of 16. Let's hear from Rio.
And Kaipo, as soon as Rio got to the glass, the first thing I said is, hey, it seemed like you were very at home out there, even though it's your first time competing here in a CT event at Cloudbreak. How did that experience of your breaks back home help you here today?
Well, first thing is here in Fiji is so beautiful. You know, definitely feels like home. Feels like I'm in Mentawai or something. You know, we're on the boat. You know, when we in the land, feels like I'm in the resort. You know, somewhere in Mentawai. So definitely feels like home. The water is warm, so like nothing affect me. You know, I just kind of wake up, put the boardies on. I'm actually sleep with boardies, so just wake up, and then do whatever I do every day at home. And man, I'm just so stoked to be here in Fiji. And the last event, so I just want to surf. To be honest, I don't really think about winning. You know, mentally I was exhausted to compete after Olympics, but the plan to come here, you know, just serve my best. You know, definitely there's more people talking about top 5 or whatever. You know, I let them do to the high seed guys. You know, I'm in number 10. You know, when I was at home, everyone told me, hey, Rio, you gotta make top 5 or something. But I was like, oh, I don't care. I just want to surf and enjoy my life here. And this is the last event, so this is another opportunity for me to push my level. So, you know, I just want to surf my best. That's it.
And how much does a heat like this, where you get a chance to go up against a higher seed and Jordy Smith, another great competitor, and Maddie McGillivray, how does that showcase, hey, yeah, I do belong in these conversations?
Man, those two guys, they like twice bigger than me, so I don't know, you know. I'm same room with Matthew. It's been fun. In the room with Liam also, it's been nice, chill and cruising, just enjoying life. And Jody, you know, he always beat me. You know, I'm always lose by the size of the spray or the power or something. So I'm really happy and proud of myself to beat him in this first round. So, and many more to come. It's far away until final. So slowly enjoy my life. And you know, it's kind of exciting to see the other guys, Jody, and even my last wave, Gabby was, my next season, Gabby was like, go Rio. So, you know, definitely there's something, you know, intense energy around. So, I don't know, I'm just grateful just to be part of this, what can I say, stories or everything. So, I'm stoked.
It's a story we're thoroughly enjoying watching unfold. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Bagus, Kali, and the Rio Aida on to the round of 16 with that heat win. Over Jordy Smith and Matthew McGillivray in the last heat. 6.83 and a 5.17 for Gabe Medina puts Medina out in the lead with 16:55 on the clock here. Sets approaching. And we're going to turn our attention here to Crosby Colapinto. 7.67 is his requirement to take the lead off of Medina. Pretty paced approach here. And a slow rolling wave in the context of what we've seen with the long walls here. So Crosby's really going to have to light it up to get the number. Good surfing, but I don't know if the wave had the number in it, Rich.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. The surfing on it was on point, really radical. But whenever you get that that feeling like the surfer is not driving down the line and they're almost fading back into that next turn, and that lip line is tapering down, it sort of you know, retracts opportunity from the surfer to be able to perform those maneuvers. But that will feel good. The positive is that, you know, he's surfing well. He's just getting a couple of words of encouragement from coach Tommy Whitaker. Let's check the replay. Nice and patient off the bottom. Critical turn to start off. Drives around again. You can see sort of coming from around and behind the whitewash up into the pocket, but that wave isn't coming back at him. It's slopey, so it really does limit what he can do on the wave. Some good surfing nonetheless, but it will be a mid-range score.
5.63 checks in for Crosby Colapinto. His requirement has been reduced to a 6.83. Medina in the barrel, travels through this first section. Can he squeeze out? Yes, he does. Gabe Medina yanks on the rail for a beautiful down carve. Medina heating up in this heat, and Medina already in the lead, and I feel he's going to increase that lead with that last effort. This is when we see Gabe Medina get into stride, get into rhythm, and this is when it's so entertaining to watch.
Did you see him hunting then? Just on that, he literally came off that wave and was like, oh, hang on, there's more opportunity. That is a Hobgood move, hanging down that end section. I saw both CJ and Damien, they used to surf their entire heat down on that end section because they were so confident in their wave choice down there. Gabriel Medina driving, picks a high line, stays right up high in the wave face. Beautiful barrel there, and you could see as that wave was approaching, you could see that lump down the line. It was a beautiful wave as it was coming towards him. And Gabriel, it was a difficult tube to ride because it was so high.
It's just voracious, tenacious. Gabe Medina, look at this.
Oh, he's in his little safety zone up there in the pocket of that wave, and took a perfect line. Any lower, and he would have come unstuck. But watch how high he stays on the wave here, right up high in the top half of the wave, driving through it. This is the money section right here. Starts to clamp. Gabriel, no problem, breaking through that foamy little section. And then a huge grab rail carve down. I love that. Just keeping that board stable.
O'Leary searching for something down the line and just takes a safe kick out right there. So he's going to continue to search, and he's going to hear the news, Connor, on the paddle back out from the announcer on the reef that Gabe Medina goes excellent. An 8.5 for that barrel that we saw a couple times on the replay. Well deserved, Rich.
Yeah, it's high scoring single ride of the day so far. Goes to Gabriel Medina, and we knew he was going to hunt, and he's doing just that. Not letting any opportunity pass him by, and he's just built so well through this heat, Kaipo. I mean, look at the waves he's ridden compared to his other two competitors, 7 versus 4 for each of his opponents. And across the board, one judge even going 9.
Yeah. Throw away that 9, we throw out the 8, the high and the low. Easy math with the remaining 8.5s. 8.5 to Gabe Medina. Medina fulfilling his expectations when we look at the analytics for Gabe here in Fiji. 6 times appearance. This is his 7th appearance for Gabe Medina. He has a 73% heat winning percentage. His average heat score of 14. Medina above his average heat score. He's going to add to those stats. It's been Medina so far. We'll see if Crosby Colapinto and Connor O'Leary can claw back, but it's been all Gabe Medina in this heat. Welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. 8.5 high wave of the day for Gabe Medina, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I want to highlight here for the goofy footers is how they can pump into the tube. So if we stop it right here, so Gabriel has two choices. He can take a straight line through the barrel, nice and high, or he can take this pump line. So he starts driving for speed. So if he took that straight line, I doubt he would have made the tube. As we let it run, you watch Gabriel here, compresses the body. Now he starts to drive through the barrel. This is something that the natural footers, it's very, very difficult to do, and an advantage for the goofy footers. Again, you can see that second pump. He'll stay nice and high on this barrel as he comes out through this section here. Gabriel emerges from the foam, comes straight out and straight into that grab rail carve down, which again just creates all that stability. When he gets into this carve, stays nice and low. You can see the grab rail here and holds that rail. It allows him to hold that rail for as long as he wants. And then he transitions onto that inside rail. I don't know if there's anyone doing it any better on the tour at this point.
Well, the combination of the carve and the barrel, 8.5, and with that grab rail down carve, something I want to point out with Gabe Medina, to really do it with style, you notice he grabs at or behind his back foot, avoiding the stink bug down carve.
Yeah, that's true.
And so, like, where you put your hand is kind of important. Not that style, like, earns points, but it's just a lot cooler to watch when someone does that turn with style.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a security move. And you would think, oh, can't he just do the carve down? But having that grab rail, it really locks you in, it keeps you low, and it keeps that whole rail of the board just really buried into the wave face.
Medina at it again during the break, Rich.
Oh, well, here we go. So Medina, another great looking wave. Big speed carve straight up into the pit again, driving through this one, even better than the last. So Gabriel, there's that big grab rail carve that we're talking about. So, well, instantly, if the last one was 8.5, this one is going to go north of that, or it will, in my opinion. That transition from that first carve up into the barrel here, and you can see, in contrast to the other barrel where he was driving through it, Gabriel tucks up into this one, sticks his inside hand into the face and slows himself down. So perhaps that will be a defining factor in where this score goes as well.
Connor got one too, Rich.
Yeah, Connor, big layback carve, keeping it all moving down the line. You can see the remnants of Gabriel's wave, all the foam and texture. Unfortunately for Connor, might have been a good wave if all that foam wasn't on the face of it, but yeah, that second wave of the set in that instance.
Look at the number, Rich.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
Medina, a 9.17, just as you forecasted. He bettered that 8.5. Medina, you know, we saw earlier in this opening round calling John, hey, looks like the guy to beat. Right now, Medina matching him step for step and actually improving on the performance of John. Look at the numbers there.
Solid. Every judge going into the excellent range. A couple of 9.5s there from some of the judges. Gabriel just calling for a position, a score update. And has both of his competitors in a combination situation at the moment. In total control at the 6.5 minute mark.
Well, we talked about earlier in this heat the impressive statistics, the analytics for Gabe Medina. 6 previous showings here at Cloudbreak. A high heat winning percentage of 73%. That heat winning percentage is going to increase with this showing, as well as his average heat score will increase with this showing. So Medina, the numbers looking strong. He's looking dominant. You got 6 more minutes, but it is a foregone conclusion. We'll see Gabe Medina with a heat win. Let's take a look at the Fiji results, Rich.
Yeah, well, he's got winning juju out here for sure. He's got the 2 event wins, an average of ninth place, and we talked about that heat winning percentage. You know, we talked about Kelly Slater at 75, Gabriel not too far behind at 73%. And of course, the 2 10-point rides. He's going to need to draw on all of this, Kaipo. You know, he still has that mathematical chance of qualifying for the final 5, but, you know, the task at hand is win this event.
Yeah, he really needs to win this. As it stands now, to make the final may improve enough for Gabe Medina. We will continue to update you on the standings. We can tell you with Ethan Ewing's win in the opening round here, that takes out Rio Waida, Jake Marshall, Cole Hauschman, Ramsey Bukiam, and Ryan Callahan from any opportunity to get into that final 5.
Okay, get that red pen out. Let's just put some lines through these names as we go through this event.
And look at Crosby right here, tube seeking, but no exit door.
Oh, just you could see that big curtain of whitewash just clamping him down there. And there was just no exit, unfortunately.
So now Connor O'Leary in a difficult, if not impossible situation that we look at the numbers there. In the scorebook at the corner of your screen, he needs 2 waves of 17.67. He does have priority, but there's not enough time on the clock for O'Leary.
No, just realistically getting 2 excellent scores at this point with three men out in the lineup and the priority rotation. It is a next to impossible task. So we would have to think that Gabriel, although it's not over, will move through this one.
I'm looking forward just to see some more great surfing by all 3 surfers. This is just time to enjoy because we know what the result's going to be. And the waves, Rich, you know, really showing up right now. We got past the high tide mark, and the shallower water seems to be producing cleaner, longer walls.
Yeah, we knew that it was going to happen as that tide drained out this inside Bowley section. Gabriel.
Here he goes again, has to just duck out the back of that one. Gabe Medina, but just fishing through the lineup back and forth, scanning any of opportunity. He's been the busiest so far in this heat. He's ridden 10 waves total and put down 2 excellent scores.
Just so busy, isn't he, in his heats? You know, 10 rides already. He's just hunting for opportunities. He doesn't stop.
There we go. Overall outlook of this heat, you can see Gabe Medina by far the busiest, highlighted the top 2 scores for each of the surfers, but just glaring numbers for Gabe Medina, 8.5. We thought that was outstanding. Then he did one better with that 9.17.
His ability to build pressure on his opponents is incredible, and he does it with this technique of scouring the lineup, picking up waves, converting them into scores, and that just builds so much pressure and almost makes his opponents crumble around him.
Big numbers always put up historically by Gabe Medina. He had 2 10s here in Fiji, one in 2012 in the round 2 matchup against Yaden Nickel, and then a 10-point ride again in 2016 in a round 4 matchup against Michel Borez. And I dare say he's looking good to put down another 10 at some point in this competition when you can see him dropping numbers like at 8.5 and at 9.17. And he yields to Connor O'Leary, who just lost priority there.
Oh, wow. Okay, so things going a little bit sideways for Connor O'Leary, and Gabriel just forcing the issue. And we may see Crosby pick up one on the inside here. Go.
And Crosby hands heat control over to Gabe Medina, and that's just the heat IQ of Medina. He's under priority, and he makes his other competitors spend their priority. Meanwhile, he finds a nice smooth face to open up a nice carve. This wave does not look excellent, but no harm, no foul for the 3-time world champ. He's in control.
Yeah, in total control. You know, this has just been one of those heats where Gabriel has forced the issue, has taken control from the heat pretty much from the start. But, you know, a good performance nonetheless from Crosby, who's first heat out here at Cloudbreak. So he'll be feeling pretty good about some of the waves that he's put together. Looks like Connor is maybe looking for something right down on the inside.
And just a quick...
Oh, it was Medina.
Yeah, just a quick in and out for Gabe Medina. Just, I talked about voracious, tenacious, just does not give up. Gabe Medina, even though he has a huge lead in this heat. This is going to give a chance for Connor O'Leary just to feel out his DHD surfboard and prepare for the elimination round. We'll see Connor in this afternoon, along with Crosby, Colapinto.
Yeah, I think the boys have raised the white flag on this one. Gabriel will move through, but you know, any heat time out at Cloudbreak is a good experience. So Cros will be feeling good about you know, not so much getting the win, but Medina an unstoppable force in this heat, but just getting that experience and that first heat underway, he'll be looking to bounce back bigger in the next round.
Well, Medina with an easy paddle back to the boat. We'll get an interview from Gabe. And we finished up with our men's opening round. We got our women's opening round coming up next here. And the impressive numbers by Gabe Medina, a dominant performance at his first sight here. When we return, women's opening round, Molly Picklum, Gabriela Bryant, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson all out in the water.
From Australia in the red, Molly Picklum. From Hawaii in blue, Gabriel Medina, and from Hawaii in the white, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Just like the opening round of the men, we have 30 minutes. The women will have jet ski safety well, but we'll have to keep in mind that we're going to be watching our water safety team working the low tide and the strong wind.
Special place, you know, where I ride Mother Nature. Cloudbreak is like the southern side of Viti level, actually southwest. It's in the middle of the ocean. There's no beach there, there's no island there, just a reef. The outside reef, you know, the barrier reef, where the fresh swell arrives. Inside we have Tavarua rides, restaurants, swimming pools, Namotu left, and wheels. It's all reef breaks and it's all fun waves. I found that we are different. Locals are very welcoming, very friendly people. I think if that's in our blood, it's our lifestyle.
We're all lucky to be here for this big championship tour event, but in a beautiful island nation called Fiji with amazing surfers and humans like Inya that welcome us each and every year. They welcome the world's best in the lineup. They make sure everyone's having the best time of their life. You wake up in the morning, everyone gives you a big bula, and you just feel so warm as they share that loving spirit with us each and every day. Thanks for being with us. We just completed the opening round for the men. Now we're switching to the women, kicking off with Molly Picklum, Gabby Bryan, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Joe Flick, Jesse here for the call, and still working out the final five. As we know, Katie Simmers way out in front, but still working out those 4 spots, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, I love all the scenarios. This final event of the year really, I mean, it's exciting, right? There's so many different storylines, so many narratives, and just watching it play out hour by hour, you know, different things are happening. And yeah, I mean, now we're into the women, and obviously in this heat, you've got Molly out there. I mean, she's got a spot. You've got Gabby, she's got a spot, but she's only just hanging on to it. So that, you know, the door's still wide open for basically everyone at the moment, except for Tyler. Tyler's out of the equation, but everyone else right now mathematically has a chance.
That's right. So you think about the top 10 that survive after the cut. Got 2 wild cards. We'll be seeing them very soon. Aaron Brooks, Sierra Kerr, and the next couple of heats back to back. This one's a solid one, and we just came off the best performance of the day so far. A two-time Fiji champ, Gabe Medina, just blew the scale wide open. And getting started is Gabrielle O'Brien, who took advantage of some time off with the Olympics going on. And she's been posted up here at Fiji now on her 3rd week in paradise. Here's Molly Picklum on her opener. Little fade back to the pocket, waiting for the wall to grow and throwing some water off the rail of the DHD. Molly coming off a very busy season. Broke the internet with a 10-point ride at Pipeline. Went back-to-back at Sunset Beach. Still holding a great position in the final 5. Let's now hear from Gabriel Medina in the water with Strider.
Gabriel, an amazing heat total, on fire out there. Talk to me about the rhythm that you found out in the ocean today.
Yeah, that was a fun hit. It's good to feel in the rhythm. The waves are just coming on my way, so it feels good to just surf, you know. I think these waves came from Tahiti. I didn't have many, so now I have it.
And what about your equipment today? Are you riding a little bit of a step up?
Yeah, this is a, thank you. I have a 6-1, Johnny, feels really good, but this is the biggest day, so I should go shorter tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. And what about watching, like we were talking about a little bit, you're watching your opponents take the first wave of the set, and you kind of identified that that wasn't a good one when Crosby took it, and you come over the next one, it's just perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching, and yeah, the second one was looking good always. So yeah, they were getting the first ones, and I was just hoping they had the first one so I could get the second one. And yeah, felt good, you know. It's good feeling when you go through a wave and then this one just came like perfect wave, so it's good.
All right, well, hopefully we're not giving away too many secrets here, but nice job, congratulations. We'll see you on the next one.
I love when they get deep, share some secrets, let it all out. Gabriel Medina just absolutely owned the opening round. Best combined heat total out of the field. He has something to prove here, coming from deep on the rankings. Remember, last year he came close to putting himself in the final 5. Last stop of the regular season last year was Tahiti, where he was 6th. He lost in the final and still didn't get a spot. Right now from 8th, he's trying to go a long way, and we'll see if he can get it done. Meanwhile, some sets pouring through. What a huge playing field, and that thing's going wide open, Flick.
Whoa, that thing just caught all the women just by surprise. It was just a big stomping set. You could see that right now, I mean, they all got caught inside by that one. I mean, it just mowed through the lineup, but wow, that thing was a freight train. It had serious potential. I mean, not that you'd probably hedge your bets and sit out there because, I mean, what's the likelihood? They're, you know, not that common this morning, but wow, that thing was amazing.
We had Jonathan Warren from Surfline in earlier today on the set with us, and he was saying, hey, he was looking at things improving, especially coming off that big high tide. I think that was one of the sets he was hoping for.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's like improving also the size, and the wind came in, which you can see it out the back. It's blowing from the left of your screen to the right. You can see the white caps. What that does out the back, it gets a bit crumbly, but once it swings in, the inside, the shish kebab section, it just cleans up, and it does what we just did in that last set right there. That was second wave of the set, a little bit cleaner. Drew off the reef pretty nicely, and not just to mention as well, like skis were going over that first little whitewash right there we saw on the screen, and now it's like exposed, so, or just about to start being exposed. So we have very low tides. Everything's kind of getting in our favor right now, and that's why we saw Gabriel getting some good barrels on the heat before.
Gosh, some absolute shacks for Medina, a 3-time world champ. He's hoping for a chance to compete for a 4th world title this September, and that's a format that Molly Picklum got to experience last season for the first time.
Yeah, she did, and you know what? I think, I mean, Molly had serious momentum last year. She came into finals, and what I've sort of noticed just from a, you know, spectator's perspective is that sort of takes that first finals to get the jitters out of the way, because it's obviously a different format. You haven't been there before. You haven't experienced the world title going down on the day. Now that she's had that rep on the board and that experience, I feel like the second time back, generally people seem to just feel a bit more relaxed and sort of draw on that confidence from that time before.
Things are moving quickly for the final 5. And just a quick update, remember when we showed up here, everyone sitting behind Baron Mamiya was out of contention. Now that includes Ryan Callanan, Ramsey, Cole, Jake Marshall, Rio Waida, all out of contention to make the WSL Final 5. And that happened with just Ethan Ewing making 1 heat. Round 2, already having some huge matchups. Nothing bigger than seeing the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Morning, Kelly. Good to see you, my friend. That's the Tabarua live cam. Congratulations on being a father once again, baby boy, and also being in your happy place. Kelly came over with a good friend, Keone Watson. It was so cool to see Keone on the flight, having a great trip in paradise. They've been long-time surf buddies. Keone, an absolute charger as well. Loves surfing all over the island of Oahu, but internationally as well. And what a cool thing for Kelly to celebrate with just a good friend and come over here to share some waves together, share some fresh sashimi in the afternoons. But he'll be surfing this afternoon with Iago Dora. And Dora still with a shot to potentially break into the final 5. Very important heat for the Brazilian later on today.
Yeah, this is going to be such an exciting heat. Obviously, different approaches. One goofy footer, one regular footer. I don't think anyone knows this lineup better than Kelly Slater in this whole world. So it's a big one for Iago. He's going to have to step it up.
Yeah, I think I've got to agree with that, and especially just the conditions too. One thing, you know, when we were sitting at the beautiful buffet breakfast this morning, we're talking to Jonathan Warren as well, and he mentioned that, and I feel like we saw it in that last heat, those 2 biggest sets that Gabby took off on. He said around the 12 o'clock mark, we're going to actually see that period jump up a couple, right? So it's going to go from a 12 to either a 13 or a 14-second period, and the more period out here, the better. And I feel like, I mean, we saw it just then at the beginning of this heat, that set, and I just feel like as this afternoon goes on, I feel like the conditions are going to lend itself to that experience, that time on the reef. So looking forward to watching that heat between Kelly and Iago.
So moving quickly through opening day, 4 heats in the opening round for the women, then overlapping the men's elimination round. And scattering to try to set a position here. And a nice, clean, controlled takeoff for Gabrielle Bryan. Quick whip through the open face. And just a 1 maneuver section for Gabby Bryan. And I suppose when you look at these 3 surfers in the water now, Gabrielle Bryan has the momentum when it comes to winning momentum. You look at her last 4 events on tour, she counts a win at Margaret River, runner-up in the final in El Salvador, and then more recently a semi-final finish in Brazil.
Yeah, she's got great momentum. There's no doubt about it, right? And we'll get back to that. It looks like Molly. Oh no, sorry, Betty.
Betty Lou pulling in and going down.
But yeah, I think Gabriella, she has that momentum, right? But something interesting about that is when you're sitting there in that spot and you're trying to fight for it, I feel like the expectation, it's just how you approach it as a surfer, but I feel like it can be viewed in 2 ways, right? Like you're either kind of like, okay, I've got all this confidence, I've got all this momentum, or you're kind of looking behind you like, hey, oh wow, like who's coming for me? Like you're sort of in a defense mode, whereas the crew that are coming from behind in that like 6th or 7th spot, you know, I think to people like Joanne, I think to people like Tati, you know, there's not as much, there is pressure, there's not as much. You're in attack mode, you're going after it. And so depending on how someone like Gabby is approaching this and how her mindset is, I think is going to play a big part into her performance.
The top seed in the heat, world number 4, Molly Picklum rolling in, getting a little whitewater takeoff. Wave staying pretty slopey there, so she's got to get out. But her start already a 6.67 for Picklum, who kicked off the year in such a dominant fashion. The 10 at Pipe, runner-up in the final to Katie Simmers, went back-to-back at Sunset Beach. More recently, she's come off 4 straight quarterfinals But there was a little bit of a momentum shift for Molly from the start. It almost looked like she was just running away with the world title. The way she kicked off the year, you kind of expected her to be in bright yellow at this time of the season.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, John. That's what we were talking about earlier as well about Leo. Like, when you have that confidence shift and it starts not really going your way and you start losing the confidence, it makes it that much harder for you to make heats and make the right decisions on the heat. So, yeah, she's in a situation right now that it doesn't translate to the surfing she's been putting on free surf. So, I mean, she'll get back on her horse eventually. Like, it's just a matter of time. This happens to every athlete. But we'll get back to that after Betty.
Betty Lou throwing down a first turn off the lip. Bottom drops out a bit. She'll pull in now, and she's got a great line. It just tackles her on the way out. Betty Lou has big plans of getting really barreled in the seat, coming close to a make. One of the youngest on tour, qualified at a young age, had to deal with mid-season cut pressure, just like all these three, but Gabby's been able to survive. Molly fell off, came back better. Same situation for Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, as we take another look here, Flick.
Yeah, this wave here, you can just see, this wave gets really steep really quick as it moves through to this inside section. Beautiful technique here, tucks in and under. I almost thought she was coming out. She just gets a little bit clipped by, looks like a little bit of the foam maybe hit her in the head, but nice attempt and her technique's looking great.
It's fun to try to analyze the opening round and the performance and see how it really affects the outcome of your event or your season. Interesting, Betty Lou is the lowest seed, but it's been the best this year in the opening round with a 50% winning percentage. Picklum throwing down a nice arc off the top. Settling in the pocket. She put her head down. Just a quick look at the pocket. She's down. Did get a completed backhand snap, so the 1-2-7 should be gone. And now moving down the line with Gabrielle O'Brien pulling in. It's really hollow right there. And just a really tough read as that barrel changed shape quickly, especially on the backhand. Nice attempt for the surfer from Kauai. Waiting for scores from the last exchange in the first tee to the opening round as world #1 prepares for the next tee. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break.
Last leg was red, no Picklum, 3 points. 3 points left of red. Last leg was blue. Gabriel O'Brien, a 3.5. 3.5 left of blue. And last leg was white. That is the Sakura Johnson, a 2.5. So a 12-minute mark. 12 minutes. Red leads, blue 6.8. The first lead, and white leads the second and second.
Welcome you today.
We would like to acknowledge the Vanua of Nabila and Momi, the Turanga, Natui, Tamba, Nivoniwai for endorsing this event and providing access to Cloudbreak and the surrounding areas. It's pure magic and bliss for the world's best surfers, for fans, for viewership. This is as good as it gets in pro surfing. The dream come true in real life. We're so happy that the locals are here to enjoy all the action, to host us, to be a part of it. We got to see Viets Gukalau earlier in the opening round. He's got Griffin Colapinto in the elimination round coming up later on today in heat number 1. Expect all of Fiji to get behind that one. Now 9:55 on the clock, and Molly Picklum has a 3 and a 6.67. Betty Lou's in second, Gabby Bryant to third. Let's get caught up. Starting with Betty Lou here, Jesse.
Yeah, nice clean wave for her. Smaller size wave, but she was able to actually apply some very good turns. Finish it off very strong, but just the conversion on that whitewash right there didn't help her get out clean, and she ended up falling. And Molly looked like she was in a nice pit, but just a little too deep.
Classic Molly approach, grabbing that rail, head down, ready to go. She is one of the best with that backhand technique, looking more comfortable than most in that position. Now nice drop in, setting up a nice hack off the top, Gabriella Bryan. Throwing some water again, cool pace, 2 turns already, tries to end that turn short, and that is just a tough place to go down. The water just pulls off the reef. And she was going for it. There she is, popping up. Total commitment from Gabby Bryan. Red Bull ski right there with the water patrol to pick her up. And she's back off and running. Looking like she's shaking that one off like a champion. Two turns completed. That looks solid for Gabby Bryan before the big wipeout. As we take another look, Flick.
Yeah, this wave, I mean, starts off really nice. That first turn was beautifully well done. You can see her just waiting for this section. A little bit slower here, but this is where things get so dicey. Oh my goodness, you can really, that's a good demonstration of just that tide dropping out. You could really see the water drawing off that reef. So interesting, right? Like sometimes some of those wipeouts that look the worst, sometimes you end up being okay, and it's those ones that you would never have expected, and they come up like, oh, serious cut here. But yeah, that, I mean, it's definitely getting shallow on that inside, so glad she's okay.
Shaking that one off is Gabriella Bryan. What a standout she's been this year. Growing up on Kauai, showed a lot of promise. Getting her first wave of her life when she was about 4 or 5 at the Honolulu Pier. And it was always a fun thing. And then until it's not, you realize you're really good at it. Like, hey, this could be a career. Always still fun, but then it gets more serious with her training. She was thankful to ride equipment from shapers like Alkai Lee, and then jumping on surfboards from Matt Biolis. She's been helping out the cause for Biolis to try to go back-to-back in the Vissla CT Shaper ranks. And she's always so grateful for all the equipment. She talks about how much time Matt puts into her boards, and nice solid Cloudbreak quiver. So falling on the finish, we'll keep that last score kind of small for Bryan. She's still in second, needing a 6.18 to catch up to Molly Picklum. Catching up to this wave is Betty Lou. Nice drawn out bottom turn and really lights up the pocket. Shouldering off quickly. She's going to try to make the most of it. Fading down to the bottom. Throwing some spray off the tail. Quick whip on that inside section and she'll step off. Well timed opening hack.
Yeah, that's very well timed for her. Unfortunately, like the choice of wave right there for her was a little bit on the low side. You kind of want to look for those waves that stretch down the line and have a wall in front of you, because you have so much pressure coming from behind that if you don't have that wall in front of you, the whitewash is always going to be beating the lip line. So no matter how tight you get and how low on the bottom turn and compress, you're not going to be steep enough. So first turn was great, and then after that happened, no wall in front of her, and she just kept having to go back to like kind of a carve. But yeah, it was a great effort for her.
Big event for the final 5 and for all of these surfers that still have a mathematical shot. Betty Lou has to have a lot of things go her way as we focus in on number 4 and 5 in the world. That's Molly and Gabriella Bryan. If they want to just shape their own destiny, they make the final, they can guarantee that they'll be competing for a world title. This September, the Lexus WSL Finals. It'd be a first showing for Gabby Bryan. It'd be a second appearance for Molly Picklum. A lot of contest ahead of us. You can see Betty Lou's last name, Johnson there, number 9th. So she still has a long shot. For her, she's got to hope that the majority of the top seeds end up in the elimination round and then get knocked out of the event. Cool part for Betty Lou, she can just focus on herself, try to get the best waves of her life at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I think just get the experience on the board, and there's not so much pressure. I mean, if the chips were to fall that way, I mean, so be it. You'll take it. But, I mean, there's a lot of moving parts to that scenario for it to play out, right? I think when I look at that, for me, the biggest threats, you know, sitting outside is Joanne and Tati. I just can't go past those 2 names, the 2 women in the draw that have experience out here. Joanne obviously winning out here and, you know, coming from a Union, St. Louis with that beautiful left-hand hander on like a shallow reef wake, you know, say no more.
It's crazy when you look at the surfers that need a big result. For Joanne Defay and Tatiana Weston-Webb, if they were going, okay, what event do I want to have to surf when I need a big result? They would both say Cloudbreak at the same time.
Yeah.
I 100% agree with you. Like it's an advantage for them. As much as they're kind of far, it's a long shot ahead of them. They need to gain a lot of ground on top of their opponents, but still, like, if you have to pick one, why wouldn't you pick the one that you feel the most comfortable on? They're the ones that have the most experience together with Tyler, but Tyler's out of contention already, so it's up to them to do the work now.
And as you saw in the scenario for Katie Simmers, if she wins this heat, she goes to the quarterfinals, then she'd be clinching the yellow jersey. And she's looking really warmed up. As we check out an IC replay, a vision from the morning session, I think Katie Simmers is really warmed up.
Oh yeah, this was a Humpty Dumpty barrel, wasn't it? It was big, it was round, and yeah, good sign of good things to come. That was a solid, meaty barrel.
I really enjoyed that, and I enjoyed that call.
Thank you.
Katie Simmers, what a way to kick off an event. I mean, your warm-up, you're hoping to feel out your equipment and feel confident. What a better way to start your day than that.
I know. Who's up? Molly.
Slamming on the brakes and pulling up and still able to control the rail to get back down to the bottom is Molly Picklum. She's been really working on that. She will slide out off the bottom and get sent over the falls. She's pretty sendy. She goes for it, and we've seen that a lot at Teahupo from the Olympics and also the Championship Tour event in May. The art of backhand tube riding, where you want to force the slide on demand, but then re-engage your rail. Also, Molly wants to go super deep to make sure she gets a big score. And I think she's been caught between those 2 moments of trying to hold her line. As we see a drop in here from Gabriella Bryan. Tags the first section, real slopey on the open face. You can see how it just pulls off the reef, but she times the snap well. And now a 4th turn. Maybe a 5th in the float section. Remember her wipeout before? She still doesn't care about the shallow section on the inside, actually bouncing off it.
She's bouncing on rocks.
She's touching that right now.
Yeah.
Oof.
Yep.
Oh, that hurts.
She'll stand. There we go.
All right, we're gonna see how shallow that's gonna get right there. Look, it's like under, like on her knee, and it's probably gonna get even more shallow as the next wave comes in because it gets the water out of the reef. As you see it right there, she's starting to walk. It's below her kneecap right now, so
you know,
that's just show how shallow it is.
It's coral heads there. It's precarious. It's not fun to be walking on that. Let's have a look here. Before that moment, Nice time turn there. Wave a little bit slow, so she's just setting up this inside section. She does get a bit of damage done here on the inside. That was a nice crisp turn. And then goes for the finish here, and things just get awfully shallow. But, I mean, she's committed, and you know what? Like, kind of got Molly out there with that breakaway score, that 6.67, and you know, if I reflect back to that, there was a lot going on at the start of that heat, but obviously judges just really appreciated that critical nature of that first maneuver. You know, if you, in the context of the heat, if you think back to anything else, like we haven't seen anything like it. So Molly with that quick lead.
Well, just the impact of the final 5. You know, for Gabby Bryan, number 4 in the world's right ahead of her. If she could send Picklum to the elimination round and make her feel vulnerable, that's why she's sitting on dry reef.
Yeah.
You know, with so much on the line for the Lexus WSL Finals, there's no way Gabby Bryan's not going to bounce off the shish kebab section. Picklum will get this score to count before the buzzer and start tracking her way into the channel. Job well done for Molly Picklum, a 6.67, a 3.10. And world number 4 looking very solid. Had a lot of attempts, but really counted that first start, her highest score of the heat, and ends up getting the big win into the quarterfinals. Betty Lou and Gabby Bryan will be in the elimination round here at the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Up next, world number 1, Katie Simmers takes on Sawyer Lindblad and wildcard Sierra Kerr.
We are right into the around in the water. Surfer in the yellow jersey from the United States, Katie Simmers. In blue from the United States, in blue, we just saw that last week, Sawyer Lindblad. And from Australia on the white, Sierra Kerr. First wave of Sawyer Lindblad at 2.5. Sawyer blue, the first wave of 2.5.
Welcome back. We're in Fiji, a year-round surfing paradise, an absolute dream destination for surfers of all levels. Warm water, perfect waves, year-round. From April to May are considered prime months for surfing, where excellent conditions are pretty normal, but I've even been here in January, where Cloudbreak has been gigantic and really fun. What a great place to visit in your surfing life, and a great spot to end the regular season for the championship tour. Winding up off the bottom, making a CT debut, a very familiar last name. Sierra Kerr getting her first wave with her dad, Josh, hanging out as her caddy for this event. Sierra, just 17 years of age, was being interviewed alongside Aaron Brooks, also 17, talking about a lot of things and all the nerves that could come into play. But this is a familiar place for Sierra. Was always traveling with her dad when Josh was on tour. She basically learned to surf on Tavarua. You know, her and her brother Colin would be out there all the time, and pretty rad full circle moment for the Kerr family today as we see Sierra's opening wave, Jesse.
Yeah, nice clean wall, just lacking a little bit of steepness on that wave. This section a little bit more steep. She was able to get a nice wrap, and then as it gets a little shallower, when a little bit more coping, just gets very foamy. So nice start for her.
And also Sawyer Lindblad getting her opener.
Yeah, so Sawyer here, also just a bit of a tapered wall. See what happens here where she brings it through to the inside, but yeah, she's out of there, she knows. And then behind her, Katie, sort of locking in here, chooses to sort of maneuver around this section. This wave's really keeping her humble. She gets up into the pocket there, squares up again, and oh my goodness. Wow, we've seen some extraordinary wipeouts at Safo.
She was just getting bounced off the reef right there once again. You know, like mostly with this rip going down the line, it just keeps moving you so quick underwater, and it's not the best feeling. It feels like you're going to get knocked out any moment.
And oftentimes the section could look nice and full and real vertical because you're running out of water. It's like you've got a decision to make. You kick out or do you go for it? Everyone's going for it today.
I guess when you have a jersey on, you don't really have many options. You just got to go for it. Unless, you know, it's not worth it. You're in combination and there's no need to go, but like otherwise they're going for it.
This is kind of a grommet heat, you guys. Sierra's 17. World #1, Katie Simmers, is 18. And Sawyer might be feeling old. She's 19. How about that?
Oh my goodness.
Do we add all those ages up? 17 plus 18 plus 19, that's...
What is it, Joe?
54.
Don't ask me.
That's 2 years older than Kelly.
Oh,
that's a compliment to Kelly for longevity.
He's still here. That's crazy.
That's
huh?
amazing. I don't think that record will ever be broken.
I don't see that happening
Be able
as
to
well.
surf at this level.
No, never.
And these surfers are so lucky to be around them in this event. And rumor is that Kelly's going to be also coaching Aaron Brooks, who's coming up next. So doing double duty there.
I mean, is there anyone better to have in your corner than the best of all time in a jersey and the best of all time at Cloudbreak?
Just so much knowledge. And, you know, I think with Kelly giving her, there's one word of insight. That could mean just everything to a young wild card.
Even just the fact that he's decided that he's going to take that time to coach her, you know, that speaks volumes too, you know, to, you know, the kind of surfer that Kelly thinks Aaron is. So, I mean, that's confidence boosting alone. So pretty cool story.
Aaron Brooks has Tatiana Weston-Webb and Caroline Marks in the next heat. As we focus on the final 5 for Katie Simmers, it's a heat win to get yellow, and she'll deal with this wild card, Sierra Kerr, for many years. Sierra not having the best results when you compare it to Aaron on the Challenger Series yet, but you know she's destined to compete for a lot of world titles in the future. Representing Coolangatta in Australia, but she kind of has one of those rad stories of also representing Southern California and Carlsbad, to be more specific. So bouncing between Carlsbad and Australia, her mom from Southern California, and obviously Josh Kerr, part of the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club. .517 start for Sierra. Talented at golf, pickleball, tennis, very similar to her dad, Josh. Josh got the nickname, I think that was given to him in Fiji, of Novelty Boy, because you know, all the downtime you have on Namotu or Tavarua, all you do is play games, ride foils, go windsurfing. Josh was one of those surfers on tour that he was signing up for everything. Some competitors are like, nope, I'm just focusing on my shortboard, my heats, breathing, all this other stuff. He's like, hey, let's play ping pong all day. Let's surf, let's sail.
And he always had that kind of sense in him of like keeping things free, you know, and his surf's really translated into that. He was probably the most progressive surfer we had on tour at the time that he qualified. And it just shows like he's there to enjoy, put on a show and have a good time.
Katie with a lot on the line for this #1 jersey, but it means a lot because we did see her there last year And she got to feel the nerves and the intensity of this high-paced event at lower trestles. As we look at Sawyer Lindblad locking in. Nice, clean top turn wrap, and she will run out of room. That score will go with her 2.5. And now a nice late takeoff, and controlling it is the wild card Sierra Kerr. Covering some ground, flying down the line, and she's got to eject. Sierra comfortable in hollow parts of the wave, as we see this one just unloading right on top of her. Go through a wipeout, you look up and see more waves on the head. Where does your mind go, Flick?
Oh, well, you can't change the situation, so here we go. Some deep breaths, maybe.
Embrace it.
Yeah, let's go. I mean, there's no changing it, but I mean, the heart rate's definitely up. You're trying to keep it down, I guess.
I guess realistically speaking, for the conditions we have today, those surfers are so used to massive conditions that this doesn't fade them so much. There's going to be circumstances that will make them a little like that, but like most of all, they'll be pretty comfortable.
It's time for a Fiji Airways board check-in. We'll send it to Strider with Josh Kerr.
Thank you very much. Yeah, what's happening, Josh? How you doing, buddy? Good to be in the Fiji channel with you again, Strider. Yeah, how's your daughter feeling out there? Yeah, she was pretty nerve-wracked prior to the heat. I was just like, this is a great opportunity. Just have fun, enjoy it, and you know, what an amazing place to be for your first ever CT experience. You know, 4 to 5 foot Cloudbreak heaving, pretty sick. Well, we're doing a Fiji Airways board check. What's she riding? She's on a 5.8 Golden Trail JS, and I've got a Forget-Me-Not 5.8 under me right now as a backup. You guys ride the same size boards? No. I feel there's actually there's a bit of current in this channel right now. I feel very under-volumed on this paddle against the current as a caddy. Well, it's been a pleasure to see the memories of you and your daughter here in the channel, and now the roles are reversed, so congratulations on bringing it full circle. Oh, it's amazing, man. It's very special. Yeah, it's been almost tear-jerking moments just watching it paddle out before. Choking up right now. All right, get back to it. Thank you.
Oh, what an amazing moment for the entire Kerr family. Josh, a very proud father, and he's got to be pinching himself because the roles were reversed, and not even that long ago. We go back to when Sierra was just 8 years of age. Had to get the assist down to the sled by her dad, Josh, and she was on the caddying responsibility, saying, Dad, do this, do that, I want you to win.
It's just so cute, right? Like, does it get any cuter? And like you said, Joe, full circle, or Strider said it too, full circle moment. And I mean, I think, you know, with the future ahead of her, like, you know, Sierra has, this is the first of many, I'd say. I mean, she, you know, just with the results she's already got, the, you know, a World Junior title, and the way she's performing in free surfs and the clips she's been putting out there, I think there's more to come.
Josh was classic after that event back then because it was probably one of his toughest heats he's had and performances at Cloudbreak, but he looked at his daughter and he was like, well, I'm winning. You know, this is great. He had some tough years where he'd be one of the guys to beat and he'd get knocked out early at this event. He did have a quarterfinal years back. He ended up losing to CJ Hobgood. When you lost to CJ at Cloudbreak, he didn't have, you know, you could move on quickly. CJ, one of the all-time greats. The round before, though, Josh had a 9.83 and an 8.93, one of his best combined totals of his career at this event, and a win over Nat Young. Now coaching his daughter, Sierra, and she's got the lead at the moment. Lindblad in second. World number 1, Katie Simmers, just with 1 wave so far. Let's catch up with world number 4. Molly Picklum is with AJ.
Okay, so Molly was just breaking down how many times she's surfed here at Cloudbreak. Continue.
Yeah, I was actually fortunate. Brisa brought me here last November. But to be honest, it was so windy and we didn't really surf at all. It was just a full hangout girls trip. But yeah, I'm new here, obviously learning as I go, and we got some really good takeaways just then from positioning in that heat. So I'm really happy to make it and get to use those learnings and go again.
So what was the thing that you sort of wanted to attack in this first heat, knowing, hey, I don't have a lot of experience on this break, but I am one of the best surfers in the world? What are you leaning on?
Yeah, I lean on your surfing. That's what we do best. There's waves out there to be ripped, and I just wanted to go out there and like do my turns and hopefully let the barrel find me, but I was kind of a bit greedy on the barrel. I tried a bit too hard.
Well, Molly, congratulations. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I love you all and appreciate all the support. Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Molly Picklum riding home in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, which floats at this event. She'll be hanging out there for a bit, breaking things down with her coach, Glenn Micro Hall. Micro, formerly on tour, had that crazy moment where he broke his back in competition and had to get airlifted out of here. It's never quite the same. He got a wild card to come back. He said he was a bit sore and just transitioned to one of the best coaches that we've seen in pro surfing. Oh, the locker room is right there. Red Bull sets up the racks. You got a great view into the pit with Katie Simmers getting down the line. Nice flowing little carve to set up this hollow part of the reef. It's getting really shallow in there and trying to burn off some speed. She did well to slow down. Just slightly got covered up by the lip line. And that'll be her second scoring wave.
The technique right there is impressive. You know, how she's able to slow herself down, put that outside part of the leg, like the front leg, to wipe off speed. And just on the woman's side, we're just starting to see a glimpse of it. Like, and she's definitely with Molly kind of leading that way, that path. They're just so technical.
Yeah, I think this is a great demonstration of that. Obviously, that little bit wide there, but you just got to appreciate the technique. Even the read through this section, okay, cut back, let's fade. You know, this little snap stall there, really utilizing the whole side of her body to drag in the side of the face of that wave. I mean, here again, once again, beautiful technique and really trying to maximize that tube time. I mean, you really can't, okay, it's sure, it's not going to be a massive score, but you can't fault that technique. It's really well done. And I mean, this angle here, you really get a good idea of just how shallow that is. That's drawing so much off that reef. You can really see just her whole body leaning into the side of the face of that wave.
Great technique from Katie Simmers, 18 years of age, just her second year on tour. Had the big announcement when she qualified originally that she was not going to accept the spot on tour. She had some other things she wanted to do, wanted to mature in her surfing. Made the whole world wait, and she went back to the Challenger Series with 0 points. No worries. Qualified again. And lucky for us, she accepted last season, got Rookie of the Year, and made the Final 5.
Hey, is that not the biggest flex ever? Come on, no, that's pretty epic. Right?
That's crazy.
Just in surfing, it's radical because how much talent have we seen just disappear in contest formats where you're going, no, if you get the shot, you got to take it. You know, this was conversations going on around the world when Katie actually said, not yet.
I mean, injuries could pop up, you know, and like slow yourself down for a few years. There's so much variables that could go wrong, so it was very gutsy from her to do that.
And now setting this up, the rookie on tour, Lindblad. I love that frontside slice. You can blow the tail out when she finishes.
Oh.
And just a misread on a very challenging part of the wave. And a hollow section really opening up wide and it moving at a rapid pace. Ends up with a wipeout for Katie Simmers. Sawyer Lindblad paddling back out. Sierra Kerr sitting with the lead in priority, but still waiting on some scores. To give you the complete update, one more heat win away for Katie to clinch yellow at lower trestles. Picking up some big wins this year. 3, in fact, already 5 wins. We haven't even finished 2 seasons. The pipeline quote heard around the world. Classic. Representing the United States in the Olympic Games. Winning bells at a buzzer beater moment when it looked like it was Joanne DeFe's to celebrate. And then also going back to back in Brazil. This is what Katie just tried to do, Jesse.
Yeah, this is the wave you're looking for out here today. That was a beautiful wave, just stretched down the line, nice barrel. But that first pump right there, she needed a little bit more leverage. So what happens is when you're taking off backhand and you have your hands on the grab, it doesn't give you too much extension of your body. So the first pump, really, you need to put a lot of energy into get the drive when you're talking about a barrel that's going that fast. And she wasn't able to capitalize on that moment, and the wave just ran without her, unfortunately, because that was a great wave.
Now just a quick look, and falling out the back was Sierra Kerr. And running down the line, trying to survive on the shallow section. Katie Simmers just popping up with 11 minutes to go.
I mean, you've got to commend the wave selection really from Katie so far. I mean, think about the waves that she's selected compared to Sawyer and Sierra. I mean, she's got a good eye for it right now. I mean, if she had just done, like you'd said, Jesse, just that one more serious bit of momentum forward, I mean, I almost thought, like, shoot, that thing was looking like a 10. Like,
yeah,
that was a freight train barrel. It was thundering down the reef. I mean, you got to give it to her. Like, her read right now is pretty good.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And they're, like, all kind of under priority as well. As you see it right here from the Zango. Oh, this actually might be this last wave. This one just got very tight, and she was able to actually muscle through that and come out. Not clean, but hey, effort right there. It's not easy to do what she did. As you see it, that wave gets very high and tight. She actually does the perfect line to follow the lip line all the way up, and the barrel disappears. I think we're going to see a better angle right here. As you see it, it's like tiny. And then it gets even smaller, but she somehow pulls off, goes over the fumble. The thing clamps on top of her, and she just muscles through it. That was impressive from her.
Wow, not an easy wave to make. The barrel ended up just shutting down, but she held her line. Judges making a decision on a completion. Did reemerge. Looked like she had control before laying off because the reef was already there. As the judges think that over, we'll take a quick break as the reigning world champ and gold medalist prepares for heat number 2.
Scores in for Lanciello. He completes the barrel, 5.07. For last wave of Katie Simmers at 8 yellow, the first situation, Katie Simmers with a 5.07. And the low score Katie with a 3.13. Sierra Kerr, you have a 5.17. Still the key high wave. You need a 3.23, Sierra. Wright, you need a 3.23 to go to first. Sarah Niglad, you need a 5.57 to go to first. First priority white, second priority blue, third priority yellow. First place, Katie Simmers with a 5.07 on that last wave. Your low score, Katie, a 3.33. Just under 8 minutes remaining.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. By Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of the WSL Asia Pacific. By Mophie, official portable power bank partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Mophie, stay powerful. By Fiji Airways, official airline partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Taparua Island Resort, celebrating 40 years of surfing in Fiji. Welcome back to the opening round of competition. At world number 1, Katie Simmers got enough to take the lead before we went to break. a 5.07 to go with a 3.33. Now has her sitting out in the lead. A heat win will give her the yellow jersey at lower trestles to compete for a world title for the second year straight. Sierra Kerr, the wild cards, holding second. The rookie on tour, Sawyer Lindblad, in third with priority. Still has 6.5 on the clock to avoid the elimination round. Fun to see Sierra growing up so quickly to a World Junior Championship title. And now making a debut at Cloudbreak at the CT level. Before heats, Sierra told us that she's got to solve a Rubik's Cube before she paddles out.
Is that real?
Yeah. I guess before every heat, she's like, all right, let's fix this. And what a good way to prepare. I mean, I guess those Rubik's Cubes teach you patience.
And also focus, right? Like, takes everything out of, like, you know, everything that's going around you, and you just focus on one thing. And that's what kind of you need out there, mostly in the beginning of heats, you know, like you don't want to focus too much on your opponents. You want to try and maximize your opportunities, and then maybe after look at them.
And maybe spatial reasoning or awareness.
I'd never be making it out for my heat. That was me.
Yeah, I think
still on the boat, trying to solve it 3 hours later.
But if you can move three-dimensional objects in your mind, that's pretty cool in the water for positioning, doing complex maneuvers, even navigating crowded lineups. I'm gonna go buy one.
It seems like it works for her, right? She's that good of a surfer, and looks like maybe underneath right there.
Having a look, just rolling under is Sierra.
Oh, that was a nug underneath.
Katie out front, just showing how well she can adapt. That last wave she made was not easy. Taking a higher line and then having it shut down. It's one thing if it's wide open and you could set your rail and get spit out the other end. But she knows how to change gears under pressure. Next heat, Caroline Marks, Tatiana Weston-Webb got to share a final in the Olympic Games. Tati, the silver medalist, getting some help with the jersey from Ross Williams. She had a beautiful message to all of her support group after that silver medal. Went quickly to celebrate in Paris. Got to watch a lot of sports there. And when you're a silver medalist, they roll the carpet out for you. It was, what a great way to celebrate a massive accomplishment. The one thing I noticed from her performance is she's surfing at the top of her game. Her decision-making with carves, her approach, her confidence. She looked like she was surfing with conviction, and then coming here to Cloudbreak, where she's already a favorite. She's in a great place in that next heat flick.
Yeah. I spoke to Tati. We'll get back to that. Looks like Katie's locking it in.
Wow, what a cool surfer. She has so much grace and just a clean down carve on the backhand. Her hands go out. She just sets that rail and lets it fly. What a feel-good maneuver for herself and also for us to watch. Also Sawyer quickly.
I guess the question on that one was like, where was Sawyer right there? Because that was probably the best of the heat we saw. A nice barrel, and we see now here's Sierra.
Sierra getting a couple of pumps to get down the line. Now setting up a first turn, a backhand carve. Driving into a wild section. Got there early enough to get control. Well done from the wild card. Throwing down one of her better turns in this matchup.
Yeah, that was a really hectic section there that she sort of negotiated pretty well. So she just bails off her board there. Too shallow to duck dive. You're scraping the knuckles if you duck dive there. But yeah, I'm interested to see where Sawyer was too on that positioning on that previous wave, where Katie pulled the trigger. I mean, we also saw it, picked it up from the channel angle, and it's hard to tell just how deep she was as well from that angle. So here we go. Let's have a look. So Katie locks in, finds the tube, comes flaring out of that one. So just a short tube ride, but once again, just demonstrating that beautiful technique. You know, she's got it dialed. She connects on the right wave. I mean, she is on her way to a big score. I mean, And, you know, just identifying that this tube is a high tube. You know, I've got to stay a little bit higher in the pocket here. It's going to let me out. I mean, she's had a few attempts and, yeah, she's just getting better and better.
Lexus WSL Finals is in September. And we're watching the #1 seed going for a win here to try to clinch the yellow jersey. 90 seconds till we find out if she's done it. Scores coming in for all three surfers. Sierra had that big finish over that aggressive section that's pulling off the reef. And she didn't really have anything to back up the 517. So that'll change her top two big time. But the barrel is the best thing to watch out here, especially when they haven't been very easy to read today. It hasn't just been instant success when you lock in. And for Katie, showing the panel upstairs that she can do it in a lot of different ways. She can punch free on the end section. She can lock and load out the back. Just trusting her natural instincts. It always looks like she's just free surfing with a jersey on.
Yeah, she really has that sense of freedom on top of the board. You can see that she's one of the only surfers on a jersey that stands stalls all the time, has a lot of freedom with footwork. It's just not easy to do, those type of things. Everyone tends to be pretty tense and more aggressive mode, and she just kind of seems to go the opposite way, and it's very impressive from how young she is.
The judges taking their time. Completely different comparisons when you look at Sierra's wave compared to Katie's. So they might actually have to put the next heat on hold as they take advantage of the video replay. We've run out of time at heat #2. And still waiting on those last numbers. Last of Sawyer Lindblad coming in now. Sierra Kerr 4.73 with her 5.17. And taking the win is Katie Simmers. 5.07 and a 5.47. She will officially clinch the yellow jersey and be world #1, waiting in the title match at the Lexus WSL Finals. What a year it's been for Katie Simmers. Congratulations, you are in yellow.
There goes Katie Simmers. Katie pulling in, huge backdoor section, and she reappears.
Pipeline for the girls.
The biggest story in 2024 is the youthful movement, but out of that youth, it's Katie Simmers.
Katie's just different, the way she carries herself. She draws different lines.
She's not about the show. She's not about the talk. She just quietly goes on her way with radical surfing.
Katie Simmers has just been a breath of fresh air, bringing a whole new bag of tricks.
People kind of say that I seem pretty chill in really pressurized situations, but I feel like it's just because it all is happening in my mind. I don't really show it maybe physically.
We lock in with world #1. Katie Simmers still traveling. One more section, a lengthy tube ride. Caitlin Simmers just locked up the #1 seed. Simmers, you're going to the Lexus WSL Finals.
wave of white, Aaron Brooks at 3.0.
Welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. Opening round for the women. This is heat number 3 in the water, where it is an all goofy foot matchup. Defending world champ Caroline Marks is up against Tatiana Weston-Webb, and an impressive wild card in the way of Erin Brooks. This is a heat that I say we gotta watch. Welcome to the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. This is the host set here. This is Richie Levitt, and this is a real picture of what we have on offer and what we have behind us. But Rich, I'm looking forward to this heat. Ever since I saw it in the heat draw, this stands to be a very exciting heat.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, it's the heat at the opening round. It's the heat to watch. You know, as you mentioned, Kipes, it's a goofy foot affair, but we have the experience of the world champion in Caroline Marks.
But watch out for the wild card. This is the teenager, Erin Brooks, just feeling things out at Cloudbreak. Her first showing at Cloudbreak, got a wild card into this event. She is a prodigious talent, Erin. She's doing a great year on the Challenger Series right now. Erin Brooks already with an event win on that Challenger Series, a runner-up finish on that Challenger Series. She's currently number 4 in the rankings there. Remember, on that Challenger Series, we take the top 5 women at the end of the year, and they will graduate to the 2025 championship tour. Erin Brooks, she's on her way, Rich.
Yeah, she's a phenom, is what she is. And I was going to say, you know, she's coming up against the experience of Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston-Webb. So what an initiation onto the championship tour. As we can see, just stylishly driving down the line here. And you can notice the speed of the way Erin surfs, the pace of it. It's quick.
And here is, Caroline on a replay.
Is the world champ up and riding. Beautiful snap to start things off. Nice carve as she comes down through to the inside section here. And just opts to get out of that one, perhaps sensing there wasn't enough points done on the outside. So she decides, I want something more, and I'll join the party back outside.
Yeah, a 4.5 is what she earned for that wave on the replay. So she takes an early mark. And here we go again. Marksy carving on that mayhem. Great rail control from the Olympic gold medalist. And she kicks out of that one. You know, you look at Caroline Marks as almost a veteran on the championship tour, but you got to remind yourself she's only 22 years old.
That's incredible.
Qualified at 15 for the championship tour. We've watched her grow up, and we've watched her attain a world title and an Olympic gold medal. This is a big year for Caroline Marks 2024.
Yeah, you know, it's one thing to get the world titles, but to get multiple world titles and back them up, that's another story. We've seen so many of the greats in our sport do it. And Caroline, she's poised. You know, she is. She's been informed this whole year, working closely, obviously, with Luke Egan, the coach, who's had incredible success out here in Fiji.
Yeah.
He was, during my era, one of the standout performers on the tour, along with Oki, of course, out of the Goofy Footers.
Yeah. Luke Egan was a champ here at the Fiji Pro back in 2000, second to win this event after the initial event here in 1999 that Mark Akalupa won, so 2 great Goofy Footers. And Luke Egan guiding Caroline Marks in her first time in competition here in Fiji. Remember, Caroline makes it to the quarterfinals, and we're going to see her again at Trestles to defend her world title.
Awesome. I can tell you, Kipes, that the celebrations on Namotu after some of those big wins are fairly tamed.
Here we go with Tatiana Weston-Webb. lines up for a barrel, just gets a little axe on the shoulders there, so still lining up. You can see the wind whipping around, the tide's drawing out right now. It's 12:48 local time here in Fiji. We got another about an hour and a half of draining tide today before things turn around for us.
Yeah, definitely that wind picking up. You can see at the top of the screen there, those little white caps marching around the back of the reef there. Strong south-southeast sort of trade, I guess, as you would call it. You can see there's the front on view. That gives you a real indication of just how much power is behind this wind. But we'll take the wind any day as long as it brings the swell.
Yeah, so it is absolutely whipping out there. Tatiana, that was just a 1-point ride that on her second ride. She's had 4 appearances here at Cloudbreak, but has a pretty impressive, you know, when we look at the analytics, heat percentage winning at 41%, average heat score at 12.12 for Tati. So strong. She had a runner-up finish. Last time we had an event here in Fiji, Tati made the final up against Courtney Conlog and took a runner-up finish in 2017. So she's got that, she knows the winning path, I would have to say, here at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, for sure. She's worked out the formula. She's accustomed to the wave, and really, she's one of the women on this tour that doesn't shy away from a barrel, really confident, and you'll see those women that sort of hunt down the barrel and want to be in it. And then others are still really getting used to being comfortable inside a big treacherous barrel.
Yeah. So in this heat and the next heat, we have the surfers, the women who have competed here before at the Corona Fiji Pro. Joanne DeFay, of course, she was a 2016 event champ. Tatiana Weston-Webb, we talked about her with that runner-up finish last time we were here. Tyler Wright, 2017, she made the semi-finals. So those are the 3 women that have had competition experience out here. It's the first time for the rest of the field.
They're in the minority. It's the women that have experience out here. But, you know, look, just that little solid 3-pack there. Joanne, Tatiana, and Tyler, all very, very confident and comfortable over treacherous reef.
And interestingly enough, the next heat, we are going to see Joanne DeFay and Tyler Wright face off against each other with basically a local here in the way of Brisa Hennessy. That's going to be the final heat of the opening round for the women.
Yeah, well, that one will be an all-natural footer affair, coming straight off the back of the goofy affair that we have in front of us, Kaipo.
So setting stuff up right now. So it is Caroline Marks in the lead with a 4.5 and a 4.57. Priority sits with Aaron Brooks, and we'll see how the wild card plays on that priority. Meanwhile, while waiting for the next exchange, let's hear from the last heat winner, Katie Simmers.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Wouldn't necessarily know it, Katie, but you said this is one of your first times out here in Cloudbreak. How did you get the win today?
Yeah, I mean, I say my first time because the last 4 days have been pretty, like, barely surfable. So this is like, we woke up this morning and came here, and it was kind of the first time I've really seen this wave. And I've heard it's really tricky, and this morning it was super tricky, but it was like a super fun wave, and it's fun to like kind of get a left that you can do turns on and get barreled. And yeah, it was very tricky out there, and I definitely was like having a hard time a little bit. And on my first wave, I like got slammed to the bottom and got a couple cuts and ripped my wetsuit. But after that, I was just kind of trying to get my head out of the gutter. And yeah, I managed to, so.
Yellow jersey's intact though, right?
Yes, sir.
Good, because you're going to need it yet again coming up. You've locked in the #1 spot coming up at finals. What does it mean to you?
That's pretty, like, not real. But it's super real. It's also super real.
What does that mean to you?
I don't really know. It's just, it's pretty cool. I mean, Lowe's is a super fun wave, and it's kind of a ridiculous situation, life situation to be in. So just try to like not think about it at all. Like really, I wish you didn't tell me that right now. But I'll just think about my next heat, and hopefully we get fun waves. So
we'll talk about the next heat. Congratulations, Katie.
Thank you.
Yeah, Katie Simmers. It's about 6 p.m. in Oceanside, California. Raise up, Oceanside, because your homegirl is going to be #1 over there at Lowers for the Lexus WSL Finals. I want Oceanside to come down starting September 6th and cheer on Katie Simmers, because she's going to be in the title match going for a world title. That's great news for California, Rich.
Yeah, absolutely. And but you can see just how kind of off-putting it was for Katie. You know,
that's like
getting
a surfer
the news
right there.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like, stay away. You know, I'm just gonna surf.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Just trying to stay focused on the job at hand, heat to heat, wave to wave. It's kind of cliche, but it's a real thing. You know, you can't get too far ahead of yourself in these events if you start thinking about finals before you're even in them.
And you're so young, right, to be put into that position. Just like in this heat, the 17-year-old Aaron Brooks, originally from Boerne, Texas, of all places, but has a Canadian passport, represents Canada. She did that and took a ISA gold representing Canada in the World Juniors. But oddly enough, she's a local at Rocky Point on the island of Oahu. So Aaron Brooks all over the place. But she's another one to watch out for when we look at this just new generation of exciting women surfers.
Yeah, well, much like Sierra, you know, Erin's actually had some surf time out here at Cloudbreak and in conditions not too dissimilar to this, and again is one that is very comfortable in the barrel. We saw her get a 10-point ride up on the Gold Coast on a backhand barrel, so you know, very, very capable and seems to be sort of ahead of her years.
Yeah. So we're here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, but I'd like to know what the vibe is out on Tavarua. So I'm going to ring up the Tavi live cam and ring in Stace Galbraith. Stace, what do you got?
Yeah, Yadravanyaka Kipes and Uncle Rich, how you boys doing?
Oh, we're doing great. It's good to hear from you, mate. What's the vibes like on Tavi? Give us the rundown.
Yeah, vibes are good, although I just made a bet with Ramsey. I'm not allowed to drink this beer until he serves his heat, so I'll be waiting patiently.
Well, you're going to stick with the coconut. What else is going on over there other than like giant sushi platters?
Yeah, massive sushi platters, fish for days, and heaps of sport. Griffin Colapinto's been the commissioner of fun over here, and everyone's been getting stuck right into it, so it's been good laughs.
Who's the two dudes lounging behind you? They look very relaxed.
Yeah, the boys look flat out.
That guy sucked all the good waves out of the ocean this morning. There's none left.
And who have we got hiding behind the cushion there? Come on, reveal yourself.
Mrs. Brooks.
There she is.
She looks nervous now, but you should have seen her last night when Erin was heavily losing a game of cafe con leche. So I think that prepped her well for this heat today.
All right. Love it. Thanks for the check-in. And we're going to keep on checking with you, Stace, because we want to know what's going down on the heart-shaped island.
Looking forward to it, Kipes. See you, Rich.
See you, mate.
Stace, pretty calm in the midst of the restaurant there. Saw a couple of waves, but nothing consequential. A quick takeoff for Tati, another quick takeoff from Aaron Brooks as well. So still a pretty wide open heat, and Caroline Marks in the driver's seat currently.
Well, she's got those pocket fours, and when you look at those two waves, that, you know, she really didn't get out of third gear on either of them. Quite easily banked those fours. So I feel like Caroline is going to look for a better wave now, really start to try and run away with this heat. But this is Tatiana, just a quick in and out again. So wave choice perhaps proving to be a little difficult in this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, and again, a reminder, Caroline, she stays in this first position. She wins this heat. She goes straight to the quarterfinals. That finish will qualify her for that final 5 situation. So Caroline can get the work done right now, but she's going to have to get past an exciting young teenager in the way of Aaron Brooks. Flying down the line here. Brooks lines up off the bottom, carves off the top, and catches a chunk of wind swell right there. And that rail grab cost her.
Yeah, she was certainly building energy as she was streaking down the line there. Unfortunately, just missed the carve.
Yep. Aaron Brooks rides Mayhem surfboards. Her board of choice, a 5.3 driver 3.0. You're laughing at the 5.3,
I'm laughing at the 5.3. It blows me away. But, you know, it is what it is.
She's only 5'2", so here she is on the replay. What happened?
You can see just working all the way down the line here, perhaps thinking tube ride, but no, goes for the carve and just got stuck. And I feel like, you know, this is probably a step up for Erin as well. Yeah. So, you know, just having that longer, you know, an inch or two in size on the board, that rail line is extended. And sometimes when the wave flattens out like that and you're so committed to that turn, you can get stuck on that rail a little bit if you don't have enough pressure on that back foot as you're driving it through.
I have to agree with you. I think when the wave flattens out, that's when the rails get catchy, especially with all that speed. Here we go. Nice roundhouse for Caroline Marks, eases into this section. Another little catchy turn there. She feels it, and she's going to abandon that wave.
Yeah,
so
she's out of there.
Looks okay. So what am my takeaway from right now? These last two waves, it's difficult out there with this wind.
Yep, definitely difficult. And I'm sure Luke would have said, hey, just pick those medium-sized sets, the ones that are hugging the reef. Look for a longer line that's going to hit the reef as it comes through that inside section, and then it's going to stand up. Anything that the surfers are taking off on from way outside that has a tapered line on it is pretty much going to mush out towards the end of the ride. So really important to pick those waves that have a longer, more horizontal line on the swell.
And what do you think about positioning on the reef? Because this is a long reef pass to figure out, you know, a game plan on.
Yeah, it is. And at the moment, they're sort of sitting right at the end of what we call the ledge section, that outside ledge that really comes into play when it does get to about 6 to 8 feet. So not really lighting up today, but you know, it's still an option. It's to go maybe a little bit deeper, try and find one of those longer ones that builds as it comes down the reef.
Well, we'll see if Erin Brooks and Tati finds one of those longer waves as Caroline Marks in the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be back with Heat 3 of the women's opening round. Currently, Caroline Marks in control.
Number one surfer on both the men's and women's side that you're most looking forward to seeing out there?
Oh, I'd like to stick to the female side, actually. Really impressed by, you know, the Molly Picklums, the way that the female side is pushing backside barrel riding. Tatiana on her forehand, for sure. I've already seen John push the limits and Gabriel push the limits. I love to see this uprising of the female aspect of surfing going next level, and it really is exciting, and I get inspired more by them. No offense to John and Jack and Joao and everybody else, but you know, I'm not going to say you've done it. We know how capable you are. I just like to see the other aspect and the emotions. You know, the girls coming out, just I love that. I love that more than anything.
You can catch that lineup conversation with Dave Prodan and one of my favorite lifeguards, Dave, also a former boatman here at Tavarua and knows Cloudbreak intimately. We can see Tatiana Weston-Webb, Jess on dry reef. And how did we get to that shish kebab section? This is how.
Okay, so Tatiana outside, medium looking wave, almost gets caught on that opening carve, comes round. Another nice clean cutback, stays on this inside section here, comes all the way through, a clean snap, gets the final finishing turn, and now she starts running out of water. And Kipes, as these waves come right in and then they drain out, you can be left literally standing in ankle-deep water on the reef here. And this was a replay of Caroline's wave, a bigger wave, sort of getting a few more major maneuvers, and she opts to get out of there. But you can see here, so on that set that was behind the waves that Tatiana was on, that's forced her right on the inside. I've been exactly where she is. I've done exactly that. It's not a happy place to be.
I have as well, Richie. And the one thing about that, the ski can't help you right there. There's too little water in that shish kebab section on the inside, so the ski can't come in and help you in a low tide. You're going to have to at least get out into the corner and a little bit more water. You can see the Red Bull jet ski just hanging in the corner. She needs to get just in a little bit deeper water so the ski can assist her.
Yeah, exactly. And just, if you're in that position, you kind of have to wait for a wave to come, and then you jump on the back of it, do a little turtle paddle, really shallow with the strokes. But she's back into open water now. She's safe.
And the score she was rewarded with was a 5.03. She remains in second, now needs a 4-point ride on the back of the Red Bull jet ski, going to do a lap back out to the lineup.
Well, she showed commitment all the way through. She completed the ride. You know, I think if you asked her, she would say, you know, it was a fairly conservative approach to that wave, but she obviously wanted to stay in this heat, and identifying that, you know, perhaps an excellent scoreline, maybe not needed to win this heat.
Yeah.
Maybe pocket fives or even a 6 in there is going to be a healthy score for this one.
To win the game, you got to play the game sometimes. And that doesn't mean you need to go out there at 8s or lates. You know, a 10-point total, I feel right now, in the conditions right now that we've seen, is going to get you through. Again, she needs a 4-point ride. She's on the paddle back out. Last score for Caroline Marks, not one of her top 2. So Caroline remains in the lead with a 9-point heat total. Erin Brooks, the teenage sensation, is out there with priority and an opportunity to snatch the lead off of both surfers, Caroline Marks and Tatiana Weston-Webb. She just needs a 6-point ride, and she's well capable of that.
Still very attainable, and 5 minutes to go, so she still does have the potential to maybe ride 2 more waves in this heat. Just hunting down for those, looking for those opportunities right now.
Yeah, Erin Brooks, she's been around for a long time. Started, you know, surfing at age 9 in Lahaina with Uncle Bully's surf school, but 2016 she was able to do a rising tide, and she met her hero that she's now competing against, Tatiana Weston-Webb. Check out that photo.
Wow, that's pretty cool. And you know, I was sort of reading up on Erin Brooks, and she does sort of idolize Bethany Hamilton, and also she'd love to surf like Gabriel Medina.
Yeah.
So a couple of strong, goofy footers there.
She actually says with Bethany Hamilton, she idolizes Bethany because nothing stops Bethany Hamilton from chasing her dreams, and she always stands for what she believes in. Bethany Hamilton, amen. Yeah. So a great guidance from some inspiration for the young Erin Brooks. Favorite movie? Napoleon Dynamite. Favorite surf movie? Leave a Message. It's a great surf film, by the way, too. So, yeah, we're learning more every single year about Erin Brooks, because we suspect in her current trajectory, we will see her on the championship tour sooner or later.
Yeah, and, you know, interesting to note that she started surfing at age 9, which, you know, seemed kind of young, but in today's day and age, you know, you get these surfers starting, you know, at 5 and 6. So, you know, her climb from 9 to where she is now is pretty extraordinary.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's just surfers that you see, and I saw Erin surf at a very, very young age, you know, in Oahu, and just you kind of just see that talent really early on.
Yeah, she's special. You can tell those special ones come through every now and then, and she's definitely got a freakish ability. We saw a bunch of social clips drop of her in the pool doing a bunch of big airs, and everyone was like, whoa, what's going on here?
Well, she's going to need something a little special right now. 3 minutes remaining. Priority with Erin Brooks. Needs a 6-point ride. Takes a look at this one. she's gonna go. Let's see what Erin has for us. Skips through that section, and really sucking out here, and you could tell a little frustrated on that decision and not any scoring opportunity on that wave.
Yeah, well, she was probably, you can sort of see a little bit of inexperience there from Erin, you know, probably thinking, I've got to catch a wave. It's been a long time since I've got a wave, so I just need to get one. But patience, you know, it really is the hardest thing to do, especially when you see like rideable waves in a heat. You go, oh, that'd be fun to ride if you're in a free surf, but in a heat situation, you know, the quality waves are what you want.
And this is even more frustrating when you see Caroline Marks find that wave, but actually that wave I thought was going to line up and give Marksy something.
Yeah.
But that wave just disappeared as well. So chances now for Tatiana Weston-Webb. Weston-Webb just needs a 4-point ride to turn this heat on her way with a nice opening carve. We know she's going to commit all the way to the inside section. 2 turns there, punches out early. Was that enough?
Oh, it's right on it. You know, it's not a big score that she needs, only that 4-pointer. You know, if she had really attacked that final section, put body and board on the line, if she'd pulled it off, then I would say definitely she would get the score.
Well, she did it once for a 5-point ride, so I was surprised that she punched through the back of that one and didn't just do the same thing and go for it. I mean, easy to say, you're going to end up on dry reef, but you want to win the heat. Right now, winning the heat is Caroline Marks. Caroline, she wins this heat. She's in the quarterfinal, and she clinches her spot in the WSL final. So we'll see her. She's about 1 minute and 10 seconds away from clinching that final 5 spot.
Yeah, well, we'd call this one somewhat of a scrappy heat, I reckon, Kaipo. And perhaps the women just sitting, we're talking about that positioning, maybe just sitting down the point a little bit too far. Seems like when they're up and riding, they only have a certain amount of time before that wave closes out. Perhaps there's been some waves up close, up higher on the point, I mean. Some scoring potential. It's incredible how fast you think you actually go on this ride, and
yeah.
When you're paddling out, you're like, oh, that, you know, maybe I couldn't make that section, but you are traveling with so much speed where there are sections you don't think that you would make, but you can come around them.
So a 3.67 for last Tatiana Weston-Webb. Remember, she needed a 4-point ride, so she came up just under, so that was unfortunate because she did have 2 quality turns, just didn't sell it at the end. So Tatiana remains in 2nd place. Erin Brooks now back to priority in 3rd, needs a 6-point ride, but the clock is down to 5 seconds.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You can hear the horn. And an exchange there. It is Caroline Marks taking the win. Caroline Marks on to the quarterfinals, and Caroline Marks clinches a spot in the final 5, and we'll see her at the Lexus WSL Finals starting September 6th. Congratulations to Caroline Marks.
Caroline slips through that drop, gets into a beautiful barrel.
Let's celebrate your world champion, Caroline Marks.
I just feel really excited and obviously carry a lot of momentum from last year.
Caroline Marks is up and at it already. That's never going to get old. That bottom turn snap like that.
You know, I've never been the defending world champion, so it is a pressure that I've never felt before.
Caroline Marks does it again.
I want to be in that final 5, and I want to back up my world title. I want to be at lowers and hopefully win in front of my friends and family again.
Caroline Marks will get to defend her world title in September. We will see you at the Lexus WSL Finals.
My love for the water is something I can't quite put into words. I love that the ocean demands that I always bring the best version of myself. Balanced, inspired, energized, happy. What the ocean demands, I want for me too. It's an ongoing journey of self-discovery and a combination of who I am both on and off the board. Whether I'm exploring new passions, connecting with others, or soaking up new experiences, it's those shared moments that light the fire within me, inspiring me to show up each and every time. Find your own moments to share.
And Brisa Hennessy out in heat number 4 of the opening round for women. Brisa's coming up against Joanne Defay, a former champ out here, as well as a 2-time world champion the way of Tyler Wright. Welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. Kuiper Guerrero, Rich Lovett on the call here. Great heat here, Rich, and let's get to some live action. Looks like it's Joanne Defay. And Joanne still sporting a helmet, looks like, after meeting the reef at the Olympics over there in Tahiti. Yep. And so we got a couple of scores to come up on. Opening ride for Tyler Wright was a 3.17. Joanne just, that was just a 1.67 for that effort from the surfer representing France by way of Reunion Island. Here's the opener for Tyler Wright.
Okay, so Tyler, she got the inside position. She comes through to this inside. Nice carving turn on the backhand, and again, she looks like she's really connected to the board, feeling in control.
And Brisa just picked this up.
Yeah, so Brisa just streaking down the line. Just waiting for that moment for her to just really start to open up. That was a great backhand turn. Plenty of spray projected off the board.
And then right back out to one more for Tyler Wright.
Oh, Tyler, so just a check down turn, just to keep that speed and that momentum running down the line, and gets another pretty explosive turn off before just ejecting off that one, and the wave closing out down the line.
Tyler on the paddle back out, so we'll wait for the second score for Tyler Wright. Opened up with 3.17, and we're also waiting for a score for Brisa Hennessy. We talked about Tyler and Joanne having 4 previous experiences, 4 previous competitions here in Fiji. It's the 5th for both of them. First for Brisa Hennessy, but you would have to say home court advantage to Brisa Hennessy. Her dad, Mike, is actually the manager over at Namotu. So Brisa, this is basically Brisa's backyard.
Yeah, exactly. And I was going to mention that, you know, out of all the women on the tour, Brisa would naturally have the most amount of experience out at Cloudbreak.
Defay. A couple of nice carves on the backhand for Joanne Defay, a Olympic bronze medalist, just coming off that medaling performance there in Tahiti. Defay currently ranked number 6 on the rankings, and looking for a quarterfinal finish to get into that final 5 conversation.
Very similar styles, really, when you look at the 3 women in this heat and their backhand approach. They all like to stay quite low to the board. They've got a nice backhand attack. They like to pivot nice and high off the top of the wave.
Yeah, let me clean that up. Joanne Defay, number 6 on the rankings, but Joanne needs to actually win the event to qualify for the final 5. Brisa Hennessy just needs to make the quarterfinals. So there's a lot on the line right now in this heat. Here's Joanne Defay on the replay.
So Joanne, just an under the lip snap, nice and composed off the bottom. Another swooping cutback, just staying with that whitewash section. Just getting some nice open face turns done. And again, these scores will stay relatively low, just given the intensity of the maneuvers wasn't quite there. But, you know, these women would have been looking at that heat previous going, wow, a couple of 5s actually won that heat, you know. And at the moment, we're getting close to the bottom of the tide, Kaipo, and as you know, the ocean does odd things.
Yeah, I mean, with this outgoing tide, I'm sure there's still like a current going up the reef right now. So that's one thing to battle against. The second one is just your positioning and trying to be further up the reef to have more time before the reef goes dry. Doing a great job though of negotiating all those conditions and earning a way not only into the quarterfinals but into the final 5 is Caroline Marks.
Yeah, that's right, Kaipo. A masterful heat surfed by you here at Caroline to get your competition started here at the Corona Fiji Pro. We were talking about the impact of the tide out there for you. Walk us through the challenges that you were dealing with.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an interesting week because since we've been here, it's basically been flat. So I feel like that was almost my first surf out here, and you know, obviously on bigger boards and a lot more swell today. And I came here a long time ago, but it feels like my first time here. So it's a huge playing field out there, and you're really trying to figure out where to sit. And so yeah, I was just trying to learn on the fly, and got some Luke Egan in my corner, which helps a lot, all of his knowledge. But yeah, the tide got really low, and I wanted to hit the end section, but it's like literally dry reef, and I ended up on the dry reef anyways. I cut my feet up, and my board's ruined, so it is what it is.
It is what it is. It's also a place that we have some really exciting news for you, because right here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, I can confirm you've locked in your spot for the Lexus WSL Finals, and you have a chance to defend your title from last year. What does that mean to you?
Oh wow, that's amazing. I got the chills. Wow, I'm really stoked. That was a huge goal of mine to be able to defend my title, and yeah, I feel like I'm coming off a really big high after winning the gold at the Olympics, but I still feel like there's work to be done this year. So 2 really massive goals this year, and I got 1 done and 1 more to go, and I'm just really honored to have the chance again in front of my hometown. It's going to be awesome.
Cannot wait to see it, Caroline.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah, we're going to love seeing Caroline Marks as well defend her world title at Trestles at the Lexus WSL Finals. And we see Brisa Hennessy on the paddle back out after that last wave that happened during that interview. So we'll get caught up with some of that stuff and see how that affects the standings. A 6-point ride checked in for Tyler Wright. So Tyler Wright's currently in the lead. Brisa needing just about a 5-point ride, a 4.68 to be exact, to take that lead off of Tyler Wright. So we'll see if Brisa did enough here. Here's the replay, Rich.
Yeah, so this is a replay here of Brisa Hennessy. You can see a semi-smaller wave through the inside. Quick snap to start off. Now she starts to wind up. That one had more pivot, more angle on it. And then gets that final turn before ejecting. So a nice 3-turn combination. The middle turn, the second turn was definitely the money turn and where a lot of the points are going to come from.
And it came in at a 3.83, so not enough to take the lead. Tyler Wright remains in the lead with heat control. Tyler with priority. Tyler with the lead. So far, Tyler Wright surfing a pretty smart heat. And when we really look at the numbers, that backup score with a 3.17, I feel that Tyler can easily improve upon that backup score.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She's in a great position in the heat with just under 20 minutes to go to have the highest score of the heat so far. She's sitting there with priority, so in complete control at this point.
And another thing, we talked about Brisa. She makes the quarterfinals. She's in the final 5. Joanne, she wins this event. She's in the final 5. Tyler Wright can play a spoiler through this entire event. Tyler has no chance of making the final 5 mathematically, but she can do some damage along the way for some of these other surfers who are hunting for that final 5 position.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, when you're looking at these surfers where there isn't too much at stake and they're able to just sort of go out there and have a free surf within their heat. You know, we saw Rio as well. You know, he had a great heat and was surfing pressure free.
Yeah, we saw Rio. We saw Baron Mamiya on the men's side just coming in pressure free and performing, you know, excellently. Of course, John Florence, we know he's #1 when we talk about, you know, the Lexus WSL Finals, and John showed 0 pressure in his heat. So yeah, I mean, the mental game, the pressure all coming into play here for the final stop of the regular season on the championship tour.
Yeah, I actually don't mind the fact that a lot of our surfers are learning on the fly, and it's been a quote that we've seen in a number of the post-heat interviews, because you know, a lot of the field on the men and women's side have not been out here before. You know, they've surfed it in the lead-up days when it's been maybe, you know, maybe waist height. So this is their first real chance to get accustomed to this wave and We talked about it. It's got a lot of personalities. It changes a lot through the tides.
And just having to go for it. We saw Caroline Marks in that last heat take a heat win, but she sacrificed for that heat win up on dry reef. She said she ruined the board, got some cut on her feet, but in good spirits right now, knowing that she's going to be able to defend her world title. As we take a look at the world title run from last year at the WSL Finals, her match record, unbeaten so far, Rich.
Yeah, you know, she's got a 3-0 well run there, and she obviously defeated Carissa Moore in the world title match, and it was a 2-0 victory in the wave. Caroline Marks there, best wave 9.07. She was really on fire on that final day.
Giant average heat score.
Look at that, 15.19, which means, you know, she was dropping 8s and 9s in every single heat.
Yeah, you put up numbers like that, you are going to win matches. So well poised Caroline Marks, and she's going to be one to look out for. That's good stuff. So, well, we got 2 spots now taken in that final 5 conversation for the women. Katie Simmers, Caroline Marks. The battle for those final 3 spots will continue on at this event. Tyler Wright, our heat leader, using priority. Nice carve on the Paizel. Another beautiful extended carve, looking down the line, and decides to get out there safely. You can see the shish kebab section right there, Rich, where it's dry.
It's shish kebabbing is what it's doing right now as we get closer to the low tide. It really is treacherous. It's intimidating.
Yeah.
You know, especially when you're riding with so much speed as you come through that inside section. You either have to commit or you're out of there. But you need to do it early, because the wave sucks up so quickly and the bottom of the wave just disappears. So you actually have to come in a little bit earlier than what you perhaps think.
Yeah.
I do feel like that last wave of Tyler, she perhaps could have done one more turn on that ride as she came right through that inside section. Just a nice closeout carve or a quick snap, and she would have put some more points and really would have been on her way to putting this the heat to bed.
But like you said, it's dry reef on the inside there. You want to avoid the Culture Club soundtrack. You don't want to, I'll tumble for you right there on the dry reef, because it's not a pretty section. We've all seen that, Rich. It's like you said, it's very intimidating. So Tyler paddling back out, and she does improve slightly on her position. The 3.2 checks in for the 2-time world champ. And she's going to hear the news right now from the tower.
Yeah, it's really that 6-point ride, isn't it, Kaipo? That's it's the big number of this heat so far, as we've just gone past the halfway mark. And Tyler is in a building situation here. Quite a long paddle out. So our competitors, they'll pace themselves on the way out. No real need to, you know, thrash and paddle, you know, as hard as you absolutely can, because you actually need to pace yourself so that if you get out the back of the lineup here and a wave does come, you need to be ready to take off and attack.
Well, Brisa Hennessy needs a 4.71 to take the lead off of Tyler Wright. Joanne Defay, a little bit of more of a challenge of 5.84. Defay with priority. And we're going to see if Joanne and Brisa can fight back. Currently, Tyler Wright's in the lead. We'll return to the conclusion of Heat 4 women's opening round after these messages. It is the Bonsoy Pulse getting you caught up. Women's opening round, heat number 1, Molly Picklum took the win over Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Gabriella Bryant. Molly Picklum, a 6.67, backed it up with a 3.1, and Pickles on to the quarterfinals. Strong start for the Australian here at Cloudbreak. Second heat of the opening round, and it was Katie Simmers threading through barrels, fighting for an exit. Simmers, a 5.47, 5.07 for Katie. She overcame Sierra Kerr and Sawyer Lindblad for her spot in the quarterfinals, and she has clinched the #1 seed for the WSL Finals. Heat number 3 featured Caroline Marks. Cara Lupo, strong on the forehand, carving through. Caroline Marks took a win over Tatiana Weston-Webb and Aaron Brooks. Caroline Marks onto the quarterfinals, and that quarterfinal finish ensures Caroline Marks' spot in the final 5. We'll see her defend her world title at the Lexus WSL Finals. A little bit of damage to the board, but no problem, Caroline Marks. As we come back to live action for heat number 4 for our women's opening round, and a beautiful shot of the brand new tower on the reef here.
That's actually a really good shot, showing you just the tide differential from high to low there.
Yeah, Fiji Flight Cam flying us by right now into live action, and Tyler Wright, our heat leader, picking off another good wave. Oh, that's the angle of the shish kebab section.
Yeah, it shows you just how gnarly it is and how quick it runs off right towards the end of the end part of the wave. But Tyler showing a lot more commitment on that one, so I think she will eclipse that score of that 3.2 in a scoreline.
You can see her paddling out, and she's going to get back on that Red Bull jet ski. Notice the interesting half and half wetsuit that Tyler Wright's wearing. It's half of a long john on one side and half of a short john on the other side.
It's an interesting concept, and she's worked with her wetsuit sponsor on the design of this one, and I guess the intent is, like, when you're on your backhand and you're dragging in the barrel, if you're in that pig dog position and you're actually leaning into the face of the wave, if you've got, you know, a bikini on or a short bikini style wetsuit or even a spring suit, that water can get caught in the leg. You can see here the replay.
Here. On her lead leg, right?
Yeah, on her lead leg. So that front leg is normally, you know, sitting in the face of the wave. But let's just concentrate on some of these beautiful power turns that Tyler's executed on this wave. And it actually ran her down in the end, didn't it, that final section?
Yeah, we're still waiting for that score. She did drop into second place because Joanne DeFay scored a 4.6. And that wave surfed by Joanne DeFay was enough to put Joanne into the first place position, but just a 4.1, and Tyler Wright will come back and snatch that top position off of Joanne DeFay. We're still waiting for the score. There's Joanne with some new headwear there, talking about equipment, a new helmet that Oakley's developing right now, a lightweight surf helmet with a lot of ventilation. It's not so buoyant as some of our current surf helmets. They put a lot of science into that helmet right there.
Yeah, well, it's not like a skate or a snowboard helmet where it can be completely covered. Full coverage on there. There's obviously water flow and wind flow and all these things that you need to consider when we're in the ocean.
And it's good to see the development of new helmets, right? Because I think whether it's impact suits with built-in, static flotation, which is becoming more and more common to add to the safety factor, and also more of use of helmets. And actually, I see it. Gosh, in Hawaii, I see it with a lot of young surfers right now. I'm applauding the parents who are saying, "Hey, kid, let's be safe. Wear a helmet."
Absolutely. Well, you think back 5 years ago, a decade ago, you went snowboarding and no one was wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
Skiing, no one was wearing a helmet. Now you go down and no one's not wearing a helmet.
Yeah.
So safety's really come into play. in recent years, and it's great to see surfing adopting that approach as well.
Again, Brisa Hennessy needs a 7.5 to go into the lead. Brisa, if she's able to win this heat and get into the quarterfinals, she clinches her final 5 spot.
We're running out of vacant spots then, aren't we?
Yeah.
As we start to see all these positions being secured down the line. Is that Tyler? Just a quick in and out. This is a better looking wave here. This has got a good line onto it. Oh, the girls were just a little too far inside. That inside section starting to open up. We can all mind surf that one as it comes down the reef.
Yeah, an illustration of the wind. You can see the wing foils there, enjoying a session out in the back. You go fast on those things.
Oh, yeah. Well, of course, we're not exclusive to the event here in Fiji. There's so many resorts and places to visit and so many sports that you can undertake here. You know, and the kite surfing has been around for a long time here because we do get a little bit of wind, don't we?
Yeah. Well, I recommend if you're going to wing foil that you want to learn on a relatively low wind day. This is expert only wing foiling right now. Out to sea, you need ultimate control to make it both out of land and back into the island too.
Absolutely.
Not easy, but once you get the hang of it, pretty cool. Going super fast. We just opened up a wing foil division in a race that we do annually in Hawaii from Molokai over to Oahu. And those guys make a 32-mile race, and they do it in about 2 hours or so.
Wow.
Yeah, they're flying. All right, 5 minutes, 30 seconds. Tyler Wright regained the lead with a pair of 6s right now. So 12-point heat total seems like a strong one for Tyler Wright. So we talked about it before. She's number 10 in the rankings. She had to pull out of Brazil before this event. So she's number 10 in the rankings. She doesn't have a chance for that final 5, but she's currently playing spoiler to both Joanne DeFay, who needs to win, and Brisa Hennessy, who just needs to win this heat.
Yeah, so that's pressure starting to build in the final 5 minutes. You know, it hasn't been a high-scoring affair. When I think about the opportunities that have been out there, perhaps there has been only 1 or 2 waves that have gone unridden, where there was potential. And again, another good-looking set approaching here.
Priority with Brisa Hennessy. And it is going to be Brisa. There you go, parks it. Nice stall off the bottom section there. And,
oh no.
Just a foot away from turning the heat right there.
Oh, wow. She did everything right up to that point. Perhaps just the line in the barrel, Kaipo, was just a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, she would have to muscle out of that one because there was a bunch of chandeliering going on. But what great technique, that bottom check turn to stall into the pig dog. Oh, man, that's got to hurt for Brisa because she saw the opening right there. She comes through that opening and she takes the lead.
And she would have felt that inside the barrel. She would have been thinking that. It would be going through her mind, I just got to make this barrel. Great wave choice here. Quick bottom turn into that pig dog position. Up to that point there, did everything perfect. This will tell the story from the water angle. Great bottom turn. Almost loses the rail line there, but right here, Brisa, you can see that inside arm just brushing the face of the wave there. She's got a hand on the rail, steadying the board, and she's got a great line up to this point. And I just feel like, see, she was a little low in there. She had come right up high in that barrel. She had an opportunity to come out and break through. It wasn't a full-on clamping section. I feel like if she'd had that speed and momentum and a different line, she perhaps could have made it.
Great assessment there, Rich, in that she kind of needed to do, we see John Florence do that last-minute rail yank to get up high and find the puka, find the hole out of there.
Very hard to do on your backhand, and when we illustrated earlier today, Gabriel Medina on the forehand, being able to pump and weave, and you're facing the wave, and your arms aren't sort of, you know, one's not on the wall and one's not on the rail. You've got all the movement in your upper body, and you can extend and compress as you need to. When you're in that backside position, it's very, very hard to pump and extend your body up and down. But, you know, you can almost sort of pull a lever when you're grabbing the rail, that outside rail. You can almost pull that lever up, and that will bring your line up high onto the inside of the barrel.
Well, Tyler Wright's been strong in her performance here. in the context of what we've seen in this round, that 12-point heat total is a very secure one. Hey, let's take a look again at Brisa Hennessy and that backside barrel ride. Break it down for us, Rich.
Yeah, look, we're going to watch majority of it in slow-mo, but once we get to the barrel, we will have a look at the line here. So Brisa does everything right here, gets this line engaged, and now she sets the rail line. Okay, if we pause it here, we can just see, so there's almost a steady point here where she's got this arm on the wave face and this hand here on the rail. Now she's in complete control and she's going to take this line, but you can see the board's actually pointing down. I'd actually like to see it pointing this way a little bit more as she comes through the barrel here. She's got a great line, beautiful vision, a real bowly section here. Now if we pause it right now, so there's two options here. She can either pull on this hand here and bring this line further this way, or she's going to stay on this track and come down here, and this is where the lip line explodes on her. So we'll clear it and watch how it transpires. So you can see that lip line came down, so this is the angle that she needed to take, and if she was on that line, I reckon she was maybe a 60% chance of making that tube.
Great breakdown on the telestrator, Rich, as we're down to 1 minute, and Brisa's in the back line priority-wise. First priority to Joanne DeFay. Joanne needs a 6.5. Tyler Wright with the highest heat total of this round for the women with a 12-point heat total. And Tyler looking in control with those numbers and the time on the clock.
Just like that, under a minute.
Oh, this flew by. One more set coming through here, so maybe an opportunity for Joanne DeFay.
Needs that 6.5, which would be the highest number of this heat so far. Tyler Wright out in the lead with perfect pairs, pocket sixes at the moment.
And that
good-looking wave there, though, Kuiper.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at this through the inside, starts to bowl out. Mind surfing that. There was some points on that one.
Well, that's going to be it, and that's going to set the heat and settle everything. So Tyler Wright coming through, the highest heat of this round. I believe that's after the horn there. And so it's Tyler Wright moving on into the quarterfinals. Joanne DeFay and Brisa Hennessy will have to fight through the elimination round, both seeking a spot in the final five. We're taking a break. When we come back, it's going to be the men's elimination round here at the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy.
Surfers in the lineup hold your position as we prepare for double heat, overlapping heat. These are 40-minute heats. We're going to have 4 surfers in the lineup, but we'll be starting with 2, and then the other 2 will be filling in 20 minutes into this first heat. This first heat, we're going to have from the United States in the red, Griffin Colapinto, going up against the Fiji wildcard, Tatiana Weston-Webb in the Wright. All right, here we go. We're actually going to start counting down this elimination round in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That sound is to be banging, and we are on. Griffin Colapinto in red up against Tatiana Weston-Webb in white.
Big day of competition continues here at the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, and we're enjoying our time here at the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Host set, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and so honored to be in the presence of Hannah Bennett, the president of the Fiji Surfing Association. Hannah, first of all, thanks for having us and hosting us so well.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for having me. It's such a pleasure to be here today.
What an exciting time for surfing globally, but especially here in Fiji, as we all get to celebrate the return to Cloudbreak to the championship tour. Speaking on behalf of local Fijians, what does this mean to you and everyone else in this community?
Yeah, this is huge. We've been waiting for this event to come back for a really long time. It's had such a huge impact just on our community, but also on our surf culture. So yeah, super excited.
Quickly about you though, Hannah, maybe to get to president of this association, you have to be a very talented surfer yourself, competing around the world. How was that transition for you to then really focus on giving back? Because I feel like you kind of realized that really early, that you wanted to really help out the next generation here in Fiji.
Oh yeah, for sure. So I've been volunteering for the FSA for about 10 years now. It's actually the Fiji Surfing Association's 30th year anniversary. So to have you guys back on this special, year is really cool. But yeah, going from competition to volunteering and just, getting involved with the local community, it's a beautiful transition, and it's so fulfilling in a different way. I mean, it's definitely like FOMO, sitting in the boat, whether you're like coaching or contest directing or just volunteering. It's tough watching everyone else compete, but like I said, it's so fulfilling on a different level.
You're speaking on behalf of surfers right now, watching the world's best. We want to go surf. Thanks for joining us for the call as we have Fiji representation in the water. Tavita Gukilau once again into the main event. We've seen him here so many times, famous for balancing time between West Oz, which Flick is very proud of, and Fiji, being a lifeguard on the Motu, and now going head-to-head with the world's best. As we know, the stories of wildcards, they have to take on the best in the world, with John Florence, world #1, advancing through. In this round, we'll be dealing with the local wildcard, Flick.
Yeah, this is not an easy heat for Griff right now. I feel like, Tavita or Veets, he's just this wave lends itself to experience, and right now it is a big playing field. It's not perfect Cloudbreak, and all that experience is going to come, so useful to Tavita right now. I mean, obviously Griff is in great form, trying to clinch that spot for a Final 5 to fight for a world title again at home in San Clemente at Lowers, but I mean, this heat is going to be a battle for sure.
These are one of those heats where there's so much on the line. One wave can make a difference, and with someone like Tavita, with nothing to lose and all to gain, he could really upset this top seed of Griffin, who's S-ing down the line. Big section going down in front of Griff, and he'll end up just stepping off. So priority goes to Tavita. As we know, Hannah, it was a pretty fun trials. I mean, Tavita just wasn't given this spot. There was a lot of contenders trying to get into the main event.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because on a local level, I think the trials this year was definitely one for the books. You can see the next generation just super hungry. They've been putting in their time at Cloudbreak, especially through COVID. We didn't have, any tourists, so a lot of the Groms were just out there all the time, every swell, and so it really translated and came out during the trials, and yeah, he definitely had to earn this one.
Tavita getting through a pretty solid round after round of locals looking to represent Fiji in the main event. He's a familiar face. He's got dad strength these days, and happy to balance a life in West Oz as well, where he was working in the mines at times. But I think it's going to be pretty clear to see the local support right now for Veets in this one.
Oh, it's so awesome. And like you said, Hannah, I mean, it means so much to the community to have this event back, and then someone of the caliber of surfer that Tavita is, just to be competing out here, it's pretty special right now.
Looking at that first wave for Griff, just a .73. So the whole story for Griffin is trying to clinch a spot into the Lexus WSL Finals, and he is extremely close to accomplishing that. A heat win here. We'll see Griffin back on his home break at Lowers in San Clemente to try again. Last year, losing to Ethan Ewing. But it was a sea of red shirts in the crowd that were all backing Griff to try to bring the world title home. He wants another shot as he paddles under priority, ends up letting it go through. Such an amazing lineup here at Cloudbreak that's really improved throughout the day, and it's kind of changing paces again as we'll see Griff take this wave and just up and out. It must be really amazing for you, Hannah. Well, back to this, we've got Tavita in motion and getting clipped, but just seeing the level really rise of talent for men and women, you know, in the last 10 years. It's been just remarkable how many contenders are coming out of Fiji.
Yeah, I mean, Tavita has played such a big role at elevating the level of surfing. You know, we have a whole generation that look up to him, and guys like Kelly Slater and Ada Ravulo that have just been, you know, putting in so much time up here, and they're all really close. And so the camaraderie is there, and you can see it, you know, with the level of surfing. But the girls too, you know, we had a Rising Tides program that was, you know, WSL was huge and just really helping empower our local surfing girls. You know, we've got a bunch of Groms coming up, and they've got brothers who are now charging and stuff. So that was a big deal for us to just get the girls out, recognize them, empower them in that way too.
I love that. I was in the line for the buffet, and all of a sudden I'm like, that's a world champion, Chelsea Hedges, right in front of me. Been hanging out with the next generation. What a treat that's been for the local girls. Let's catch up with a two-time world champ. Tyler Wright is with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Yeah, a two-time world champ and somebody who's a veteran out here at Cloudbreak 2017. You got a third place finish. How good does it feel to get back here, Ty?
Oh, it's wonderful, honestly. It feels a little bit like a vacation at the moment. And it's, yeah, but honestly, it's just lovely for us. Yeah, 2017 was a long time ago. We've really missed it, and I'm glad it's back.
So one of the things that we've been watching you adapt your equipment and everything, and one of them is this wetsuit, an Asia Wilson-inspired wetsuit. Break it down for us.
Yeah, it was. Like, I love the WNBA. I love, yeah, Asia Wilson is definitely the best player in the world right now, and they're so stylish and fashionable. And then, obviously, for Tahiti, I was kind of like, the fashion side of this kind of worked out with the practicality side of, like, for me, I get really annoyed and frustrated when water goes up my leg when I drag. And so, yeah, this was my solution, and it's actually been incredible, and I don't think I'll go back. So it's kind of wild. I didn't know if it was going to work, but in my head, it was a real practical option for dragging and being able to control a handbrake that I feel like when water drags up your leg, it's like a handbrake you're not in control of. So, yeah, there's the practicality side, and then definitely Asia Wilson, WNBA inspired as well.
We love it. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Well done to Tyler Wright. Thank you, AJ. Yeah, we first seen her walk up, you're like, what's going on with her suit? And it was all part of the plan. And Tyler loving it. That's what you love about the best surfers in the world. They're always thinking of how to make those subtle improvements. And for backhand tube riding, Tyler's been loving it. Great heat win there, especially for Tyler, knowing she's out of contention to make the finals this year. She still has a big goal of winning this event.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, maximum reps on the board. Let's just think to next year, right? This is where WSL finals are going to go down. We're going to be deciding a world champion here. And, you know, Tyler right now, I mean, this is a perfect opportunity to get lots of reps on the board, lots of experience. Let's figure out the reef. You know, where's best to sit? Do I want to sit, you know, in all different scenarios. And, yeah, why not? Just make the most of it.
And you kind of bring up a good point. Hannah, I mean, being a surfer around here, at a young age, you've got to get used to finding someone who has a boat, right, if you don't have one, and being able to take care of yourself on the reefs as well. I mean, it's a kind of a different process than maybe any other surfer deals with at their home break.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so happy you brought that up. We like to call it the pursuit of surfing. You know, our journey out to the reef is a different process, and we always say that it takes a village to go surfing here. You know, who's got the boat, who's got the fuel, who's got boards, and you know, most importantly, who knows how to navigate the reefs, the passages. You know, we don't take that for granted, and so yeah, it is a different process.
What an experience! You know, just that's your surfing life. Getting on a boat and jumping off for tourists that come here. They're pinching themselves, going, "I get to jump off this boat," and obviously they're helped out by locals that get them there. But thinking, being born and raised here, you're going, "Okay, how can I get myself to these world-class waves?" Once you do, I think you're hooked and you're never looking back.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's probably it's harder to access, right? There's no doubt about it. But once you have your way around it or your connections and those relationships, you start building on that. I feel like it's only an advantage because you look at the waves on tour at the moment and the ones that, you know, sort of create the most respect. It's anytime you perform well at a wave of consequence, instantly you're granted that respect. So, you know, just to have access to these waves and to be able to get out there and get that experience on the board is so valuable.
Griffin Colapinto on the wind-up. Nice time, backhand snap off the top, throwing so much water on a single maneuver opportunity. Seen a couple of rides from Tavita, a 2.83 and a 3.23. And Colapinto once again 1 heat win away from clinching a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. Tavita Boatman, longtime competitive surfer, absolute charger as well, out here on some of the biggest days that we've had at Cloudbreak. Just such a incredible wave that holds size from 2 to 25 foot plus and a lot bigger on the open face as we see just the airdrop from Griff on the way back out. Deeper on the reef, Tavita looks and holds back. Well, Hannah, for you, being the president of the Fiji Surfing Association, how is the build up to this event, you know, working through scheduling and activations and everything else into the build up to opening day?
Yeah, it's been incredible, to be honest. I've worked 4 past Fiji Pros, and this is the most engaged we've been in the main event. Leading up to it, you know, WSL has been coming here for years trying to make it happen, and just to be included into that process is a game changer. And yeah, we really feel a big part of it. But also the activation. So we did a water safety program with pro guarding, and so we got all 8 board rider clubs together to send over, you know, the guys that are interested, the men and women, and that was an awesome day. I mean, surfing out, especially in a place like Cloudbreak, safety is huge, right? It's the #1 thing. So it's not just about being able to surf these waves, but it's also about being able to rescue each other and just have that type of awareness. So, you know, WSL giving us that opportunity to upskill in that way has been really huge.
Oh, that's really cool, and a great representation in the Water Patrol team this year as well with some local Fijians.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, waves of consequence. It's hectic out there, and I mean, Tavita, you know, he's really raised the bar and made us realize what's possible out there surfing those bigger waves. But on the flip side, you know, safety is crucial.
Really special opening ceremony that kicked off this whole event, and a lot of the crew from the board riders clubs were present for that as well, Hannah.
Yeah, I think the most we've ever seen at an opening ceremony. The beautiful part about that day is just bringing together all the different stakeholders. I don't think all these different, you know, stakeholders and communities and people who are involved with surfing have been around the same kava bowl in that way. So that was really special.
Oh, what a great way to kick it off. Some memorable speeches and just a great moment for this beautiful island nation of Fiji. Tavita still out front. The single move for Griffin, 3.43, as we've noticed how drastically the conditions have changed this afternoon, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, you just look straight out to ocean there. I mean, it looks like you got a windsurfer out the back there. I think it's a windsurfer. But, you know, you just look at the ocean. We've got some white caps occurring. I mean, look at that shot right there. I mean, the flags are well and truly blowing. That wind is, you know, it's definitely clicked up a few notches. It was expected to do this, right? But, I mean, with that low tide, you are seeing that protect the wave in a little bit. You know, oh, we got foiling. What's it called? Kite foiling?
Oh,
Am I making it up?
No,
it's kite foiling.
It's
Why
pretty...
not? Why not? Make the most of it. But yeah, no, this afternoon, obviously, conditions, yeah, you look out the back, it is a bit, you know, white cappy, but if you sit further down the reef, it's a little bit more protected. I heard Gabriel Medina say it in his post-heat interview, and Jesse and I were talking about it, that second wave of the set, a bit more groomed. There's definitely potential out there still for really good waves.
I think that just shows the experience of being in Fiji. You're in the water no matter what. And if you can change gears and be on a foil and even go windsurfing, you can do it all. As we look at open face hack again for Griffin, world #2 on the wind-up. Slams it and pulls in, hollow section, makes it out in a short space. That was a nice read from Colapinto. Not needing much for a lead change. We've seen how tight that end section's been getting with how shallow it's been, so much water pulling off the reef. Hannah, that was a great read from Griff.
Yeah, especially in that section. These waves are not easy to read. I think this is a really tricky day, especially right now, but he did a good job at pulling that one off.
Flick, what'd you see here?
I just feel like he's being tradesman-like, right? He's like, okay, you know, time's ticked off the clock. I haven't got a solid score on the board yet. Let's go to work. And, you know, clicked off a couple of nice backhand cracks and finishes off with that little tube ride. So just smart surfing from Griff, really. Trying to get this, you know, first decent score on the board, if you will, and just apply that pressure a little bit more to Tavita.
Tavita enjoying this wild card opportunity, but he wants to move on into the later rounds. World number 2, Griffin Colapinto, has taken the lead and will continue on after this. The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona. This is Living. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
You need a 6.03 to go to first.
Today we're going out to Cloudbreak and we're gonna surf with the local Fijian girls.
I've been to Fiji once, but it's been a long time, so I don't really know any Fijian surfer girls, so I'm really excited to meet some new people today.
It seems like it's kind of a hard place to start surfing because all the waves are like pretty far from land.
Growing up surfing in Fiji, it takes a village to go surfing here. And so nowadays, just to see the amount of locals that are out in the lineup, especially at a wave like Cloudbreak, it's so inspiring.
I'm so excited to like meet Caroline Locks and everyone.
Nice to meet you.
So special to come back to this wave and experience this with these girls, you know what I mean? And the girls are absolutely charging. I almost like got teary for a minute there just watching that.
I think it's just special to bring a bunch of girls together and go surfing. It'll make you want to go surf if you have a good community to go surf with.
Hannah Bennett has a lot to do with the development of young women surfing in Fiji. There's about 9 or 10 board riders set up around Fiji now, which is unreal.
I'm just really stoked that the younger generation have such a variety of opportunities to just paddle out and represent Fiji, really.
What a great showcase of talent, the WSL Rising Tides. Watching this, pulling in, up and under, Tavita comes out clean. Kukulau, the local wild card, resets the rail and looks to maybe pull it again, and does. Veets going the distance, 2-2 brides, and still swinging on the open face. This was the wave that, well, both these guys were waiting for. And the local knowledge of Tavita puts him in the right spot at the right time to really push world number 2.
Wow, he's giving Griff something to think about now, well and truly. I mean, you could just see that wave as soon as he started paddling for it, just had this beautiful groomed look to it. I mean, I haven't seen a gem like that in a long time, and Tavita just managed to find it. So this is definitely going to apply some pressure, and first couple of barrels that we've seen in a while.
Hear the horn go off. That means heat number 2 is starting. This is the overlapping format, so Griffin and Tavita are the priority heat. They can take waves off of Cole and Seth. They've got to be patient as their heat's just getting started. Colapinto looking for an answer back, coming off a big snap to start. Drawing a beautiful carve again. I'm loving those carving turns that he's throwing down. Quicker one with a bit of a release into a wild backhand float that he's still trying to ride out from. Still laying low, wants to show the judges that he's got it, and it's almost unfair that there's not water left because he did a lot of heroics to make it that far.
Yeah, that was, oh man, I mean, it was really good, really good traditionalist surfing, just great rail work and great variety in, you know, the backhand approach, really. I mean, you could just see that he was so in control of his board, and just the transition between, you know, the back foot weight to the front foot weight and what he was able to do was really impressive. So let's have another look here. Takes off and touches the rail there on that bottom hand turn, allows him to get so tight in the pocket. Sort of weaves down the line here, and that turn more out in the face. I think it's this next one here that he just shifts that weight to that front forward, releases the tail, and then here just going for the Hail Mary finish, but cannot ride out. I mean, you got to give him points. I mean, he gave it a red hot crack.
Yeah, I mean, what an effort. That wasn't the easiest backhand float that you could do in the world, man. Running out of water, tried to hang on. You could tell these guys are really trying to make sure that they're in the WSL Final 5. A heat win will get Griffin theirs. The scores are in from the last exchange. Tavita getting barreled on a clean one, 6-1-7. Last of Griffin, Colapinto ends up getting a 5. And he's able to take his lead back. Still with 17:45 to go. That was really fun to watch, and Hannah Bennett still with us here for the call. First of all, Tavita's wave there, getting double barreled. That was perfect timing to really keep up to the pace of this heat.
Yeah, I think that just really showcased his local knowledge.
And looks like we'll get started in the non-priority heat. Seth Moniz throwing down a nice clean backhand carve, swooping back into the pocket. And now tagging it, little off balance. You could tell him thinking about where the reef was to see where he could land. And he'll miss out on the third opportunity. Seth jumping on the Sharp Eye program the last couple of years on tour. He's got his handful with a fired up rookie named Cole Hausman. Always feel like Seth is one of those guys that really lifts his game in waves of consequence. Shallow reefs are fun for him. Loves to match the power of the ocean. His best result on tour at Pipeline, runner-up to Kelly Slater a couple of years back, the start of 2022. So we'll see how they manage the non-priority side of this overlapping format, which was actually introduced here at Cloudbreak, or I should say tried for the first time at Cloudbreak. Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the CEO of the time of the tour, had this idea with Kelly. Kelly came up with this idea, brought it to Bugs, and they did a surf trip out here with a bunch of people, 2 heats at the same time, and really ran these mock heats. Does it work? And for a wave with Cloudbreak with so much room, it made perfect sense. And for many years, it was only used at Pipeline. And now we see it really frequently, especially when the waves are good enough.
Yeah, I love it so much, right? And the playing field's big here. There's a lot of room in the lineup. As a viewer and a spectator too, I mean, it gives you so much to watch. There's a lot of action. You know, in just a regular 2-person, you know, priority heat, there's a lot of waves that could potentially be going unridden, especially when the waves are really good, because, you know, you might not necessarily need to take that to improve your situation. In this case, you see that the surfers in the non-priority heat picking up those scraps, and therefore, I mean, there's more surfing. You know, surfing's a funny sport. In total time, you're really not surfing for that much of the heat. It's more about positioning, paddling, and so this just provides more surfboard riding, which we love to see.
Yeah, we absolutely love it. Scores for Griff, put him out front. Tavita still in the mix. We also came off that WSL Rising Tides, which was so cool to watch and get to see what you guys were up to in the lead up to this event, Hannah. That was a really special edition that I don't think we'll ever forget. I mean, seeing the smiles on their faces, getting to surf with their heroes, how good was that?
We'll never forget it either. You know, a lot of these girls, they don't grow up surfing Cloudbreak, but they do grow up surfing reef breaks. So they'll paddle out on anything. Low tide, Cloudbreak, shish kebabs, you know, they'll send it. And so I was really proud, actually, just with all the action surrounding the day. They handled it so well, and I think it brought them together as a group as well. And just to get to meet their heroes, that's a big deal.
And you get to surf together, talk to them, ask them questions. You know, Flick, you've been living the life of a pro surfer, but way back when, little Flick running around West Oz, meeting your first pro surfer, I'm sure it was a moment you'll never forget.
Oh, 100%. I don't think you ever forget those moments.
Rolling in now, Griff hammers it. He's been really loving that extension on the backhand. Carve snap. It's like a hack that he's pushing a bit harder so he can stop it short if he wants. Really takes control of a tight space. He loses the finish, and Tavita punching through the first section. He'll get clipped as you see the set building behind him. What a great view of this gorgeous lineup at Cloudbreak. Catching up to this and just checking it out quickly. Cole Hauschman in the non-priority heat. We've been talking about the board rider culture really being influenced by Australians, and even San Clemente's got a board riders crew now that won their championship, as we have Seth fading and now pin dropping to get out of there. Just some insight on how the board riders culture works here in Fiji with all the clubs that are popping up. Is it a schedule of events where everyone gets to meet up and compete against each other like the other regions in the world?
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit tricky. You know, our board rider clubs, they're regional. So between the East Coast to the West Coast, there's 8 clubs. And yeah, they're growing in number, but they're really also defined by their environment. So the clubs that have access to boats with nearby surf resorts, or who have a beach break, you know, they produce different types of surfers. So there's such a variety of surfing, but the clubs, you know, the camaraderie is there. And the FSA, what we try to do is just provide them with the platform and the resources to encourage them to run their own events. And just show up. You know, we're a nonprofit volunteer base, so it's just trying to get people to show up is like the biggest challenge, but it's not hard when there's waves like this.
100%. Wow, talk about an airdrop and then controlling the rail. Colapinto out in front and controls a nice clean snap. Got there early, sections colliding, but still rides away. Griffin slowly building and building. And a great read once again, especially with a beautiful takeoff.
Yeah, that was a great read, and all round really, from the takeoff to the barrel, and then the read to go up to that last section just that little bit early, just to ride out in front of that converging whitewater. I mean, Seth fell victim to it, Griff has as well. Let's break it down. So just that big drop. He didn't even actually stand up. His hand never really left, he obviously did, but his hand never really left the rail. It was just that full drag straight into the barrel, and then finished with 2 nice crisp turns. So, I mean, just demonstrating a beautiful technique there. You can really see just how deep he was. And it's not an easy barrel to ride out of right now. It's not that clean, hollow. There's a lot of warble. So here, right now, you can see it. He doesn't actually let go. So that's a full grab rail takeoff. Straight into the tube, gets absolutely coned through this little section here, and muscles his way out. So great technique there by Griff.
All about positioning on the takeoff. With his ability, he really created that moment for himself. How about the finish, Flick?
The finish, I'm impressed because he's obviously doing his homework throughout this heat, right? He went up to that other section before that little bit late. It was the floater. It came down with the explosion. Couldn't get the ride out. So just adjusting and making adjustments necessary to the conditions. So impressive.
So many great things happening on tour, and WSL One Ocean is so fun to follow, and in collaboration with community members, WSL One Ocean joined the Mamanutha Environment Society team for a day of mangrove, coastal, and fruit tree planting, along with a coastal cleanup as well. The Mamanutha Environment Society team continues to drive a real meaningful impact throughout the year, supported by WSL Pure Grant, focused on coral restoration, coastal protection, and waste management initiatives. And Hannah, you were there for this as well, weren't you?
I was. It was such an epic day. We were down at Numbilla Village. You know, Numbilla, I always say, Nabil and Momi village are one of the most surfiest villages you'll ever go through. You know, they've got Quicksilver stickers everywhere, broken boards, everyone's wearing like a surf shirt, so it's really special. But to be there in this capacity, planting trees, and just for the sake of coral restoration was huge.
I love it, Hannah. You got to be the busiest person around, but doing it with a smile. It's like you wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. Watching Cole Hausman in motion, weaving through the open face, and now up and under, a little hollow end section to enjoy, as he's in the heat with Moniz, who just kicked out as well. Which brings me to the energy that we feel from the locals here. It's common to hear that the nicest people in the world are Fijians. We hear that all the time, and it's been a compliment for traveling pro surfers. Like Pete Durbridge used to be called like, hey, you should be a Fijian because you're so nice. You know, he's like, to have that kind of kindness and that warm welcome, it also makes it very different in surf lineups. You know, sometimes it's not easy to be a traveling surfer, as we all know. Hi, everybody. Bula. Some familiar faces enjoying the action on Tavarua. You guys are all so beautiful. Thanks for having us. So much fun. But yeah, that's got to be something that is, you've got to be really proud of, Hannah, of just the amount of welcome and warmth that Fiji gives to the world. I mean, that stands out the most over anything else.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's awesome to see that obviously translate into the surfing community. Here we have Tavita up and riding.
Beats pulling it in, messy section, but he had a pure line to go the distance. Stalling, and a very stylish stall. Did he survive the lip? He did. Tavita still pushing to try to get into this heat with Griff, and he's right there. Similar type of numbers at their best, but Griffin's up on a big wall and absolutely lets go of a huge arc in the pocket. He's got so much grip on that rail. Now he's just playing with the open face. He's gotten there early to the lip line, and that's going to put him out to safety. Griffin loving it.
So I'd say he's finding his mojo right now. I feel like he's probably heard that last score click in. I mean, it was nice one too, from the barrel to the two-turn combo, and just having that completion on that last turn. You can just see that it's just freed up his surfing that little bit more. And I mean, that first maneuver, I mean, that was textbook. It was really crisp, and yeah, he looks like he's in good form right now.
Great water patrol here on hand for the event. We have locals like Lati, Epa, Siva, Joella, watching the best in the world as we check out this replay. Always feels good when the wave spits, even if you're not in the barrel. But Hannah, talk about a great first connection.
Yeah, absolutely. He picked a really good one. I feel like these are kind of rare, especially with the wind, but to get one that connected all the way through, yeah, well done.
And then the inside, how'd you like the read, Flick?
Yeah, I just love the read. He just got up to it really early, right? He's just obviously done that homework, and then out behind him, Tavita takes off, pulls up under the lip here, gets a barrel. You can see he's just doing his best here to fade, a little snap in the pocket to maximize that tube time. And another little cutty here to finish. So nice couple of 1-2 waves there from both surfers.
Tavita so strong in his stance, was able to beat some tough sections. More waves on the way. This is Cole Hausman laying down that rail. He has so much control now on the giddy up, deep on this one. And he comes flying out without a problem. Cole now makes it to another section for a gouge off the top.
Wow. Okay, that was so impressive. He just displaced. There were 2 turns there. I mean, Griff in the priority heat displaced so much turn on that first one. Cole on his as well in the non-priority heat. But yeah, I mean, that first turn, let's just talk about the amount of water that was displaced, but also wave selection, because he picked a wave that allowed him to do that, right? Like, today's the day the wind's going to really amplify that spray. If you can dig a rail in and set that nicely, that wind is only going to help project that spray out. I mean, like, Griff's wave, that spray was like almost out to the horizon. Same could be said for Cole.
Oh yeah, they've got to be pinching themselves. Cole and Griff in opposite heats, but best of friends from the same town of San Clemente, California. They shared the final at Bell's earlier this year. And when they're not competing against each other, it's probably a little bit more relaxing to enjoy this space. Let's watch Cole again here, Hannah.
Yeah, as I was saying, like, having this comp back, it just shows us what's possible, first of all, in like the craziest sections, and that's how it just elevates everyone surfing, whether you're watching or in the lineup. You know, this comp has just always been a beacon of that, you know. Just when you think you couldn't go any deeper, these guys rock up and just do it.
And then this one as well, up and under, looking like Seth Moniz.
Yeah, so Seth there just finding his way out of that one, but this wave just so frothy, so not really allowing much more after that, but nice little one too. I mean, I just can't go past that wave of Cole. If he hadn't have got that extra turn after the barrel, for me really sealed the deal. I think, you know, that's really gonna. I just feel like there's a good score on the way. He already dropped a good score in his opening heat. He just got pipped at the post and didn't get through. So he's already got that good feeling from his earlier heat today of dropping a 7, knowing what that feeling's like. So he's looking good.
If Griffin wins, he clinches his spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, and he just locked in at 8.17, a 6.77 before that, and has really increased his lead, waiting for the last of Tavita to make it official, but Griffin's really starting to push a little bit higher on the scale. And it's fun when you see him on a powerful left to break down his backhand attack, as we look at a nice free fall drop up and under once again for Cole Hausman. Things still draining out in front, but a lot of wild sections there, slowing him down. But I love that weightless free fall takeoff. Total commitment there for Cole as he's dealing with the next wave right on the head.
Oh, no, that was great. That was, I mean, you could just see he's like, okay, let's just roll the dice here. I'm feeling really loose, really good after that last wave. And, I mean, it was a good effort. It almost had, it almost could have been a miracle, that thing. It almost looked like, you know, he could have popped out, but that thing just stretched out down the line.
This is why the overlapping format's so fun. We've got so much going on in the water right now. Yago Dora, Kelly Slater will be out there next. An important heat for the world title race. Yago in a must-win situation to make sure he's keeping tabs on the Final 5 story, because he's outside of it at the moment. And Kelly, the greatest of all time, celebrating a wild card opportunity here at what he calls his happy place, which makes a lot of sense, coming here at 18 years of age for the first time and ready to compete once again. Still enjoying our time with Hannah Bennett, the president of the Fiji Surfing Association, giving us all the updates of what's been happening this week and in Fiji surfing circles with the board riders clubs. I'm loving how there's 8 now that get to compete. And like for Griffin and Cole, they're watching their friends compete now in a board riders club. And even though that's in the backyard of the surf industry, it's creating this new feeling of camaraderie and really loving where you're coming from on your home break.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially in a place like Fiji, you know, where it's super grassroots. You know, a lot of these clubs, like I said, they're regional. They come from small villages, and so we work with them from that level all the way up to the wildcard level. You know, and so it's a beautiful thing to just watch these Groms grow up and look up to the Fiji Pro as, you know, what's possible.
Really love that. And Hannah, we just want to thank you so much for joining us and spending time with us and educating us on your beautiful culture and with everything happening with the Rising Tides program. Thanks for all of your involvement. Please come in anytime throughout this event. Love to keep the conversation going.
Thank you guys for having me.
Awesome. We will be closing out this heat. Griffin Colapinto has 35 seconds to hang on to this lead. And Tavita, the wild card, who's been here multiple times on the big stage, is now chasing a pretty big score to move on as we see the whitewater rolling out the back. Beats needs an 8.77. Well, one place where you watch the clock more than others is a wave like Cloudbreak, because at any moment you could lock in one of the best waves of your life, even in what looks like tougher conditions. So now into the countdown. Tavita representing well, getting through a challenging trials based on competition in beautiful waves at Cloudbreak. Griffin Colapinto gets the win into the round of 16, and he has officially clinched his spot in the WSL Final 5.
Winding up, Griff goes huge. Whoa!
pulls it around.
Having like the mission of a world title is so enjoyable and gives me like so much meaning to life.
He knows what he's got to do, and it's that.
Lift off.
Big cave setting up, pulls up and under, still traveling. Colapinto into daylight.
I think Griff finally has that true belief in himself. He knows he belongs now at the top, and that's why we're seeing this string of incredible results.
I know timing will just do its thing, and like when it's meant to be, it's meant to be, and that's when it'll happen.
Griffin Colapinto clinches a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals. And he will have another shot at a world title on his home break.
Do you know that Fiji has more than 300 islands? Very friendly people. Fiji is located on the South Pacific, about 3,000 miles southwest of Hawaii.
It's amazing Fiji, you know, like if you don't have money, you still can live. If you don't have job, you still can live, 100%. This is our resources, ocean.
Diving in Fiji's coral reef is like entering an underwater paradise. It's a truly unforgettable experience for any ocean lover.
And we have mangroves, which is protect the shoreline as well, the coastline.
I'm so blessed to be a Fijian, to be surrounded by all these things. It's amazing.
Always fun to talk shop with Inya Nakalevu, a Fijian that's been the biggest stage on the World Surf League. Surf coach, a guide, great human being, and good friends with surfers like Kelly Slater and Yago Dora, who've just started off their matchup in the overlapping format. Yago versus Kelly, what a classic. Jesse Mendez joins us again for the call here as the priority heat is Cole Hausman and Seth Moniz. Jesse, let's get caught up here with some action during the break.
I mean, this is the heat that I'm most looking forward in this round two. There's so much on the line, and it's such a big name to go against on round two for Yago. Beautiful first scarf, second one down the line. Amazing layback hack right there, just getting some good release. It looks like Kelly up the point. No, looks like Seth Moniz.
Seth going down in the priority heat with Cole Hausman, and board drifted away. And very lucky that the set wasn't pulling through, and he's able to catch up to that. So Seth and Cole still working on their heat. Hausman 6.33 and a 4.17. Cole looking very comfortable with a big open face, so much power and drive. So a lot of times you come to Cloudbreak and you see surfers just trying to like hang on to their rail when it's chunky and lumpy. Cole's like approaching it like it's a shoulder height beach break. He has so much drive and control right now.
Yeah, waves of consequence, you have to meet them with that same intensity. It's just, if you don't, it's just going to eat you alive. And I think that Cole does such a good job at that. Obviously, he's a bigger, you know, physically as well. But I mean, sometimes just people have that as well naturally within them to sort of like wrangle these kind of waves. And I mean, it's so obvious too. And board selection comes into it, fins, all those sort of decisions as well, because it all comes down to whether or not your board can hold the rail, like when you're carving through a maneuver. And obviously, Cole is definitely demonstrating that, as we see. It looks like Kelly.
Kelly up and out. And further down the line, Yago Dora, he'll get stuck and have to step a little bit quickly to move into the open face, and now we'll kick out. Cole Houshman starting to move. The Bells champ, set up turn. Now wind up for a great connection in the pocket. And now late under the lip and a big wipeout for the rookie.
That was a good opportunity right there for him. That second turn was massive and a very critical closeout, but kind of going a little bit too lateral, which he didn't really have much the option for it. He was a bit late, but Kelly up and riding.
Kelly going straight up, really trying to take advantage of the critical part of the wave before it goes completely flat. It's crazy how flexible Kelly still is. As we see a wrap from Seth. Now it's getting hollow and puts his head down, holds the line. The Hawaiian makes it. The barrel is the place that Seth always wants to be. Ends up throwing down a nice finish. Got there early before it shuts down. Anytime it's hollow and powerful, Seth moves into the favorite category. Enjoying another great year on tour. Finding some magic with bringing a coach called Doug Silva that really took all the eyes from the media, Instagram. Like, wait, who is this guy? Coolest haircut. He's got big gold chains on, listening to just amp up tech music. Like, it was really awesome because Doug rips, a longtime pro surfer, great coach, working with a lot of amazing people on Oahu. And then all of a sudden, like, one of the coolest things Seth did was like, hey, come on tour with me. And they instantly found the magic.
Well, like, I feel like he was needing that sort of energy, right? Like, Seth is a guy that's been on tour for a few years already. Sometimes it's hard to motivate yourself. You can have moments of your career that you kind of put your guard down, and that's what it felt like to me. And once he brought in Doug with all that energy, he wasn't letting Seth put his guard down. It was like go time, training, doing a bunch of stuff outside of the water. So that was the perfect combination for a great result at Margaret River, mostly going against probably one of the best ever out there, Ethan Ewing, to make the qualification.
Oh, it was a huge turning point, an emotional one, as Seth got that win, made the cut, and here he is competing really well at Cloudbreak. In the non-priority heat, it's a celebration of Kelly Slater as he lets go of the rail and starts to jam down the line, finding a ton of speed. That section holding him back from the open face, so going a long way and still hasn't come off a turn yet. And he'll have to step off. One man has been hanging with Kelly, surfing with Kelly for a very long time, Strider Wazalewski in the channel, enjoying this special moment for a good friend in the wild card.
Yeah, the man himself, the GOAT, you know, it's one of those extra special times when you get to watch one of the greatest of all time surf at any point, but here at Fiji, at Cloudbreak, one of his favorite waves, he's definitely excited about it. A little insight on what he did before his heat. Well, he went surfing. Restaurants, super fun, couple feet overhead, stayed super loose and was just on fire from what the reports I've been getting. And he kind of smirked and said, yeah, it was fun, but you know what? He never lets much out of the bag, but he was just going ballistic in there, as we know he can do. So I'm hoping we get to see that out here too. Hopefully he didn't use it all up, but there's still some really nice waves out here, so I think he's gonna have some fun.
I think so too, Strider. It's interesting, you know, when you get to this point of just watching Kelly in a jersey, you really just got to soak it all up. You know, I think it's different when we always used to talk about world titles and all the rivalries he has, and it truly does feel like just like a happy moment to celebrate the greatest ever.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's the reason why he does it is to really push himself and put himself at a level that he's never reached. And well, he's 52 years old and he still keeps up, if not better than 99% of the guys on tour on waves like this. So right now we got live action out the back, but I can't wait to see Kelly Slater light some of these waves up as well. It's an honor and a pleasure to be out here to watch him, and hopefully everybody at home sitting on their couch is tuning in, because these are some of Kelly Slater's last moments in waves like these in competition. So soak it up, like you said. This is a special moment for all of us.
Kelly Slater with 56 championship tour victories in his career. 4 of those event wins coming here at Cloudbreak and restaurants, a little mix of both of the backup venue and this the first spot here at Cloudbreak. Being the youngest ever to win a world title on the men's side, still holds that record at just 20 years of age, and also the oldest as well when he got his 11th world title in 2011, clinching that on the beach in San Francisco. And that was the beginning of Gabriel Medina's rise as he won that event. We're going, wait, who's Medina? Well, he's taken over the world, and Kelly still winning a world title. So talk about longevity. Let's focus on the greatest ever numbers that I don't know if they'll ever be even, not just broken, but even come close. 11 titles, 56 wins, 3 perfect heats, 32 10-point rides.
You know what is crazy? Some surfers will go their whole career without even 1 10-point ride. This guy has 32 of them. Joe, you are so right in saying that this is never going to be replicated. Look, I don't even know what this is not going to be replicated. It
Or at
really
least
isn't.
we're probably not going to see that.
Well, we won't see it in our lifetime, no.
And going
Definitely
back
not.
to the early 90s and everything he's accomplished, this event for Kelly is 299th championship tour event start. About to hit 300.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. Yago Dora now throwing down that rail. These two have a great history. 2 wins apiece. As we look at Yago starting to set up the inside track. For even a lot of surfers on tour, they can actually get lost in the celebration because how could you not? With a guy like Kelly in the water and wondering where you'd see him again. But for Yago, he needs to stay focused, you know. He's really trying to gun for a world title. But let's now enjoy the moment with Griff hanging out with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Yeah, Griffin, catching your breath here after a very busy heat. 12 waves caught, riding most of them, it seemed like, all the way onto dry reef. Talk to us about your strategy.
Pretty much just all in. I didn't actually know this morning that I needed to make that heat to clinch my spot for the finals. And then I found out after I lost, and so I was like, oh wow, like, okay, go all in. And I was pretty much on the reef after every wave. I think I broke a coral head with my butt on one, so yeah, I got cuts everywhere.
So you already know that you've locked in your spot at the Lexus WSL Finals. What does it mean to you that you'll get a chance to fight for a world title in front of that home crowd again?
Oh, it means everything. Just put so much into this sport, and my whole life has been, you know, going towards what I'm doing now. So yeah, just, you know, soaking it in. And earlier was kind of like a stressful moment, you know, losing, and then I was like, oh, you know, it sucked to lose, and then just be hoping for everyone, you know, for other guys to lose so they don't pass me. And now I can just be like free and really enjoy this time on Tavi and, you know, take that weight off my shoulders.
Congratulations, Griff.
Thank you.
It's always interesting how that affects a performance when you get a little whisper of what you need to do before you paddle out and what's on the line. Some support crews keep that out of the mix. If it's going to get too heady for them, they'll think about it too much and maybe haunt their performance. And sometimes it's the right thing to let them know to put that little edge in their game so they go all out. For Griffin last year, he had a big matchup with Ethan Ewing. They've known each other for a long time. That rivalry began in the World Junior Championships. Ethan Ewing ended up getting that one. He also got Griff on Griff's home turf. As we check out the match 3 from last year's WSL Finals, look at those numbers. Top scores, both in the 8s. Second score, 817 over Griff, 773. Very close, and I guess when you just break it down simply, Ethan just outpowered him on the day.
I agree with you. I think the type of rail surfing that Ethan was doing was second to none that day. I think the only point of difference, really, it was hard to beat Felipe that day. He was just so fast and so sharp and progressive as well. But Ethan, man, he was tearing it apart. And then I think that's why we get the pick of him to go all the way through in the finals if he ended up clinching the final 5.
Look, the way I see it is that was also Griff's first run at it, right? I've said it already today, but I feel there was just so much hype around it, right? And a lot of the community it was amazing to see, but it was a lot. There was a lot of amazing energy around, but I feel like Ethan kind of flew a little bit under the radar, especially with that whole back injury that he had coming into that event. No one actually knew what his performance was going to be like.
There's the frontside carve and a second one for Hauschie. And Cole steps off, still leading over Seth with 4:14 on the clock. Enjoying the Rookie of the Year race with Crosby Colapinto. And showcasing incredible rail work. It's fun when your coach can do similar type of moves. Like for Luke Egan, you can close your eyes and picture cover shots of when Luke would just bury the whole rail with flexibility and power, but also just dominating world-class waves in Luke's day on tours. We got a backhand float and ejecting his Kelly from the sky. Trying to play catch up on Iago. Yeah, the fun battle with Iago is really cool when you look at their history. Having heats together at Pipe and Tahiti. You look at Kelly getting wins in the first 2 matchups with Iago. And then Iago answered back and got the more recent 2 wins at the same venues. Rolling in now is Cole Hauschman. Oh, big searing carve, using a ton of the wave and a perfect transition to throw down the wrap. Now playing with this inside section and now drilling it in the pocket and shutting it down. What a pace, had to celebrate it. Those first 2 carves in transition were just so easy on the eyes.
That first carve, wow, that was my favorite carve of the whole day so far. Just the length that he was able to hold the rail was super impressive to me. Just incredible.
And now pulling up and under and creating a lot of space and finding an exit. How good was that from Seth?
Talk about manufacturing a barrel that, like, it was decent, but he made it way better than it was.
Now deep on this one, Iago getting gunned out behind the spin. Driving into the first carve. Total control and all-time flow on the open face. Looking very patient, not trying to celebrate too early, and Iago shuts it down. Wow. Oh my goodness, the scale just broke wide open. Did we just see the best wave of the day?
I mean, I have no doubt on that. The depth of that barrel and how he came out after the spit. I can only imagine what he was going through, like completely blind. Oh, actually from heaven to hell right there, like straight into the rocks, getting stuck, but that was impressive from him. He probably was not seeing anything halfway through that barrel and just feeling yeah, that was impressive.
Wow, I can hear Strider screaming. Waz, what did you see?
Man, that was insane, honestly. That was one of those waves where you're just like, the wave lined up perfect. Everybody in the channel talking about how sick it looks. And then they're going, yes, yes, yes. And then he pulled up underneath it. And then once he got inside of it, you couldn't see him looking into it. It just was all filled up with the foam and the whole thing was breathing and all this wind was coming across it. It was so dramatic, and all of a sudden, poof, Leandro, just in the channel, everybody else. Wow, it was just elation. Beautiful ride, beautiful tube, great execution. Probably one of the better waves of the day, I'd say.
I agree with you, Strider. It's got to be the best. I mean, how deep he was behind the spit. And I love how he didn't overreact out of it. He just kept his patience, his composure to go right into turns.
You just also know that how much the judges appreciate that foam ball ride, and just a good indication of how deep you are in the tube, right? He was behind the foam ball and then came out shooting in front of it. Like, I just think back to Te Hopo, where the judges were just really rewarding that obviously different wave here, but as we look to Cole's single big carving maneuver, okay, there has not been that much water displaced by any single human in this event so far. That was incredible. 2 waves back to back that were really, really amazing. I mean, let's have a look from this angle here. Just absolutely buries that rail.
And now Seth Moniz trying to get his last wave in time. A nice casual approach, pulls in, makes it. And now fades back into the pocket, looking really calm. So the heat with Cole and Seth came to a close.
I think we've got that wave from Seth as well still to come, right? The previous barrel in between those two waves. We almost like, that was a very good wave. We just lost track because we're like, Yago's wave kind of took over because it was such a good wave, but we still have a lot to digest.
This was the first one, Jesse.
Yeah, like stalls as much as you can. He stalled so much that he put himself way up high on the wave, and it felt like he was going to get caught, but he somehow was able to engage that rail. See it right here? He wipes his speed off so much that he goes way up in the lip.
Wow.
Has a little air under his board, somehow regroups and come out clean. Like that was, he manufactured that barrel from a 5-point ride into like whatever it was, you know, that was impressive from him. And then this is his last wave, so, this is gonna be very interesting.
So his wave before 7.23, left chasing a 5.43 on this wave, Flick.
Wow, okay, it's super interesting, right? I mean, nice hollow barrel there. You can see that, I mean, he was managing his speed. He had that arm in the face of the wave.
I think he's gonna get it.
Seth Moniz waiting. Judge is still talking about it on the tower and now delivering it of 5.87. Back-to-back keepers. He's got a sixth sense when it comes to barrel riding. That is his strength on tour, and Seth is able to upset the powerhouse of Cole Hauschman in heat number 2 of the elimination round. Priority heat will continue with Yago and Kelly Slater. We'll bring in Ramsey and Liam O'Brien, and Kaipo and Richie will talk you through the action.
Against last wave of Cole Hauschman with a 6.3. Last 2 of Wright. Right in the horn at 5.87. It's still separately there. All right, focus.
Bula, welcome back to the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy. New heat in the one, the overlapping heat format. Ramsey Bukhayam up against Liam O'Brien in the non-elimination heat. In the non-priority heat, excuse me. And the priority heat with Yago Dora and Kelly Slater on the water. Overlapping heat format here in the men's elimination round this afternoon. Past the low tide mark. We've got a filling in tide. And that's presenting some great waves out here as we turn our attention with some fast surfing here by Liam O'Brien in the non-priority heat inside section, shuts him down. Kaipo Girl along with Richie Lovett talking you through the action here. And we're still waiting for a big number for Yago Dora in the priority heat. Here's Yago in real time. Little slip of the foot there for Dora in his challenge up against Kelly Slater. But Yago with a commanding lead. Trip to the lip quick for Dora before kicking out over some dry reef. And Dora's been putting up a big number, the biggest number of the day so far for a single wave for Yago Dora. He's got the goat up against the ropes in his challenge with 14 minutes and 50 seconds remaining, Richie. Slater, under the lip snap there, trying to get back into it. currently in a two-wave combination. Iron legs it through the convergence of whitewaters to complete that ride, Kelly Slater.
Yeah, that showed some stamina from Kelly, just holding on to that final maneuver. But he's got a little bit of work to do with 15 minutes on the clock. And Iago, that high score of the 9.33 and a 6.17 to back up, commanding lead at the moment. So Kelly, he's looking for a decent score that's going to get him out of the combination situation and give him a shot at getting back into this heat.
Yeah, Kelly's, you know, 4 times a winner here in Fiji, the most senior of the event, and the numbers don't lie for Kelly Slater, but he's got a giant task ahead of him, Kaipaguro, along with Richie Lovett here on the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay host set. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. It's been a full day of action out here. We got through the opening round for both the men and the women, and now we're getting where the tires hit the road here in the elimination round, where we're going to have some surfers pack their bags and eliminated from competition. Yeah. And for someone like Iago Dora, a lot at stake. Number 6 coming into this event, right behind the cut line. Must win heat, every heat for Iago if he wants to find his way to that final 5.
Yeah, he's on a mission right now. That single mission is to win this event.
Ramsey tucks under.
Oh, I thought he was going to come through that for a minute there, but just got a little shut down by the curtain.
Ramsey Boukiam on the paddle back out, 30 years old, representing Morocco, 2nd year on the championship tour. And checking his feet, actually qualified for the 2023 tour, but tragically had a season-ending ankle injury. Took him out of the case, and we're going to take a look here at the starter here for Ramsey. This is a 3-point ride.
Yeah, so just more of an inside wave for Ramsey. Opens up with a big slash. I love that turn. So much power, commitment to the rail. Gets a nice little bit of tunnel vision. Unfortunately, couldn't find the doggy door right at the end. And this is Liam O'Brien. Big steady bottom turn on the backhand. The contrast in styles here. You can see these natural footers on their backhand. They can get up and pivot high in the lip, nice and tight off the pocket. Ramsey with more of that carving action.
Yeah.
But a similar finish, both surfers just not able to negotiate outside the barrel.
Yeah, and back to Ramsey, you know, just had to sit out after qualifying for a championship tour year. Coming on this year, he got a wild card, right? Because of an injured Joao Chianca into pipe. And once Felipe Toledo pulled out of the 2024 season, a second chance for the Moroccan surfer on the championship tour, got it done, and survived that mid-season cut. And then went off to his best finish on the championship tour so far. Semifinals in Tahiti for Ramsey. But the good news for Ramsey, we're going to see him next year on the championship tour. So I can't wait to see what he brings.
Yeah, that's really cool. You know, Ramsey's such a big power surfer. He's a real asset to the tour. And in these, you know, left-hand reef breaks, he can be a real contender. You know, perhaps still just finding that real sweet, that little money zone where he needs to compete and bring those scores consistently.
Yeah.
But,
well, let's hear from Seth Moniz, because Moniz, he came through right at the clutch, right at the end of his challenge against Cole Hauschman. Seth's on to the round of 16, KJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, I told Seth when he got to the glass, really saved the best for last there in that heat. Give me some indication as you're waiting for the time to tick down and you know you need some big scores. What were you looking for?
Yeah, to be honest, I didn't even know what was happening out there. You can't really hear much, but I knew I needed a score. I didn't really have a good wave under my belt. So yeah, I was stoked with that first 7 I got. I kind of just did like a slip and slide, just sliding backwards. It felt like I was in the barrel, but yeah, I'm stoked.
I want you to talk us through that 7-point ride, because it's the one that set you up to just need a little bit better backup score. What did you see on that wave in each section as you identified it?
Honestly, pretty lost out there. Just the first time really surfing this wave and getting to know her. So, you know, just going out there and trying to find the rhythm and find the flow of it. In the beginning, Cole and I were both lost, kind of sitting a bit wide, I think. So, you know, I got that 7. I kind of knew I was on the shoulder, so I had to really like press the brakes right off the takeoff, and I kind of did it too much, and I was just sliding down the face. But luckily, my board and fins caught the water and just got a good line in it.
It all worked out. Congratulations. See you in the next round.
Thank you.
There we go. Seth Moniz on, and that was just the final 2 waves in his challenge against Cole Hauschman, eliminating Cole. And also, Seth did a favor for Crosby Colapinto, Rich, because we can say now Crosby Colapinto is going to be the Rookie of the Year.
Wow, that's cool. That's awesome. What an achievement. First year on tour, you get the highest placed rookie, and well, I'm sure he'll buy Seth a beer over at Tabby.
Yeah, and older brother Griffin, we're going to see him at the Lexus WSL Finals as well.
Yeah, pretty exciting stuff. It's amazing how every heat it seems like there's kind of critical news that's getting shoved down the pipeline. But, you know, big relief, obviously, for Griff. It's never really a certainty till you see it locked in and you see it come up on the screen. And, you know, congratulations. He's going to get a chance to maybe do a little bit better than he did in the finals last year.
Well, home court advantage to Griffin Colapinto when we look forward to September 6th, the start of the waiting period, the window for the Lexus WSL Finals. And, yeah, we're going to see him again on home court. Here we go. Easing into this one, Ramsey. Riding JS surfboards. Oh, and that poked the nose there, so it goes down. Lip glide here from Liam O'Brien in the non-priority heat. And Brian currently in the lead over Ramsey, and it'd be nice to have that finish, but Cloudbreak says no way and just crunches him. Liam actually is a similar fate as Ramsey. We talk about coming back on the championship tour. Liam in his broken board, and we're gonna actually watch the drill, but Liam 2022 broke his leg warming up for the first event of the year and had to fight back onto the championship tour, requalified through the Challenger Series, and he's been a fixture ever since. In the barrel here, Yago Dora having a disappearing act, and Dora is exploring the caverns of Cloudbreak. Already has a 9.33. Yago is going to put a giant challenge in Kelly Slater and maybe put the 11-time world champ in a 2-wave combo. Here comes Kelly trying to answer back. On his heels a bit here, looking for a more open face. Quick off the top there for Slater. Beautiful rail control for the rebound up against the whitewater. And Slater wisely kicks out right on that inside section.
Yeah, no point really forcing the issue there for Kel. He's looking for a big score there. I feel like he just needs to find that one wave at the barrel, and you saw him take off on that wave, and then Yago executing his right to the priority. He took that wave off Kelly, so you know both of them identifying that was going to be a nice wave. Yago eventually getting the tube ride. So Kelly takes it, goes, yeah, I'd love this wave, but Yago goes, no, thank you, I'll have it. Tucks in, finds that little sweet spot, manages some good cover time. Drops down, little check fade, nice swooping turn. All the way through to the inside, jams it up into the lip again. Little airdrop, and then the fist pump, and ejects. And then Kelly, well, gets the second wave of this set. Nice critical hit. Up in the pocket, drives around this section, up and over, sort of projection, floater maneuver, big carving, wrap, big roundhouse cutback with the rebound. Little swoop here, and then Kelly goes, okay, I'm not going to risk it here, and just hits the eject button.
So we're waiting for those scores. Yago Dora comes in at a 7.5, putting Kelly Slater into a 2-wave combination. Still waiting for last score for Kelly Slater to see if that breaks the combo. Taking a look at Yago Dora, and a great score, 9.33 and a 7.5 for Yago Dora. Here's how we got to that score.
Yeah, 7's 8. We'll take the average, take the high of the 8 and the 7 off it, and then we average that sort of 8, 7, 5, and 7, and then we get to that that 7.50. Great backup score for Yago Dora. So that puts Kelly in a situation where he actually needs to get a 6.83 just to get back in that heat. Anything north of that will help the situation, but then he would have to back it up with a 10.
Yeah,
So you know, it's a big ask with only just under 5 minutes to go.
Slater gets a 5.43, so it remains in a two-wave combination. He's 16.83. Yago Dora, with that 16.83 heat total, can add to his stats of excellent heats for Dora, chalking up one more, and looking like he's taking a confident road right now into the round of 16. And he's getting out of this elimination round just by the fact that we got 4 minutes and 15 seconds, not enough time for Kelly to come back.
Yeah, I'm back on that one, Kaipo. This one's pretty much a done deal. But, you know, just talking about Yago for a second, you know, this year there's been a shift in his performances. He's had these I guess, inconsistent moments in the tour the last couple of years where he's, you know, won an event and had, you know, finals showings. But this year something's happened. You know, he's really found this confidence, and whether he's sort of feeding off that whole camp of Jack Robinson and all the energy around that with his dad coaching and you know, he's becoming a world title contender, and he's part of that conversation now.
Oh, 100%. Had a horrible injury that took him out of the tour in 2022, early 2023 with a broken foot. And once he came back, it seems like he came back with new appreciation, and then also just came back with just, you know, showing a range that we haven't seen before from Yago Dora. The barrel riding, the charging, the progression, just the full package, right, when we look at Yago Dora. And he's right on the precipice of that Final Five conversation right now. He's on his way.
Yeah, he's right there. But how many times have we seen this from surfers? They get injured, they come back bigger and better. They sort of reset their mind and reevaluate their approach, their goals, what they want to achieve. You know, I think Mick Fanning is the greatest example of that. When he was, you know, surfing in Indonesia, tore his hamstring off the bone, came back, really started training the house down. And from then on, I feel like everyone's drawn on that influence of high training, you know, just being fitter, stronger. And yeah, we've seen it happen countless times.
There's Dora. He's been the barrel explorer in this heat, and he's going to be on to the round of 16. We'll reseed that round of 16 when we get back into competition. And then from that round of 16, we go into the bracket so we can see who's going to be at the top of the draw, who's going to be on the bottom of the draw. We're going to see some, you know, some early clashes when we talk about, you know, Final Five possibilities. This next round is going to be really key, and it's going to give us a map of what's going to happen. And there's going to be, no doubt, some must-win heats.
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Final Five.
It's going to get really interesting as we go into this next round. No doubt about it. And as this round unfolds and those matchups start to pair up, we'll bring those to you. But let's take a moment here to celebrate Kelly Slater. You know, we may not see him competing at Cloudbreak again. We may not. But you know, this is a bit of a treat for us, and a hats-off moment to the greatest of all time at 52. He's still out here at Cloudbreak. This would no doubt be stirring up special feelings for Kelly, having competed out here, having incredible victories out here, but just having a real connection with Tavarua and Fiji in general.
Yeah, 13 times competing in this event. Throws it away there as Yago takes away any opportunity, a little defensive move to clean things up. And it will be Yago Dora surfing his way into the round of 16. And a huge confidence booster for Yago, knowing the numbers that he put up, including the highest single wave score of the day.
Yeah, it's a great heat for Yago Dora, and a formidable opponent too. You know, Kelly in waves like this is very, very dangerous, but this just shows you where Yago is in terms of his mindset, where he believes his spot on tour is right now. And well, he's marching through this round, and one step closer, one more little rung on the ladder climbed.
Yeah, I mean, Yago, to do it all on his own, basically needs to win this event to get into the Final Five. But there are other scenarios as other surfers fall out of the draw. But for right now, celebrating Yago Dora and an incredibly well-surfed heat. Little frustration from Kelly Slater. Let's head to a Bonsoy brew break Little breaking the action here. Giant numbers for Yago, including that 9.33. Take another look at that 9.33.
Priority.
For over 40 years, the world's best surfers have ridden on the shoulders of history. From pipe to bells to all the points, slabs, and bars between. The road to the Final Five has been fought wave by wave, heat by heat, stomp by stomp. This September, one day will decide it all. History will be made, legends will be crowned.
That was the voice of Sierra Kerr hyping you up for the Lexus WSL Finals, September 6th to the 14th. Lower Trestles, Jordy Smith. He wants his way into that Lexus WSL Finals. He's got to get by Imai Kalani DeVault in a must-win hit for Smith if he wants to be in that Final Five. Overlapping heat format. Non-priority heat just started with 37 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. Kuiper Girl, along with Richie Lovett. There's a must-win heat for Jordy if he wants to be in the Final Five.
Yep, it's all or nothing, and so we have a paddler here. Great looking wave.
And it looks like it's Smith to a quick start. And just gets gobbled up by that one, unfortunately, for Jordy Smith. Pull into the barrel. And first section, successful. Second section, trying to come through and unable to make it through. That's Ramsey Bukiam in the priority heat up against Liam O'Brien. Ramsey looking for a 4-point ride to take the lead off of Liam O'Brien. And two paddling back out here. This tide push really has, the waves are bigger right now with this incoming tide. We have that slow period kind of at the bottom of the tide, but looks pretty favorable right now.
Yeah, and that sometimes happens as that tide turns and the water starts coming back towards the land. It sort of draws the swell back in with it. Can get inconsistent towards the bottom of the tide. And we've had some great conditions this morning, all the way through into the afternoon, Kaipo. You know, you just have a look at some of the scores that our surfers, both the men and women, have been laying down. There's been some incredible rides. So thankful that the swell has turned up.
Yeah, we're going to milk everything out of this swell. I'm going to tell you right now, it's a high probability that we'll be running tomorrow and continuing on with competition. We're squeezing everything we can into today, so we're going to get through this entire men's elimination round. We'll have the men set up for the round of 16, and we will probably continue back with the women's elimination round still yet to come, where the women will go head-to-head for a spot in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, well, this was the biggest day on the charts.
Yeah.
In the window today and tomorrow are the best days so far. Things can change, obviously. But you know, it was a no-brainer when we woke up this morning. We saw signs of this right on dark last night. Energy started to show itself.
Jordy Smith. Just surfing under priority, looking for something. Smith already has a 3.17 to his credit. No wave ridden by his opponent, Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai out here Mathematically, no chance in the final 5 for Imai, but Imai with a big finish in Margaret River earlier this season, right at the cut. Imai came up with a quarterfinal finish, got the job done. He's a survivor through that mid-season cup, and we'll see the Maui boy, Imai Kalani Devault, 2025 on the championship tour. We talked about conditions. A man that's right out amongst it is Strider Wazalewski.
Well, we definitely are amongst it out here. It is whipping. The wind is howling about 19 knots coming across this from the southeast. So we got kind of a side shore on the outside, and as it comes to the inside, cleans up really nicely. So about 6 to 10 feet on the face still, maybe even a little bit bigger, 8 to 10. And, you know, some really amazing waves when they hit that reef perfect. It's already past the low tide. We're coming up on a high tide tonight. I think at about, I think it was like 8:30, 8:20, something like that. And it's just going to push the rest of the swell in for the rest of the day. Should see some really nice waves coming in. The wind will back off as the day goes on. We're going to fill that cup back up. We're going to get to the bottom of it again. It's going to be fun. It goes up, it comes down. The waves are still pumping. Got the goat over here coming at us. That poor guy. Just lost out, unfortunate.
Yeah, I was going to say, Strider, how was the energy with Kelly out there, potentially in his last, you know, event out here at Cloudbreak?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, everybody wants to see the magic, right? And I think he used it all up in restaurants. He just got too many good waves before his heat. And, you know, they're all in the same sandbox out there, but it's so windy, there's a lot of hard times trying to actually hear the conditions or the situations of what's happening, so they're kind of surfing by braille, so to speak, and just kind of getting done what they think they need to do. But you know what? They're all in the same sandbox, and Iago, well, he got that one unbelievable barrel, best wave of the day so far, so he took out the goat.
Thank you so much for the reporting, Strider. As we go back to live action, I think that was Imai's first attempt. We had Ramsey catch a wave. It was just a throwaway wave at a 1.07. So Ramsey's still in the lead over Liam O'Brien in the priority heat. And Imai just turned over his priority in the non-priority heat to Jordy Smith. Lines coming through, like Strider said. Tide push is helping us out with the swell energy.
You can see that one starting to push a little wide. It's got a bit of a slopey face on it. Just breaking out to sea. We sometimes say if it doesn't hit the reef properly, we say that wave's sort of breaking out to sea, mushing down the reef instead of breaking into it. But it looks like the second wave of the set down at this end section.
Imai giving himself a chance, but there was no future in that wave for Devault. So still yet with anything tangible in his matchup against this guy, Jordy Smith. Jordy went extended. Kind of an awkward turn, but interesting that he was able to pull that off.
Wow, just so much connection with that rail. So smooth. You know, Jordy, you know, for me, he's still done some of the best surfing at low as I've ever seen.
Oh, for sure.
When it's been, you know, head high. And I'd love to see him actually make the final 5. It'd be cool.
Yeah. Well, one guy that wants to get over to lowers and he's one step closer is Iago Dora. He won his heat. He's on the boat with AJ. All right, we'll get back to that Iago Dora interview in just a second as we clean things up over there and we look to Jordy Smith on his last score. Still waiting for last score of Jordy Smith in the non-priority heat. 31 minutes on the clock. Ramsey Bukayum actually in the priority heat, looking pretty strong up against Liam O'Brien, but low scoring affair between the two of them. It's funny how we see fireworks in that last heat with Kelly Slater and then Iago Dora, and now we're seeing surfers struggling in this heat to even get a mid-range 5.
Yeah, it's crazy, huh? 4.83 is the high score at the moment.
Right?
Yeah.
Isn't surfing an odd thing, Richie, that you just can't make a plan for it? A 9-point heat total can get you through some of these heats, and other heats, you need 15 points.
Yeah, well, it's one of the unique things that draws us to competitive surfing because it's, you know, it's part ability, it's part confidence, and then a big part of it is actually reading the ocean and being in tune with what the ocean's delivering and finding those platforms to be able to perform on.
Yeah. Iago Dora read the ocean perfectly, and I'd love to hear from Iago. He's on the boat with AJ.
He certainly did, Kaipo and Yago. We were just talking about that the last time in 2017 when you competed here, you were a wild card, and now here you are in contention, fighting for a spot in that final 5. Describe how different this experience is for you in 2024 to then in 2017.
Yeah, it's totally different. I feel like I grew into a really good surfer now, and back then I was learning the ropes, and I was really good in the air, but I had a lot to improve, and now I feel like I'm more of a complete surfer. Thanks, Kelly. Thank you. And yeah, like I would never expect that, like something like that to happen, like beating Kelly at Cloudbreak, greatest of all time, like overall, but also out here, and yeah, it's an honor.
And you did it with some amazing style too. Talk to us about that 933, what you saw on that wave, what you felt in the barrel.
Yeah, that was a heavy wave. I knew as soon as I was paddling for the wave that was going to be a good wave, and I was like, okay, I just have to be in the right spot, because I made a couple mistakes in my heat before where I fell on most of my waves, and I was like, okay, just be in the right spot, be calm, and that's what I did. I went over the foam ball, and like that feels like you're floating for a little bit, like just hoping the board wouldn't like get out of my feet, and I was able to make it.
Cloud Events, congratulations. See you the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so interesting note, Rich. In 2017, Yago Dora was a wild card at this event, got 25th. You know, unspectacular finish for Yago. But in 2017, his young nickname was the Skinny Goat. So we just witnessed the Skinny Goat beat the goat in that last heat.
It's a lot of goats.
It was goat against goat, and the Skinny Goat came up on top.
Yeah, well, I think you know, that interview was pretty cool. In that Yago was, you know, giving Kelly all the respect in the world for everything that he's done and achieved, but also very grateful to get the win and proud of his victory there. Moves one step closer.
We literally got to give Kelly a lot of respect. Just in pro surfing in general, the Ministry of Tourism of Fiji last night told a story on how Kelly wanted this event back on tour, and Kelly actually DM'd him. This was during the break when, you know, we were trying to get Fiji back on tour, and Kelly asked, hey, we would love to return. And I think that was the start of the conversation. Of course, the APAC region and all of them came together and put this back. We got 3 years of this. We got a finals, and a lot of that is due to a lot of people don't give Kelly Slater actually what the flowers that he deserves on what he does, even as even not competing, what he does as a leader and someone who is constantly promoting and supporting surfing.
Wow.
So thanks, Kelly.
Yeah, thank you, Kelly, for everything you've done. This is live action here.
This is Imai trying to get back into the heat up against Jordy Smith in the non-priority heat. So the Maui surfer out of Makawao finally connects to the lip a couple times and is even going to try to ride that out on dry reef, but just going to take a trip to the shish kebab there. Put together some nice turns.
We've seen so many surfers come unstuck on that final section. I think if we went back and recorded all the make rates for that final turn, I think it'd be down around the 20 or 30% mark.
Yeah, I mean, you've surfed heats out here. You've surfed waves out here. It's so crazy, that final turn. You talked about the convergence of water, but also the fact that the bottom's absolutely dropping out of you.
Yeah.
And there's no water really left.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see next time if we get some vision, you can see the front of the wave, the trough of the wave, out in front of the whitewash, it starts to draw off the reef, and it's going through all those little channels and undulations in the reef, and it's basically going dry there. So, and in particular for the natural footers on your backhand, you're always looking at the reef because that's where your eyesight is going. Goofy footers tend to be looking down the line, so they can kind of ignore the reef in a way.
Ski ride back out. Let's listen into this.
Fuck, I can't believe I took that shitty wave and then you got the good one. I know, right? I just remember you went on some. No, I went and I think Seth got the first one, yeah? And then I got. Was there just regular water? Yeah, just the water. Seth went on the first one. Well, so I went a wave and then two behind was Seth's. And then yours. And I was like, please be one more. Please just let me have a chance. But I looked at yours and I
that wave's good. Yeah, but I was like, I had sat with kind of priority for a little while then, you know?
Yeah.
And then I took a bat, after all that time,
You
I took
asked
a
him
bad
if he was going, right? You're going, and then he said no, and then you went. That was the one,
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I was like, Seth. And I couldn't really tell what he said, but I thought I'll have him look. Yeah, but then he looked like he was looking outside, you know?
And then there was another really good, did you see it? Like, after when you got in the end?
I heard.
You did like the one, not the one you did good turns, the one after.
Yeah.
You started.
Yeah, I heard the one behind was pretty good.
And then I think you came from like 60. No one was in there.
Yeah. But it was like the heat before, like Griffin's heat, kind of pulsed. So I was like, we're gonna get waves, and then it kind of got slow in our heat. Anyways, like you were getting waves, but they weren't like the real good ones. Yeah. And so I'm like, is it gonna be? Are we just gonna catch a bunch of waves now and try to do turns, or?
Those were like the only two waves. The one I got and that one.
Yeah. Good job. Yeah. You needed that. You were in the flow there.
Wow, just a great listening to the conversation right there. The wild part that illustrates to me, and just knowing Kelly for a long time, is the great mind that he has. The guy remembers like almost every heat, almost every wave, usually the score as well too. And in a heat, at any given time, in his head, he can know what the numbers are and what his requirement is. It's the crazy mind.
Yeah.
The beautiful mind of Robert Kelly Slater.
Well, it's analytical is what it is. You know, he was going through the motions then, full, you know, post-heat breakdown. Where did it go wrong?
Yeah.
How did I lose it? You know, he's not just going, oh, that was great. And, you know, it was cool to have one more hit at Cloudbreak. He's like, that knows the precise moment where things went wrong for him.
Yeah, it's wild. It's wild.
It's incredible how invested he still is mentally and physically in this game.
Good stuff. Well, hoping for the future and more wild cards for Kelly Slater. Priority heat right now with Ramzi Bukhayem. And Ramzi, with just a 7.83 two-wave total, is enough to have the lead over Liam O'Brien. O'Brien, 2.5 minutes, just needs a 4.3, so still chance for Liam O'Brien, still a chance for the surfer from Burleigh Heads, Australia. There's a shot of Ramzi. He's winning the heat right now, waiting patiently. He's under priority of Liam, so Liam's really in the driver's seat, if you would, if a quality wave comes through.
Yeah, they're strange heats, these ones, where they're so low. If you do get the victory, you come in going, yeah, I won, but I didn't really feel like I won because the performance wasn't really up to scratch. You know, they've only managed, you know, to get some fairly marginal scores here.
Yeah.
Very tight, just a 7.83, a combined score out in front at the moment. We've seen single wave scores eclipse that.
Well, scratching for this one. And here he goes, lob. Clear, oh no, section breaks in front of him. Gets in front of it though, nice carve. Okay, so on the way, needs to get back up there. Wave is pretty tapered here, and you can see, the body language that he feels that is not the 4.3 that he requires.
Yeah, it was just a bit forced, wasn't it? And he got held behind in those opening sections, which made it really hard to start getting to that rhythm where you're just top to bottom, everything's flowing with speed. He was always forcing it, trying to milk, trying to generate speed. And unfortunately, with a minute to go, and now Ramzi in the box seat with priority, he should technically close this one out.
Yeah, under a minute, and Liam did come in with 2.3. That was not enough. So Ramzi looking solid, and you know what? Even the tough ones, you get through the tough ones, still a W, and you can build some momentum when the good heats come through. So when you get through these tough ones, in a strange way, it feels like you dodged a bullet.
Yeah, 100%. I was just about to say, it's almost like a little get out of jail free card. Oh, you know, kind of skimmed through that one, snuck through. Please give me another chance, and I promise I'll do better.
Ramsey making his way to the channel, was, you know, out there with the priority, defending the peak, but now just with the countdown happening right now, we're 5 seconds away from making it official. And Ramsey Bukhayem on to the round of 16, and Liam O'Brien eliminated.
Yeah, tough one there for Liam O'Brien. Those guys just never quite connecting with any of those good waves. But, you know, both those guys, their first event out here at Cloudbreak.
We'll move on to another challenge. When we get back, we got Ryan Calnan and Matthew McGillivray challenging out in the lineup.
Welcome back to the 2024 Corona Fiji Pro. Kelly, you know this wave better than almost anybody in the world, and as soon as you came out of their heat, started diagnosing it with Yago. What went wrong?
Yeah.
Give us it.
No, it really just came down to the real flip of the energy or the points in the heat where it was Yago's 9-3. I had priority for a long time before then. I only had to contend with Seth, who had priority over us. Cole was out of the way. And I knew there's 2 good waves in most sets. Most of the good sets had hit the right spot. And I took a bad wave with priority. So I gave priority over to Yago. He had second, you know, he had to give way to Seth. So Seth got a good one, Yago got a great one. And at that point, there, you know, I probably was out of the heat already. There wasn't really much else I could have done. No matter how good a wave, or I mean, how good I surfed on the waves that came, I probably couldn't have caught up at that point. But it was a great wave. It was heartbreaking to watch go by and think that should have been my wave. But it was all right.
We've seen you have so many magical waves, especially here at Cloudbreak as a 4-time event winner. Just describe what it was like for you to paddle out today compared to all the other times.
Overall, it was a really frustrating day. With that really south and short interval, it moved way further down the reef than normal. So the part of the reef I know in and out wasn't really working so well today. And I don't usually surf down the end so much. So I did feel a little lost this morning, and never really kind of got into flow. It was real bumpy and hard, even harder than it looked probably on camera. So yeah, I just never found my flow, and but in that heat my board felt great. I switched to a board and I changed the fins that I've been riding, and it felt really, really good. So I was excited to get a good wave, but just never sort of came my way.
Well, we still always enjoy getting the chance.
Yeah, and you know, good for Yago. I'm stoked for him. He's one of my favorite surfers. Always a tough job surfing as Yago, and he's trying to get that top 5 slot. So there's a part of me that wants to be the guy who interrupts that, but part of me that doesn't. So it's you know, I'm happy for Yago, and just last thing, it's probably the last heat I'll ever surf out here at Cloudbreak. Going to the Final 5 next year, and just a million great memories. However, you guys have been my family forever, so thanks so much to you guys. Love you.
Thanks so much, Kelly.
All right.
Kelly Slater cutting to Ryan Calnan here, our Cal, in the non-priority heat up against Matthew McGillivray. Oh, and cartwheels onto some shallow reef there, Rich.
Yeah, treacherous. More live action outside.
Hooking off the top, lining up off the bottom. One more hook. Matthew McGillivray, who's up against Arkell, and he goes down on the shallow inside section. And in and out of a barrel, just disappeared from view. Imai Kalani DeVault starting to pick up steam in the priority heat against Jordy Smith. We heard Kelly talk about the complexity of this 4-man heats. When you have the overlapping heat, you have a priority heat with priority within that heat and a tire heat with priority over the non-priority heat. And that's really the game that we're playing right now, as we see Jordy Smith uses his priority in the priority heat to try to answer back. But I can't wait to see exactly what Imai got done on that wave, because he was just gonzo and came out from an entire cover-up.
Yeah, he was completely engulfed in that tube. We didn't see him, and then he popped out the end. So if he got some work done even before that barrel ride, it's going to be a huge score. This is Imai again.
Just staying busy, right? Just staying on a roll. We saw, earlier today, Gabe Medina kind of do that same tactic where just keep riding waves, work your way down the reef. And Red Bull Jet Ski taking Jordy Smith back out, and Imai is going to get a ride as well.
Yeah, so Imai is going to drop a couple of numbers here, and one of them is going to be a big score. We see him now just streaking, going high in the barrel, traveling. We went through multiple sections there, and for a second there, it almost looked like he got engulfed inside the pit.
That's a deep tube ride there, Rich.
Yeah, let's look at this next section. He gets right on the foam ball right there. So the entire board is floating on that foam ball. It's not really engaged into the face of the wave. So he did incredibly well to come out of that ride. And then this was Jordy behind him. Beautiful top turn, nice and composed. Bit of a wrapping cut back, and then comes through to the inside section. That's more of a critical turn. Jumps down that step and then hits the eject button. So nice 3-turn combination for Jordy. Feel like it's going to be around a mid-range score, but that barrel ride for Imai Kalani DeVault, that's the sort of best ride we've almost seen since Iago exited the water.
And the judges, the one thing about this overlapping heat, a lot of waves ridden, right, Rich? And so a lot of waves ridden means a lot of time for the judges to catch up. So they owe us multiple scores. Couple scores for Imai, a score for Jordy, a score for Matthew McGillivray, and a score for Ryan Calnan. So judges playing catch up right now, and as those numbers come through, we can start updating you on the situation in each of these heats. I can tell you the priority heat does have under 12 minutes remaining, and priority does shift to Jordy Smith, who, again, we talk about the complexities of these overlapping heats. So Jordy, for example, has priority over the entire lineup. And Imai, although he's in second priority in the priority heat, he has second priority over the entire lineup. So Imai can take a wave off of Arkell, who has priority in the non-priority heat. And last in line right now is Matthew McGillivray, who's going to have to watch everyone else take a wave before he's able to catch one, or just surf a wave under everyone's priority. But he's last in line for priority.
I didn't quite get that. Can you explain it all again?
So
I'm kidding.
Jordy's got first priority. Imai's got second priority. Arkell's got basically third priority if we look at the 4 surfers in the water, and Matthew McGillivray has 4th priority.
Exactly. It's a great system. It means we get 4 surfers in the lineup. We get plenty more action.
And you know whose brainchild this is, right?
It was Kelly's.
Another thing that Kelly Slater has brought to the professional surfing world.
Whoa, late takeoff.
Priority use, back in the barrel, and that one just sucked out, backdrafted Jordy Smith, and so Jordy goes down.
Well, that's a big moment, Kaipo, because Jordy, he did have priority, and we know that, well, a fairly decent score has dropped in for Imai Kalani DeVault, a 6.67, and he's backed it up with a 4.93. So his 2 best scores back-to-back within the space of 2 minutes. And this has put Jordy down into second place here. And his his road to the final 5 is really under threat now.
Yeah. Yeah. Remember, Jordy Smith, to do it on his own, has to win this event.
Okay, so that was potentially a mistake for Jordy. This could have been Jordy's ride, but Imai is going to take it.
Imai looking down the line, looking for opportunity. Just has to carve through the lip there. Some steps in the wave here. Bottom drops out, but Imai handles that and before kicking it out on the inside. I don't know if that's going to improve upon his score line.
No.
But it did take away an opportunity from Jordy Smith.
It did indeed, but if I was Jordy, I'd be actually happy about that. I'd be thinking, okay, well, that's not really the wave that I want. I definitely want to try and get a 7 or something to match Imai's 6.67. Get right back into this heat. Here we go.
McGillivray. Lip glide off the top, a second one for the South African. And he also avoids the shallow, dry reef by kicking out early. Ryan Calnan loading up on this channel view, and Arcal kicking out. So again, we're playing catch up with scores. But we can tell you, in the priority heat, Imai Kalani DeVault is in the lead over Jordy Smith. Surprising, however, I was impressed by that barrel ride, but just clocked in at a 6.67. Maybe it was the size of that wave.
Yeah, I think so. It was just a little smaller. But yeah, it was difficult. That was a real technical tube ride, and the way he actually rode that foam ball through the second section, was able to come out, showed a lot of skill. Jordy Smith, if you take Kelly Slater out of the equation, the oldest surfer on tour at the moment. We've got the 2 oldest surfers on tour at the moment. Out in the water, Ryan Callanan, second oldest at 32.
Yep, and Jordy Smith, 36 years old.
Just see as this tide's coming in, the water's actually coming down the reef with the wave. So it's almost like they're coming double time, double speed down the reef. And it's sort of taking a little bit of form out of the wave at the moment. So there are fantastic waves out there still, but it's just made it a little bit more difficult to find those little gems.
Yeah, it was a difficult heat out there for Ramsey Bukhayam, but Ramsey came through and he's into the round of 16. Let's hear from Ramsey.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Yeah, Ramsey, we were just talking about the conditions and how tricky they are. Break down what made them so hard today.
I don't know. I've had a really hard day. This morning I was pretty much lost, I guess. It's my first time seeing this wave break, so you know, like a couple friends told me about the positioning and stuff, but it's another story when you're alone out there, and it was really hard this morning. And I saw some crazy rides today. You know, Gabe got some amazing wave, Iago, Griff. So I was excited, but it was a battle again. Like, I don't know, I had maybe a 4 and a 2, I guess. But I'll take it, and tomorrow is another day.
So what do you learn from this one in your first day out here, seeing Cloudbreak like this into the round of 16?
Well, it's a very hard wave, but Kelly was telling me it's not a really good day for this wave, so I keep my expectation low. I just want to surf, open up. You know, I haven't surfed today, and tomorrow I hope I just can have a good day of surfing and finish the year strong. You know, that's my goal. I'm here for the first time. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm liking the place, beautiful place, and I just want to put up some good heats and have fun for the last event.
Another chance tomorrow. See you then.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks, huh?
So we're saying, Rich, right? You get through the tough ones, and a lot of times it's clear air in front of you after you get through those really grindy heats.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, Ramsey will want to, above all the surfers, they want to put in a good performance and feel like they actually won the heat with good surfing. And you could see there was some disappointment there behind Ramsey's, post-heat interview. Here we go.
In the barrel, coming out again, is Imai Kalani DeVault, who's got the lead on Jordy Smith. Suck out section on the inside here. Imai threading the needle before punching out. You can see that's dry reef right below him.
Yeah, you can see all that ripple, those ridges in the wave face. You know, that is literally the water drawing off the reef there, but it will keep filling in as this tide comes in.
Crazy heat right now for Jordy Smith. He's ridden 10 waves already and still looking for a 6.77 to take the lead off of Imai. Jordy Smith out there with priority with 5 minutes, 25 seconds on the clock. Here goes Jordy. Speeding down the line. Long bottom turn, beautiful, powerful top carve. Sucks up on the inside, dynamic maneuver, airdrops, and gets axed.
Oh, wow. I felt that one. I felt that one in the booth.
Oh. Matthew McGillivray in the non-priority heat. Big floater for Matt, and he gets, we're just seeing sacrifice after sacrifice on that inside section right now, Rich.
I think we're maybe going to take the percentage down to 20% make rate on that final section now. It has just been an Achilles heel for all our surfers today. But I love the fact that they're going for it. I love the fact that they're you know, putting themselves on the line, trying to get those points. But it just shows you how quickly this wave sucks up through this. Well, it's, you know, it is the shish kebab section, but it's really closing out on that section at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just physics. Like, are those even possible to ride out of? Because your forward momentum on a dry reef like that with all of that draw basically stops, right? But then there's stuff like this.
Oh, wow, look at that wave. Well, that one was, that went unridden.
Here we go, this one's gonna get ridden. Dropping in Arcal, it's a pit. And just a pit ride for Ryan Callanan. Wants to make up more room in the barrel. Now he's going through the tunnel. And there was no exit from the cave there. But did a good job of looking down the line and the multiple sections that he had to get through to get there. Unfortunately, no exit from the cave.
Well, I mean, one of the things that these surfers have been saying a lot in the post-heat interviews, it has been the positioning in the heat and how to get up higher in the point, how to get that real magic zone. Here we go, Geordie comes into this inside section and bottoms out, total airdrop. Down into the trough here, so he hits his lip, squares up. Now he's putting all that weight on the back foot, total airdrop, disconnected. And that lip just comes down and like a vice just presses him against the reef there. We hope he's okay.
Oh, the reacts there.
Oh, no.
At the restaurant at Tavarua.
I mean, those ones, you know, you just think about knees, ankles, all those things there. And this is Ryan streaking down the line, so he kind of passes up the first section, looking at this longer second section down the line. And again, that one just ran off too quick.
Live action and just a kick out from Imai, but Imai's in the lead with 2.5 minutes remaining in his heat up against Jordy Smith. Jordy Smith,
he's still in it.
Needs to get going. Here we go. Ryan Callanan, Arcal. Difficult carve there, but puts it together. And he's already calling for the ski as he jumps onto the channel. Red Bull jet ski for the pickup.
Look at all that water moving, Kaipo. You can just see, you know, there is a lot of water energy and flow coming down the point here. You know, difficult to navigate through.
So that was Jordy on a quick one. And Jordy used his priority, but Imai's nowhere near. Coming through this one in the glare, and coming out is Imai Kalani Devault. So Imai is going to take advantage of that. Just goes down.
I think that was Matty McGillivray.
Oh, sorry, that was Matty.
But very hard to tell in the glare here. But that was a nice little tube, you know, set himself up in that pig dog position, nice and slotted. And I think Matty's just kind of thinking, you know what, if I can get a couple of fives here, I might just be able to get through this heat against the big, powerful Australian goofy footer.
There's all the waves surfed in our priority heat. Imai, 9 waves, 12 waves for Jordy Smith. Jordy still trailing. Jordy needing a 6.77. Waiting for a score for Imai to see if that helps his situation. Jordy right now trying to come back, tucks up high, forces his way out of this one. Strong carve off the top there. Gets his footing underneath him. One more carve on the inside. Really, really shallow, dangerous section. Again, needs a 6.77. Big hook off the top for Imai Kalani Devault. Imai answering back, wants to maintain his lead. And a heavy inside section, and Imai straightens out and shows control and completion.
I think that might be the nail in the coffin there, just that final exchange, which I feel like Imai got the better of. So we could potentially be losing one of our contenders out of the final 5 race on the men's side. Jordy Smith has been incredible form all year and surfing well in this heat. Just perhaps haven't found that magic wave where he could put it all together.
Yeah, well, it's been a great season for Jordy Smith. His 17th year on the championship tour. Unfortunately, he's going to bow out. We're not going to see Jordy at Trestles, but we will see Imai Kalani-Devault in the round of 16 for the men, coming through with a 2-wave total 11.6. So the Maui boy got it done.
Yeah, under tricky circumstances, and as you said, a win's a win. Scoreline irrelevant, really, at this point.
Win's a win. Like you said, Bonsoy Brew Break will be back. Crosby Colapinto, Leo Fioravanti out in the water.
Not enough. Getting through that heat is Imai Kalani-Devault. Imai Kalani-Devault also had a last wave. Looking like we would have got a good score anyway. A 6-1-7 for last week. Imai Kalani-Devault. Congratulations. Moving on to this next heat, we got South United States in the red, and the non-priority heat, Crosby Colapinto up against Leonardo Fioravanti of Italy.
The Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Tourism Fiji, strategic partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. By Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By Jackson Fiji, official apparel partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. And by Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay, an official accommodation partner of the Corona Fiji Pro, presented by Bonsoy. We're having a great time in Fiji as we're still finishing up the elimination round. Congratulations to Crosby Colapinto. You are the Rookie of the Year in 2024. So he's just starting off his heat with Leonardo Fioravanti. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Jesse Mendez on the Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay host set. That's real life over there. Couple of pictures we had earlier sending around. Everyone's like, that's not real. It's not a green screen. That's
you can actually get
paradise.
there and stay there.
You can. There's people in there watching us right now. We're not going to disturb the people in the bungalows, but we'll celebrate Crosby as Rookie of the Year. Job well done, and still has some heats to surf. Now a big windup off the bottom and throwing down a nice carve. Hops out. Things are kicking off quickly in the non-priority heat. Leo and Crosby already out of their opening rides. McGillivray and Arcal still have 16.5 to go. Maddie with a 5.5 and Ryan Callanan with a 4.67. Biggest thing that's popping into your brain, Flick, about Crosby's rookie season, accomplishing Rookie of the Year today?
Oh, I'd just go with consistency, really, is the big word for me, because, I mean, you know, right up until the end, he was going at it with Cole, right, who had this big CT maiden victory at Bells. So for me, hats off to Crosby for just maintaining that consistency the whole year, level-headedness. Obviously, you know, looking up to his older brother, Griff, a lot, that mentor sort of role. But yeah, just very level-headed, very consistent, and yeah, I'm very impressed.
Rolling into this one now, Crosby pulls up and under and disappears. Taking every event so seriously, getting to shadow Griff like you mentioned, but also working with Griff's coach, Tommy Whitaker, sharing the same coach, and it's like one big happy family on tour. Big year for San Clemente. 2 Rookie of the Year. Sawyer Lindblad on the women's side as well, Jesse.
And that's all because of their domination last year in the Challenger Series. Like, they literally took over. Like, they had a full group that kind of, a few of them qualified. A few of them fell off as well. But the ones that stayed really did damage. And I mean, it's about time for Crosby, you know, like, he's just an all-around surfer, great competitor. It's just about putting things together in a full year, and this is where he's at. He has a long journey in front of him, and I wouldn't doubt if he's fighting for world titles in years to come. He's that good of a surfer.
What a fun race when it came down to himself and Cole. I think they kind of fit that same mold growing up as kind of late bloomers with all the super talented surfers, not just in San Clemente, but Southern California. They're nowhere near their peak. They're just beginning to understand how to compete through the midseason cut and that type of pressure. Crosby did a great job to make finals day in Portugal. Enjoyed a heat with his brother. Well, he maybe didn't enjoy it too much at Winky Pop. Ended up getting the loss that day. Little inconsistent. There was so much build up to the brother battle, and then the ocean just went flat. And when you looked at Crosby's face, you're like, ooh, that might have hurt more than any other heat loss this year. But that's what brothers do. They push each other, they pick each other back up, but you want to beat them more than ever. Already have some numbers in this heat. Leo, 5.33 on his opener. Crosby, 2.17, and then a 0.5. Then we'll get to Kanoa Igarashi and Connor O'Leary. This overlapping format, things just absolutely fly to set up big heats in the round of 16. Last round that it's reseeded for the men is the round of 16, and we'll see Arcal, the Australian, getting shut down. Now let's catch up with Imai Kalani with AJ.
Thanks so much, Joey. Yeah, Imai, coming out today, the first day that you got to see Cloudbreak this way. What was your strategy in this elimination round?
Yeah, first trip to Fiji, first time really seeing it break, so I was just excited to get out there and get some waves. My first round, I didn't really get anything, so left a sour taste in the mouth a little bit, but I was just excited to get another chance. And yeah, the waves are really fun. A lot of wind, a lot of elements, but you know, like a Hawaii vibe. So it was really good, and I was just stoked to get a couple waves this time.
I was gonna say, even though you've never surfed this wave, how much did some of these conditions feel a little bit like home that gave you some confidence in the water?
Yeah, for sure. Just there's a lot of power out there, a lot of wind, so yeah, it felt really good. I went up to a step up this time. I rode a shortboard earlier, so that felt good as well. And yeah, just stoked to get another heat of Cloudbreak.
Congratulations, Imai. See you then.
Thank you.
Thanks, AJ. Imai taking out the first surfer out of the top 10. Big loss for Jordy Smith as he had hopes of making the final 5. A great year for Jords as this set continues to pour through. Ryan Callanan picking things up. A lot of room to continue to drive through multiple sections. Let's go. Oh, and it shuts down. That was magic. Almost getting a giant number. We'll see how close he got in a moment, but man, he was getting so many good looks at making the 2. It kind of reminded me of the travel time that Owen Wright gets on a wave like this.
Yeah, I think, you know what? Owen, yes, is bigger physically than Ryan, but they've sort of got that similar sort of, you know, physical body where they have that ability to compress and extend the same sort of way. Like you see when they coil up and they get speed throughout the barrel, there's similarities there. And yeah, I reckon you're right, Joe. It just sort of images of Owen flooding back into my brain as well. But he traveled some serious distance there. Almost looked like just that last section kind of got him, but I mean, a miracle if he made it out.
Nice to give the Big O a shout out, Jesse.
No doubt. We were just mentioning about him a little bit ago, right? Like how good he would be doing in those conditions. This suits his surfing so well.
Now rolling in, checking it out, Ryan Callanan. Easy paced, controlled carve opens up, and he's got to get out of there. And now trying to attack the lip aggressively, and a big wipeout just going upside down. 10:25 in the priority heat. That's Maddie McGillivray representing South Africa. And rolling into this, nice controlled takeoff from the Rookie of the Year. Big power blast on the lip, really pushing hard once he got to the top, but can't control it. Got swinging for an excellent number on one move there.
Yeah, that was so critical. I mean, you know what I just noticed from that last shot, and Jesse and I were talking about it as we were walking back to set, but the webcast does a good job at masking just how it kind of looks clean, right, on that wave, but there is, the wind is actually very strong right now. I mean, even just walking around here in the resort, like, it's strong, and this wave right now is 2 kilometers out to sea. Look at the white caps on the ocean, people. Look at those flags. Make no mistake, it is really tough out there right now.
You can see it way out the back there. There's literally waves breaking towards this way. So that's just show there's a secondary swell created by this wind that it's hard to see it once you're not surfing. So those for whoever surfed those conditions, windy conditions, and are familiar with that, know what we're talking about. But if you don't, it's just like it's even hard to explain because you can't see it from the screen.
Yeah, I think, you know, if you haven't experienced surf like this, you look at that and you're like, oh, what, that wave's so clean. Like, how did he fall there? That doesn't make sense. But it's actually so difficult. And even, you know, I think back to some of the earlier heats when some of the guys were just muscling their way through those sections that had rivets, you know, in the top, the bottom, and I mean, it takes such skill. So, I mean, they're doing such a good job right now. Obviously the best in the world, but yeah, hard work.
Just stretching it out there. Actually, that's a signal to the tower announcers asking for an update on the scores, the time.
And that's another tricky situation as well. Like, a lot of these guys might be not hearing what they're asking for, what they need at the situation of the heat, because the scaffolding's basically right in front of them and the wind's blowing from the left to the right, so it's kind of actually bringing all the sounds kind of away from them. So a lot of times you just kind of have your gut feelings and trying to figure it out yourself by what you got and what your opponent got, and have an idea of what the heat's going.
It's a beautiful shot of a brand new tower. The World Surf League built that tower and gave it to the locals, specifically to the villages here, Momi and Nabila, and it's theirs forever. So if photographers want to use that tower in the future, it has to go through the village, as we look at a nice read and an attack mode off the lip from Ryan Callanan. Really fun when you see him on a wave with size, where from our view, it looks like they're just taking their time. They don't need to hunt for speed. They already have it on a wave like this, and then they just get to enjoy the ride, pick their rails. I mean, that's a surfer's dream, where they're just in the pocket. Speed's already a given. Now, where are you going to lay it down?
Yeah, and some of the surfers are going to have the advantage to actually maximize that speed, and the whole power of the wave is pushing you on your board and your fins. They're going to utilize as much as you can. And some of them are not so used to, not so comfortable. They're actually going to wipe off speed. So the ones that can actually generate throughout are going to look extra spicy and extra powerful today. And there's a few names that always stands out, you know, and Ryan obviously one of them on his forehand. He's just going to unleash it.
Ryan throws down a 6.67. Starts pushing a little bit further away from Matthew McGillivray. Arcal waiting for his first win on the championship tour. He's come close. He was in the final of that Ethan won at Bell's a couple years ago, and also runner-up in France to Julian Wilson in the past. Here we go again, Flick.
Yeah, smart surfing and just beautiful rail work here from Ryan. I mean, he identified a wave that was relatively clean for the conditions right now. 2-turn combo, and probably just adjusting to what the conditions have to offer right now. Yes, there is diamonds in the rough, but we heard Ramsey say it in his post-heat interview. It's difficult out there.
And now going for a backhand float, and somehow staying on his feet is looked like Matty McGillivray. The guy does like jumping out of the sky, out of planes, likes jumping off cliffs. Obviously controlled. He's done it so well for so many years. He knows what he's doing. But you can't help but making that comparison when he is on the lip line of a big float section, jumps off. when he's looking straight down in a heavy barrel and he knifes it perfectly, there's that reaction of like, oh my goodness. And I think he's mastered controlling that, maybe better than anyone.
Yeah, or his amygdala is just wired differently to us.
What'd you see here, Flick?
Oh, I mean, heroics. This, I thought he was done. I was like, no way, he's out of there. He's not making this. But when Jesse and I just looked at each other like, are you kidding me? But yeah, just muscled his way through it. Super late, but obviously just can't get around that next section.
So McGillivray representing Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. Trying to chase down Ryan Callanan. Needing a 5.85. Fun, risky maneuver, especially just weightless on a big float, but he was definitely hoping to get really barreled in this heat. Seemed like a goofy foot type day when you see a bit of challenge out there in the lineup. We've seen a lot of goofy foot dominance, biggest scores, which makes sense for Gabriel Medina. In the end of the opening round, then Yago Doro just took over in a heat against the GOAT, Kelly Slater. Yago getting absolutely drained. 9.33, closed it out, had Kelly comboed at the end. As we are focusing in on the WSL Final 5. Jordy, number 7 in the world, very close to pushing forward into the Final 5, but he's knocked out there, so his season ends today. And Yago and Ethan so close on points. Things are getting very exciting as we get closer to the round of 16.
Yeah, every heat you just don't want to, you want to be watching, right? I mean, there's so many scenarios playing out. I mean, even, you know, even the Rookie of the Year in the last couple of heats as well. I mean, still so many scenarios and people, you know, shaping their destiny, still keeping their dreams alive. But yeah, I mean, it's been no short of excitement today, that's for sure.
The Cross steps off and taking the rest of this wave with priority, Leonardo Fioravanti. Nice controlled arc there. Last time he's here, he's made the quarterfinals back in 2017. So trying to remember that magic. A guy that's been through a whole lot in his surfing career, more specifically just with injuries, breaking his back in the heat of competition at Pipeline. That was so scary to watch. Had to spend a long time recovering from it, then had to learn how to stretch, you know, according to just getting his back okay. Everyone, all of his friends being so young, were just going surfing, just waking up and going. And he's like, hang on, I got about an hour here. Dislocating his shoulder, ankle injuries. He's had a lot. Leo was able to qualify, fell off tour after his first full-time season on tour. Got himself back on. Ended up falling off at the mid-season cut later. Won the Challenger Series at the end of that season to come back again. And last year finished in the top 10. So an absolute warrior is Leo Fioravanti. Never gives up and still trying to work out this heat with the Cross at the moment. Fioravanti a 3.5 on his last. Uses that as his low score against Colapinto. And still has him out in front, but the priority heat getting down to the wire. Callanan still leads. McGillivray doesn't improve on the backhand float. Still needs a 5.85. And Ryan with priority is in a great spot to close this one out. Ryan, best result this year at Sunset Beach, which he kind of laughed about a lot because he talked about an awkward relationship he has with the wave. And it's crazy how it's still his best result of this season. As Ryan goes up and down, pulling into the barrel. But sometimes it's those waves where you don't expect too much out of yourself. Puts you in the right frame of mind to go the distance.
Yeah, sometimes you just got to swing and give it your best shot, mostly with the minute left. He does have kind of a low score to better, so yeah, you just got to gamble sometimes, and that's what he did right there. Looks like Crosby in a good wave.
Crosby, big hammer there. Weightless as he regains control on the open face. Hits it again, really hard off the top. Third turn, a big full rail arc. What a rhythm of backhand turns for Crosby, chasing a 6-ranger to take the lead off Leo. And he had the size in the wave. He's been really swinging for the fences on a lot of turns, and that time he just greased it. That first turn set him on fire.
Yeah, you know, I know these are different heats right now, but, you know, I just think to Ryan's 667, I know it's a completely different heat. However, you know, it's just out of the context of the whole day. 2 big turns, he's got this 667. So then I go, okay, 2 big turns for Crosby. What's that going to hold, you know?
That's exactly, I thought the same,
Yeah,
exactly
I know
the same thing.
I know
That's
it's a different
exactly what I was
heat,
gonna
but like,
say.
come on. It's
But
the
you keep a
context of-
scale. You
Exactly.
have to keep a scale throughout the day unless conditions drastically change, which is not the case right now.
Standing by for scores across, but we run out of time for Heat 6. It will be Ryan Callan moving on into the round of 16. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back.
Surfers starting with a fresh 40 minutes in the wave. From Japan, Kanoa Igarashi. Also representing Japan, Connor O'Leary. Scores dropping in for last of red. Rick Crosby, Colapinto.
As much as you play here, there's also the opportunity to relax and simply soak in this amazing view. There's no better spot to do that on the entire resort than at the fish bar. Watching the sunset over the ocean was just one of those moments that you just are forced to pause and breathe it in. You get to enjoy these beautiful cocktails, this beautiful dinner. When you picture a postcard vacation, this is it. At the end of the day, your body just breathes a sigh of relief because you had so much fun being active all day, and then they have this perfect spot for you to just relax, unwind, and reset to do it all over again.
Look at this view from the sky of the Fiji Marriott Resort, Momi Bay. Heaven discovered right here in this island nation. Felicity Palmentier was like, hey, I'm going there early, straight from the US Open. We're like, wow, she changed her flight. Where'd they go? Her and AJ showed up. Next thing you know, I realized why I didn't get the memo. Yeah, you guys have been on fire, sailing every day.
Oh, yeah.
Can you pick one highlight of the last week or so?
Wow, I mean, for me, I actually have never been to Cloudbreak and surf there. So for me, that was a bucket list moment. Always wanted to surf out there, so definite high. But don't worry, Joe, you might not have had some cocktails yet. How about some birthday cocktails this afternoon?
Hey,
how about the infinity pool?
Hey, you really twisted my arm there.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, we can't recommend this place any more than we are right now. It's truly paradise, and the friendly people that will say bula to you on around every corner. Big happy smile, trying to make your stay even better, but it's kind of automatic when you show up. We're about, let's say, 6.5 miles to Cloudbreak, about a 20-minute boat ride. If you're on a ski, you can get there a bit quicker. As we look at just an up and down real quick from Leo. Saw something in that wave, but it shut down quickly. So now priority back to Crosby, and Colapinto got the lead with those 3 big hammers, 6-8-3. So tough way to lose prio. Just up and down, Jesse.
I know, momentum shift right there. Obviously, Crosby getting at 6-8-3, taking the lead, but right after that, for Leo to just come up with a mistake is just a door open for actually Crosby to even build the gap in between them two. So the question is now, is he gonna capitalize on this mistake that Leo had? And we'll see that in a little bit. Looks like there's a few waves out the back. But it has been seem like it's a day that the surfers have been picking a lot of weird waves. So that just shows how tricky it is right there, out there, you know, like there's a lot of elements in factor and makes it tricky for them to pull the trigger.
Heat that just getting started was Team Japan in the Olympic Games. Connor O'Leary getting started against Kanoa Igarashi right now. How cool is that lean back to belly flop? That was a wild wipeout. And then picking up the rest of that shoulder. Kanoa Igarashi trying to get a quick start as well. So these guys are getting really used to being in each other's support group over at Teahupo for Paris 2024. Both absolutely charged in some giant conditions. O'Leary was pushing the limits, getting sent over the falls, picking himself back up, going again. Absolutely charging. And coming to a venue here in Cloudbreak that he's probably just been waiting to get back on the calendar, because as a rookie, he went all the way to the final.
He did, and I mean, he had an incredible run, right? I think he had a 5th at Snapper that year too, and then a 2nd here. So, and then he ended up Rookie of the Year. So, definitely influential in that whole Rookie of the Year journey. And I mean, I just know Connor loves waves like this. Let's have a look at this one of Connor. Big hack in the pocket. Puts it all on the line here. So critical, so late. But that bottom of the wave just dropped out, just sucked out so much that nose just picked. And behind him, this is Kanoa. So Kanoa just getting a couple of turns away, but, you know, to speak to what you were saying, Jesse, just that wave selection, just really hard to pick them right now.
Back to live there. Big chunky section to climb for Cross. That backhand vertical is so deadly right now. Oh. Catches the lip on its way back down. And now it'll just kick out above the shallow reef. Fioravanti starting to jam and ends up getting shut down.
Hey, wave selection isn't hard for Crosby right now.
Yeah, last couple for Leo, though. He's just been going up and down. He's definitely barrel hunting at the moment, while Crosby just continues to light things up with big, powerful backhand surfing.
And I mean, just like when I mentioned, you know, like momentum shift right there. Leo had to put a stop on that, but he ended up committing the mistake of pulling the trigger too early on kind of that chandelier down the line barrel, and Crosby just probably getting, I mean, in my opinion, that's the best wave of the heat so far. Like, there's only been a very few waves that are able to actually have 2 massive turns throughout the wave, and he had 2 of those. Big foam climb at the beginning, like kind of a lip line foam climb. That's going to be a solid score for Crosby right there. He's going to put a big gap in between them two, in my opinion.
You often talk about the barrel at waves like this because it's so fun to watch, but also the big turns. And then when you go to backhand turns, you go to Andy Irons, who set the benchmark for what you can do on a wave like this backside, with powerful, being radical, being raw. I know Andy was a big inspiration to Crosby growing up. He's often looked at his equipment as well and got really interested to see what Andy would ride at waves like this. But the way Andy would just load up, he'd almost stall on the takeoff to set up a lip waiting for him so he could just go straight up, upside down, and crush it. Which always gained massive points from the judges. There's a whip off the lip there. Fioravanti's down. The one man that's always happy after a win, Brian Callanan. He's having a nice chat with AJ. We'll interrupt him now.
Let's talk. I want to talk about that, Ryan. So, Joey, you just interrupted a great conversation. So excited to bring you guys in on it because, Ryan, we were talking about the break-off that you had between the last competition and surfing here at Cloudbreak. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I just went home. It was really nice and like a really just coming back for the final comp on like a holiday island with like kind of a really long kind of no shot to make the top 5. It's just like trying to find the motivation of why I'm here. I've still got a good chance to get in the top, so gunning for. But yeah, just trying to find that what gets you going. And the waves are helping, but it's really tricky out there.
Walk us through the conditions. We've heard it from the last few heats in particular. What is making these waves so tricky right now?
I think it's just like the lineup's so big and the line on the waves and the wind is kind of just stretching him out a lot. So to try and like pick the one that you want that's going to offer like the potential to get the score, whether it's a barrel or turns, and just trying to differentiate between that. But I swear, like, you jump on the ski and you're just seeing these crazy waves, and then you get out there and you go, this looks like a good one. So just trying to find that, and like, I guess like, especially after having a bunch of flat days too, just like coming straight into, let's go, here's the swell, and trying to kind of figure it out on the fly.
Figured it out today. Congratulations.
Not really, but hopefully tomorrow.
Enough. You figured it enough.
Love it, AJ. Thanks so much. Ryan Cowden, happy to be moving on once again here into the round of 16. Oh, what a class act he is. And it's a really interesting thing in pro surfing. You know, you can get there early, have all the prep in the world, but the waves aren't there. You got to find ways to mind surf, maybe pull up some old clips of your heroes surfing the spot. Sometimes it's just out of your hands. You could come in really warmed up and get the swell of the season, and then your heats have no comparison to what you warmed up on. So adaptability is a word we're going to use forever in this sport.
Definitely, more than any other sport, I feel like, in the world. There's too many variables. Even a guy like Kelly, like, kind of had a shocker on the lineup, and he mentioned, like, no matter how many times I surfed this wave, like, today was a completely different day. So if he's saying that, Ryan is okay to be a little bit lost out there.
Ryan moving on, getting past McGillivray in the last heat. Priority is with Crosby and Leo. Crosby did improve. We saw him go up and down quickly in the conversation with our Cal, but his wave before, Flick, a 7.27.
Yeah, and no surprises, right, Jesse? I mean, we said probably best wave of the heat, and it was. I mean, the way, you know what? He's also just like absolutely powering through those turns. He's not just putting it and placing it and then letting the wave push him back down. I mean, all the guys are powering through it, but there's a noticeable difference, right, with Crosby. I mean, it's kind of got me standing up a bit higher and like a bit more interesting because there's just, I don't know, more energy to be surfing in.
Setting this one up in the wave that he's been looking for, Leonardo Fioravanti had a couple of nice drives, and the view from the channel looked like he had found something to really work with. Pulled in, and the thing just hustled down the line without him. So he's been on the tube punt for the last 3 looks. That was his best effort so far, but 7:45 on the clock. We'll see if he can switch gears now, Jesse.
Yeah, he needs to start soon. I mean, obviously he's enriched for the one wave, but that being said, it's an 8.77. We've barely seen anyone, many people go over to an excellent score today. So it's hard to find out there. It's not easy. So he needs to start working. I mean, he is working. Don't get me wrong. Like, he's got plenty of waves. He actually swinged in every possible way. He tried to get barreled. He tried to do turns, but nothing seems to be clicking. Like, after his first 5.33, which was a solid start, he kind of got lost out there, and then Crosby just found rhythm, and then back-to-back just 2 big scores for today.
Yeah, I think you even think back to his earlier heat, right? Like, even he was falling a lot then. So I just think something's just not clicking for him, like, all around today. Like, he was catching that inside rail as he was coming down from his turns. So, but you're right, Jesse. I mean, it's not from lack of trying. He's catching a lot of waves. Just something is just not quite clicking.
Checking this out and seeing a fan of spray way out there. And now lighting up that section on the backhand. Nice pace and read from Kanoa. Igarashi at the 4.5. And now setting this one up. Looks like the Cross. Whips it quickly upside down. He'll sink immediately. But his power hacks in the pocket have been very exciting to watch. And Strider Raspberry Wazalewski's got to be one of the coolest names in pro surfing. But Crosby's right up there as well. Cros, man, what a year it's been, Strider. And accomplishing Rookie of the Year today.
Yeah, you know what? The Cross is, well, he's the Rookie of the Year. The man's been throwing buckets in this heat. He's got a couple of major scores, and right now he's stroking for the channel because he wants a board change. So Witz has got a board for him. He's going to paddle over, but you know what? He wants to win the contest, he was saying. He's so excited to be here, and the feeling of, you know, having the Rookie of the Year under your belt on your first year. I mean, you got to you got to give it to him. He's been going hard. He's had some heavy heats. You know, had to go up against his brother, which was a dream, but lost out to him. And so it's pretty fun to watch, you know, that battle. I think his crew from San Clemente kind of giving them a stepping stones and ladders to kind of climb on to get to that top and feel really good about what they're doing here. So I love it. I think Crosby's well-deserved of the Rookie of the Year and obviously performed the whole time he's been here. And he's doing a switchover right now, right in front of us, getting some download from Tommy Whitaker, and now he's going back out, and he's just psychic. Epic show right now. Love it. And stick around because we're going to keep the camera. We should keep the camera going because I'm going to go surf after the event.
What? All eyes on the Waz? Man, I love it.
I can't wait to watch that.
Yeah. Let's keep rolling, eh?
Man, he loves this reef. You know, Strider was a boatman out here in the past.
Yeah, I have heard this story.
He got engaged out here in Fiji. He's got a lot of big moments of his life. He's gotten big barrels and now enjoying one of the best jobs in the world, reporting in the channel. But yeah, great words about Crosby. Well-deserved Rookie of the Year award and still leading this heat over Leo Fioravanti. I think the fun part too is just the personalities of both the Colapinto brothers. They are so funny, man, and they're really infectious. They draw people around them because they've found the balance of being very serious and focused in training, but laughing as hard as they can in between heats. Quickly getting to the top on an important wave for Leo Fioravanti. A lot of foam on the face, but he's trying to hang in there and manages a really difficult snap with the lip line already folding. So impressive skill to get there. We'll see if the judges didn't mind the changes in flow on kind of a tough wave to really sink your rail into that open face.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Like, it started off pretty clean and he cracked a big turn, very vertical, but then the wave kind of doubled up, had a little bit of a downtime, and then as it stood up again, it was just a bunch of whitewash. But he managed it very well to surf that wave as good as you could, really.
So Fioravanti chasing an 8.77 at the moment as we take another look, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely went for it on that first maneuver, but like you said, Jess, you can see that little fold in the wave there. It's just about to start doubling up as it hits this inside section, and just difficult to surf. I mean, look, he's chasing an 8.77, and I mean, that's not it, right? And I mean, I know he needs to pull the trigger. There's, you know, not much time left on the clock, but he's going to need to do more.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't see that being the best wave of the heat by any means, but great surfing, great effort for him. He's still got time. He's going to get back out there, maybe get another crack, but the problem is Crosby got priority. Most likely going to be paying close attention to him, probably even position himself a little bit under and go towards Leo, as you see someone's paddling right now.
Rolling in is Connor O'Leary, a finalist in the past. Throws down a classic goofy foot arc, and there's that cool lean back he has to switch gears. Picking up some board speed. It's going to get hollow, and he will sneak out of there.
It's a smart move.
Yeah.
Not trying to let that floater.
When they do that, you're like, are they really?
Yeah.
Are they really? No, okay, thank goodness. They're kicking out. There's nothing left for you there.
But that was definitely some damage done on that opening turn. Very tight arc for Connor on the most critical part of the wave, so that was impressive from him.
Now we're down to 90 seconds. Colapinto with priority. Leo Fioravanti's last was his best so far, 5.6. Still needs an 8.5 to continue his season in 2024. Surfers out of the final 5 that are getting knocked out today. We'll be preparing for a big off season to regroup for the kickoff of 2025. One minute to go. And now rolling in, solid one, grabbing the rail on the takeoff, pulling up and under, trying to burn off some speed. Leo Fioravanti trying to punch free. He makes it, and now shuts it down through this end section. The Italian celebrates. He's been looking for that barrel this entire heat, and he's just been getting shut down. Finally found some space to open things up, and without priority.
Hey, man, I mean, this is definitely a mistake from Crosby.
Yeah.
It's hard to call a wave from the channel angle, but we could see that he drove through that barrel. It was very long. He got very deep for a second. He disappeared from the angle we had. So that wave definitely had potential, and with 1 minute left, Griffin should have been on top of that. Looks like he's going to have a chance, though. Let's see if he can back himself up.
Crosby looking for an answer. Fades. Nice delay on the stall, trying to sit right on the foam ball, and did well just to get in there, but wasn't going to allow him to really stay in for too long. So it's really going to come down to the last of Leonardo Fioravanti in the battle with Crosby. They've run out of time. Leo already wants some feedback from the channel.
Hey, you've got to give it to him, man. He did not give up.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, let's see. So let's really see. This is a deep barrel. Wow. Okay, traveled some distance. He was deep. Let's have a look again. What do you reckon, Jesse?
Well, I love this stall right here, how he was able to like slow himself down, get to the most critical part of this wave, and right here starts putting on the gas. Weight forward, trying to generate as much speed as possible, because that wave was running away from him and getting very tight, and he drove through that perfectly and came out pretty clean. Wasn't the most clean exit, but it was very impressive, everything he's done. One of the best barrels we've seen all day. He needs a big score, an 8.5. He wants it, you see it, but that's what I tell about Leo. Like, he fights until the end. It's never over for him. So I love watching this from him, and actually getting a chance in the end and making the most of it. I don't want to be the judges right now.
If you're going to question it, it's great to have a barrel to turn into the tower, because that always is going to look good. And if it's ever close, oftentimes those barrel rides can just outdo maneuvers at a venue like this.
And also, it's a point of difference, right? Like in this heat specifically, there hasn't been any barrels. Crosby 6.8 and 7.2 were basically turns. So this is going to be a point of difference for them, for the judges to digest, and I don't want to be in that situation right now.
It was a long barrel too. It was serious travel time, and he had to adjust his line a couple of times. I mean, I think it's, yeah, I'm glad I'm not a judge.
Yeah. Well, this is as close as it gets, really. You know, when you compare just giant turns from Crosby that were so radical, knifing it, and just a complete switch of the game plan. Leo just put his head down and got really barreled and got the bonus section to stretch out. If it's taken this long, you know, there's probably a lot of opinions on the panel. They write down the score first, look at the video replay. And these close heats are the ones we really enjoy. Important score coming through for Leo.
So what they're doing right now, they're literally going back to every score that, not every score, but the two biggest scores that Crosby had, and looking back to the probably 5.6 that Leonardo had. Ooh, it's coming close to see who deserves to win.
Decision, it needs it to be at least an 8.5, and
oh my gosh,
it comes through, and it's just short. So when you look at it, there's actually the majority of the panel had him winning, but with the high and the low being knocked out, the average fell underneath.
Wow.
So with a 9 and 2 8.5s, but the 9 gets chucked. That is very close.
This is dramatic as he gets. Literally, like, you could see the frustration on Leo's face right there. Fought to the end. Great effort for him.
Leo could talk to 3 judges out of the 5, and they're like, hey, I had you winning.
Yeah.
That's one of those heats. Wow. Fioravanti at least getting barreled on his last wave of the regular season. And the Rookie of the Year, Crosby Colapinto, hangs on. Meanwhile, wide open pit, glowing in this afternoon light for Connor O'Leary to jump off.
Jeez, that thing was big and hollow. Kind of looked like almost looked like he was going to commit to that big throaty end section too, but I think we're still waiting for another that previous wave of Connors to drop in as well. The 2-turn combo as well. So a couple of numbers to drop here still.
That's right. You can tell the priority for the judges as well, with the priority heat finishing. So now a couple of big scores will be coming through for the Team Japan matchup. Kanoa and Connor O'Leary enjoying the last seat of the day. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back. Let's check out the Bonsoy Pulse, keeping up with all the great action, always in the zone. Griffin just decided to go all out against Tavita Gukulau. Griff's got a lot of respect for the local wild card, and he just kept on swinging. He actually got word about the situation before he paddled out for this heat. He had no idea in the opening round. So all of a sudden, it was in his head. He's like, oh, it's coming down to this. Congrats, Griff. You are competing for a world title at your home break this September. And how about Seth Moniz? Under pressure on the buzzer. He kept his last 2 scores of this heat, and when Seth's getting barreled, he's usually winning. Seth Moniz taking out Cole Hausman, which helped out Crosby Colapinto clinch Rookie of the Year. And Seth's really tight with both brothers. They're going to celebrate. And what a super heat. Yago Dora, 9.33 and a 7.5. Combos the GOAT here at Cloudbreak to go 3-2 in Yago's favor in one-on-one matchups with the greatest of all time. Frustration from Kelly with the conditions, but he said a lot of beautiful things about Yago Dora, calling him one of his favorite surfers in the world. As Yago's moving forward, Crosby's moving on to the round of 16 as well. Red Bull Athlete Zone, floating in the channel. And already some equipment getting packed up, making eliminations from the event already today. Big, powerful backhand surfing from Crosby. We'll get to enjoy that again potentially tomorrow. Things are moving quickly here, and from all the reports from Jonathan Warren from Surfline, there's a high probability we just continue to roll out big heats first thing in the morning. Priority with Connor O'Leary. Now the judges playing catch up with the scores. His last 2, 5.77, also a 5.93. With priority and the lead over Kanoa. Higurashi chasing a 6.53. These two with great stories. For Connor, a rookie season that was highly celebrated. Very close battle for Rookie of the Year with Frederico Moraes. Came down to the final event of the season. But one result that really helped him go the distance was making the final right here at Cloudbreak. Just finishing runner-up to Big Bad Matty Wilkinson.
That's a good time in Matty Wilkinson's career, wasn't it?
Oh, it's fantastic. Won a lot of things. Bought some houses. At least one that I know of. It's a great one. I think he bought a golf cart too, maybe. Love you, Wilco.
I remember he was wearing the jersey forever as well. You'd see him like in random places with the jersey on. Like you see him in France with the jersey on.
Yes.
The winter jersey. That was awesome. Such a good character.
That was kind of the beginning of Micro Hall as a super coach. I remember Crow went up to Wilco because they're really good friends, grew up together, and Crow was like, hey, there's no reason why I should be getting better results than you. He was just giving him credit to all of his talent. He's like, I can help you go the distance here. Next thing you know, he won Snapper and Bells back-to-back. Rolling into this, it's Kanoa Igarashi, and doesn't find anything there. .10:30 to go. Priority with Connor in the lead. Let's catch up with Crosby with AJ.
Yeah, Crosby coming in. First thing you told me is you lost a few years. They're waiting for the score to lay out for. What was going through your head as you saw him get that wave, then wait for the score?
When I first saw the wave, I didn't really think much of it because it didn't have like a long line on it. Most of the 8s and 9s today were like coming from where guys were like driving through them and super deep. So I was like, oh, whatever. And then I heard like everyone whistling in the channel, and I was just like, shit. And we were both making a lot of priority mistakes by just giving each other priority like back and forth. Yeah, just a lot of mistakes, but happy to come away with it.
Mistakes were made, lessons were learned, but either way, with here in this heat, you have officially locked in the Year award. So congratulations. What does it mean to you to have that under your belt?
Oh, it's super special. Me and Cole were in the race for it, and it sucks to like want your friend to lose, but I know we were both like super competitive, and we're both wanted this title of Rookie of the Year. So yeah, it feels really good because it's been one of my goals this year, and Cole's had a lot of like cool trophies at his house, and now one for myself. So, but it's been really special just to be competing with Cole and be chasing Rookie of the Year with one of your best friends. Like it's something we'll remember forever, and just to have this title and be up there with like some really special names is I'm really honored.
Congratulations, Cross. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats once again, Crosby Colapinto, Rookie of the Year. A stellar rookie class with a lot of his good friends from Cole Hauschman, Cade Madsen, Eli Hanneman, Jacob Wilcox. As we continue here, we've got Connor O'Leary throwing down the arm in the wall to slow down. Now really driving, but hit a speed bump and went down.
Yeah, I got buckled right there. I think as soon as he went through that first section, he slowed himself down as he was taking off, wiping off speed to get behind. And then as he started pumping down the line, just hit one of those fumbles and just buckled him off. And he's about, what, 200 pounds? He's a big guy.
Yeah,
so,
his bio says 187, but I think that needs an update. Jesse, I'm with you. I think he's 200.
I mean, I might be exaggerating, but he's just a very big kid and very fit guy. So
I don't think you're exaggerating. He's giant. That's what, 85 kilos, but I think it's more. He falls hard, doesn't he? I mean, there's sometimes when servers fall and you kind of can tell they're bracing for it. Connor's never expecting to go down, and he just does these whiplash type falls. As we see him scooping this one up again. Up and under. Connor O'Leary, please come out. No, he's going to get clipped again. We were talking about this earlier, the ability to wipe out a lot in a short period of time and still try to win your heat.
Yeah, well, I just think, just imagine the amount of reps on the board in waves like this that Connor's had. You know, think of waves like Pipe, Sunset. I mean, you think about Chopes, there's so many waves of consequence on the tour that, I mean, that's just like second nature for him. He's just like, oh yeah, no worries, mate. I'll be right.
it's just another day in the office.
Yeah.
7 minutes on the clock. Remember, coming up next, we get to enjoy the Corona Cerro Post Show for a giant day of competition today. Watching this from the distance and pulling into that first section. Kanoa Garashi trying to play catch up to Connor O'Leary. Kanoa just needing a 6.53, falling on that one incomplete, taking 8 waves in the matchup. And Kanoa hoping for a spot into the round of 16. Had the year of his career recently when he got the silver medal, Tokyo 2020, which was actually held in 2021. Went on to make the WSL Final 5 as well. And since then, it's been a bit of a recovery to form, return to the coaching of Jake the Snake Patterson. And we're talking about recovery to form as a top 5 surfer, because obviously you got to make the cut. He's still ripping, but it hasn't been the easiest run that he had a couple of seasons ago when he was at lower trestles.
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously in blistering form back then, right? And I mean, it's just an interesting thing. We've already spoken about it, but you go through ebbs and flows in your career and peaks and troughs, and I guess you can't be on all the time. I mean, there's only, you know, a few people in the world that are like that. You know, I think Kelly maybe, but, you know, that's an anomaly. And it's not realistic to sort of think that you're going to be on that form all the time. And I think you just got to take a step back sometimes and be like, you know what? You know, without those low points, you don't sort of appreciate the high. And he's probably just working through that at the moment. And, you know, obviously working with Snake a bit again and trying to get back to that form.
Paddling hard for this one will be Kanoa, just stepping off quickly. His last name, Igarashi, translates to 50 storms. Raised in Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach, multiple-time US Open champ. A result that helped him get past the cut was a runner-up finish at Sunset Beach. Second time he's made the final at Sunset. This year, runner-up to Jack Robinson. Previously, runner-up to Baron Mamiya. Sometimes when you got a coach that does well at a certain place, they know how to pass on the secrets. Snake was dominant at Sunset, winning that event a couple times.
I like the situation right now that it's happened on the lineup. You see Kanoa trying to get some room from Connor paddling. He's deeper. He's on the left side of the screen. And he's just paddling way deep up the point to try and get some room. But Connor's just like, hey, I'm not going to give you an inch right now. There's 4 minutes left. You need a 6.5. It's not a massive score. So I'm going to make sure the next wave that comes that looks like a 6.5, I'm going to be on it and I'm going to block you from it. So just smart surfing there for Connor. As much as also he's like following him, he's giving a little bit of a gap, so it gives him time to actually look at the wave a little longer and decide, hey, does Kanoa wants this wave? Like, is this a 6.5? Gives him that edge to think a little bit more before he pulls the trigger. So just smart strategy right there for Connor so far.
Great job to the Water Patrol throughout a big day of competition today, pulling a lot of surfers off the reef, getting them to the safety of the channel through some of those bigger sections. A lot of surfers landing on the dry reef through the big performances. The crew's got guys like Azza and Kobe Graham. Lyndon Ringrose, who we've seen recently as the CT wildcard at Bell's, longtime championship tour competitor. Michael Chan, man they call Whippet, I guess more formally Ryan Clark. I don't think anyone calls him Ryan. He was on that show Home and Away back in the day. And also Bondi Rescue with Kerbox in the crew. Lati, Epa, Siva, Joella, the local Fijians on the team for the last stop of the regular season. Down to 240, rolling in is Kanoa. He's got to jump off without priority. Connor compressing off the bottom, setting his rail, driving through a big cave. Connor gets clipped on the exit. Wow,
That was a 10-point
read, and it would have been a way to finish off the day with a 10.
That's what we were hoping for all day.
Goodness.
That was so close. That was so close. Just the ribs in that wave was just not helping him right there in the end. You see the frustration right there for him. But like, as far as strategy, like that was so smart. See, like he gave him time to actually see if Kanoa was gone. Kanoa had to take off on the wave and go straight, and he blocked him, and that was close to a 10-point ride if he would have come out of that. So, but that being said, he didn't capitalize. Now the door's still open for Kanoa. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, so here, obviously, Kanoa goes. Connor says, no way. Tucks up under this, and just look at the drive. Pumps again. 1, 2, 3. Like, so many adjustments here. He's weaving. Look how thick the lip is. Right here, I'm thinking he's got it. Then this next section folds down in front of him. We see him again, but he just sort of, he must have been on the foam ball then, and it just kind of ate him alive a bit, but, oh, heartbreak.
Now Kanoa Igarashi, minute 20 on the clock. Throws that tail into the pocket, keeping a higher line, ton of foam on the wall. Nice pace, stretching out the bottom turn. Cruisy attack off the lip, pushing harder towards the end of that wave and steps off. So Connor getting some points for a near make, 267. That usually means he's did a lot of work inside that tube. It's a throwaway score though for O'Leary. So Kanoa on that last one chasing a 6.53.
Yeah, I don't see that coming to 6.53. The wave, great surfing for him, but the wave just lacked quality. As soon as he took off, it looked like a great wave. He did the first big turn, but kind of started going down the line and came very close to the reef, and there's a lot of whitewash and just wasn't clear waters for him to actually engage that rail and make the most. He made the most of it, but yeah, no quality on that wave for 6.53 in my opinion.
Judges still looking at the replay up in the tower, but we're down to 10 seconds on the clock. Connor out the back with priority. We're seeing some lines on the horizon here in the South Pacific, but we will run out of time. Last score for Kanoa Igarashi, not enough. A 5.17. Connor O'Leary moves on into the round of 16. Last time he was here, he made the final. He wants to do that again and try to take a victory this year in 2024. A lot of action to discuss today when it comes to the WSL Final 5, the bracket heading into tomorrow. All the major highlights are going to be going down on the Corona Cerro post show with Kaipo, Flick, and Richie. We'll see you then.
That's right, it's the Corona Cerro post-show, day number 1 of the Corona Fiji Pro presented by Bonsoy as we descend upon the Fiji Marriott Resort in the beautiful Momi Bay. We're on the host set, Corona Cerro. All natural ingredients, 0% APV, pairs well with a lime. Get crazy, put a lemon in it if you like. I'm Kaipo Guerrero along with Flick Palmentier, Richie Lovett. Flick, highlight for you today, first day of the Fiji Pro.
Oh, wow. Oh, it's got to be the Goofy footers for me. I think Goofy's prevailed. I can't go past Gabriel Medina and Yago, those performances, those long tubes. Yeah, that was the highlight for me.
Rich?
She took the words right out of my mouth, Typo. Yeah, in particular, Yago's barrel was pretty special. But overall, Gabby's performance and just how much he was in attack mode was really, really impressive. But also just watching the surfers who haven't competed out here before, who haven't even really had a chance of surfing Cloudbreak, how they adapted to a difficult day. It wasn't a straightforward day of surfing out at Cloudbreak, and they adapted well.
Yeah, learning as you go. And by the way, we also qualified some people for the Lexus WSL Finals. We took 2 spots for the men, 2 spots for the women, and number 1, that's going to John Florence. John, number 1 forever, clinches that yellow jersey, Rich, into the Lexus WSL Finals with this heat win.
Yeah, well, this was early in the day, and this was really the first heat, John's performance, where we started to see someone really open up and get some big scores. John found the first 2 real barrels of the day, 1 insider, and then this one on the outside section was incredibly well negotiated. Comes around this big section here, just looks so connected and in form, and yes, he will be wearing the yellow leaders jersey as we go into the final 5.
Yeah, he's going to be the man to beat. He's going to be in the title match, Flick, for that final 5 as we take a look at our final 5 snapshot. There you go, John on top.
Yeah, John on top, but then also Griff, you know, hats off to him for securing his spot as well. He's going to be fighting for a world title, gets to do another chance at his home break. Second time round, I feel like he might find his feet a bit more, might have that little bit more confidence, so that's really exciting. But still 3 spots open up for grabs. Fortunately, we lost Jordy Smith today, but yeah, Yago still in with a shot. Gabby obviously still in the shot, and then Crosby as well.
Yeah, outside shot for Gabriel Medina and our new Rookie of the Year, Crosby Colapinto, still in a mathematical possibility of joining his brother in that WSL Finals. So that was some exciting stuff that happened on the men's side today. Flick, on the women's side, we saw the number 1 seed again, sew up the number 1 seed, and is going to be pole position at the WSL Finals. I'm talking about Katie Simmers and what she did out here.
Yeah, I mean, she's had an incredible year, right? Like, she's already won 3 CT events. Pretty incredible. Pipe, you know, bells, and then back-to-back at Brazil. I mean, it was sort of inevitable that she just had to basically touch the water out here today, and she was going to, you know, clinch that number 1 spot. But it was just really cool to see, you know, well, I mean, this heat alone, I mean, one of the youngest heats in history, I think, that we've ever seen in the sport. I mean, crazy, like 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds, and 19-year-olds in this heat. I mean, I don't know if we've ever had younger, but Katie impressed me out here, just with her read on the wave. I've always been impressed by her read, just her comfortability and the way she doesn't make things look hard. It all looks easy and controlled. So great display of technique and a sign of things to come for tomorrow.
Katie Simmers taking a win over Sierra Kerr and Sawyer Lindblad in this opening round heat, and that secures her spot in the title match. She'll be the number 1 seed wearing the yellow jersey at that Lexus WSL Finals. Rich, check out our final 5 snapshot.
Yeah, it looks pretty good, doesn't it? Katie Simmers in that number 1 position, and then we can also see that Caroline Marks has done the job as well. But, you know, still work to be done. There's still spots that are open. A lot of things need to come into play and fall into place, I should say. And, well, Joanne Defay and Tatiana Sawyer Lindblad and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, still in the hunt.
Yeah, 3 spots available, and that's going to play out. So we keep charged here. Either we're on the beautiful set here at the Fiji Marriott Momi Bay Resort, or if you're out in the water, out amongst, you got the Mophie Charger always with us. Mophie Charger of the event, one of the contenders for the Mophie Charger of the event. We're talking about none other than the machine. Gabe Medina comes out swinging with a 17.67 heat total. Domination by Gabe Medina.
Yeah, this was absolutely insane, right? I feel like he just raised the bar. He just broke open the scale. As soon as he hit the water, I don't know, obviously he's got this affinity with waves of consequence, and we just got a great demonstration of it. I mean, manhandling these waves, just powering his way through it, finding sections like this that no one had found yet all throughout the day. Like, I mean, incredible display, and, you know, just proving why he's got such that high heat percentage win of that 33%. And, I mean, one job done, just another kink in that, you know, another job done, and that one step closer to, you know, it's a big job, but keeping that dream alive of potentially cracking, you know, a spot in that finals.
Yeah, absolutely. You talk about someone who's in sync with the ocean. Gabriel was in perfect control of that heat from the start. You know, he was in rhythm. I think he rode 11 or 12 waves in that heat and found the best waves in that and just took away with it.
Voracious, tenacious.
It was.
Gabe Medina. Well, it's important for the surf community here to worry about ocean safety, and 20 Fijian Surfing Association members from 8 different Fiji board rides club came together for a water safety program along with Aaron and Kobe Graham and Ryan Clark. It's skills and awareness of ocean safety were put together here at one of our activations here in Fiji. Let's take a look at what they did.
We're over here today to deliver a little bit of a water safety medical course to the local Fijian community. We're going to touch on a little bit of medical, a bit of CPR, tourniqueting, major wound bleeding control, and then we're going to teach them how to rescue someone in distress.
Having Pro Guarding here to run the water safety and surf rescue for the Fiji Surfing Association and all 8 board rider clubs, it's a massive impact. Fiji's got big waves and reef breaks. Safety is super key, and being able to upskill our board riders, a lot of them are surf instructors and surf guides, and it just builds a stronger community for us.
You know, today was about really getting all the clubs together and teaching some of the senior leaders in the clubs around these important life skills, and then they'll go back to their board riders clubs and share them. And you know, if it helps in one circumstance, well, it's been a positive outcome.
Training and rescue really helps our community since it's very hard to see and to learn these rescue things. So we are very grateful to come and learn and be part of this training today. So really grateful and thankful.
It was great to have all the clubs here today. They're really well-spirited, and at the end here we donated a surfboard from World Surf League to each club, and the way we selected who got what board was to create a paddle race at the end here, and the winning club got to choose what board they wanted. It's a great day and great to give back to the local community.
There's such a beautiful culture, and they're always smiling and happy. To make that smile even bigger, you know, they walk away with a free board and some knowledge on basic first aid and water rescue. What a day, you know. We're so stoked to be involved.
Yeah, the Fijian Surf Club is enjoying Waitui, the word for ocean or salt water here, and really important that skill set, because your first responder on the water could be the surfer sitting right next to you.
Yeah, 100%. Not even just in the water, but you think everyday life, right? Like it could happen at any point. So just such valuable skills to be passing on and throughout that Fijian surf community.
Last heat of the day was won by Connor O'Leary over Kanoa Garashi, earning his spot into the round of 16. Let's hear from Connor.
Connor, it feels like the wind has picked up even since your heat ended. What were you guys fighting through in that last heat?
Yeah, it's funny, you know, you picture Cloudbreak as this very perfect, you know, big open lineup, dreamy spot. But yeah, there's definitely sometimes it's got a lot of teeth, and today was one of them. Yeah, I had an absolute shocker this morning, and you know, I was happy that I was able to turn it around and reset quick enough. You know, just try and surf. I just feel like I always forget that, like, you know, I really want to perform and surf good for myself, you know, not only for myself, for everyone else, but yeah, I didn't do that this morning, so I had to redeem myself. Nearly made a good pit, but yeah, we'll save them for the later rounds.
Because you get another chance in the later rounds. So for you, what does it mean to get another opportunity here at Cloudbreak, the last event of the year?
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, the last time I was here was 7 years ago, and 7 years ago I said to myself, you know, I'm going to try to come here as much as I can, and I haven't. So yeah, busy schedules and, you know, time at home and stuff was the priority. So yeah, to be back and, you know, immersed in the environment of, you know, Cloudbreak's one of my favourite waves in the world. So to be able to immerse myself with the wave again, go left again, get barreled again, and even just the camaraderie between everyone at Tavarua has been, it's been so refreshing, and it's so cool how everyone's been bonding so well. And you know, events aside, we're all still having laughs and stuff in the afternoon, watching the sunset, you know, having a few beers and stuff like that. So yeah, that's been probably the highlight so far, and yeah, hopefully we can keep going in the next few days coming up.
We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah, Connor O'Leary, living life. Have a couple Coronas. Connor, you earned it. But not too many because tomorrow likely we're going to be running again. But with that, let's dig into the forecast with our Surfline forecast. Rich,
Thanks,
on the horizon, looks like we may be going tomorrow. Check it out. This is what we got in the Pacific.
Yeah, I think we will be on tomorrow for sure, given what we had in the water today. You know, this southwest swell is going to shift around a little bit, but, you know, in the morning we're going to have this sort of predominantly offshore wind, which will trend round to the side shore through the day, so a bit more of the same. But looking ahead for the week, 5 to 8 foot faces tomorrow. In the afternoon, starting to trend down a little bit. And Saturday, there's still potential there for us to have a run day, because after that, we know we've got a few days of sort of downward trending swell. It's going to be small and inconsistent. So I would say definitely tomorrow with a high potential for Saturday as well.
Bula, let's check out our Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay top 5 moments of today from the beautiful Fiji Marriott Resort Momi Bay. Number 5, we got a Rookie of the Year flick in the way of Crosby Colapinto.
Yeah, this was epic to see, and just, you know, a testament to how consistent he has been all year. You know, he just kept showing up. He's obviously been under the wing of his older brother Griff, but I mean, he's done this on his own merit, and today, I feel like he's gone out in this heat and just the shackles are off, you know. Some of the best backhand surfing that I've seen him done all year.
Yeah, super close one too, coming up against Leo, who had that barrel right at the end. Almost clinched it away from him, but secured the rookie.
Number 4, Molly Picklum. She's straight into the quarterfinals, Rich.
Yeah, this was it was a solid display from Molly. She did some really good surfing. She really only had the sort of one decent ride and then an okay backup score, so she'll be wanting more tomorrow when she gets back out there again. But, you know, she's been performing really well this year, and the role continues. Still learning though.
Still learning every heat, which leads to our number 3, Brazilian dominance opening day at Cloudbreak.
Yeah, I mean, how can you go past these 2 performances? When you ask me, Kipes, what was my favorite highlight of the day? Can't go past this. I mean, let's just keep watching this because this is just a great example of how to surf this wave, how to get a stranglehold on it. Just great read on this wave, and then you can't go past Iago. I mean, up against the absolute goat out here, Kelly Slater, and manages to find a wave like this, in my opinion, the best barrel of the day. It was just, yeah, beautifully surfed. And he just weaved through that barrel with so much speed too, changed his line a bunch of times. Obviously, Kelly definitely disappointed with that performance, but nice show of sportsmanship there from both the guys.
Number 2, Rich, we're going to see Caroline Marks defend her world title. We're going to see Griffin Colapinto back in the WSL Finals. They've both clinched their spots.
Yeah, well, we thought it was going to happen, but nice to make it official today under some pretty special circumstances surfing out here at Cloudbreak. But Caroline looks really nice on these left-handers. Some beautiful, smooth turns. Real carving type of action here. Sort of indicative of her coach, Luke Egan. And obviously she's been compared to Mark Occhilupo numerous times. And then, so she'll get a crack at defending the world title. And then this man here, he's going to get a crack at maybe winning his first one. You know, last year he had a good go at it out at lowers, but he'll be looking to increase that performance and do a little better. And Griffin did some great surfing today. Had to come through the elimination round, but really found some form, a solid performance up against the local wildcard, and in the end getting through.
Number 1, that's right, yellow jerseys for the WSL Final is going to be worn by John Florence and Katie Simmers. They'll be in the title match. Flick.
Yeah, this is super exciting, right? This is going to be the first time we're going to see John surf for a world title in this format. He's also got the number 1 seed, right? That's where you want to be. You're going to surf the least heats. You're going to be most ready. And, I mean, it's an interesting place for him, you know. It's new territory, but super excited to see him. He's in good nick at the moment. And same goes for Katie Simmers, right? I mean, this is her second shot at it. So, you know, she's clinched this spot. She's that number 1 seed going into it as her second year, maybe a bit more experienced. And, I mean, if you think about how consistent she's been this year, 3 event wins already. I mean, look out, finals.
Yeah, she's been amazing all year, and the form continued today. I was really impressed with someone who hasn't spent that much time out here. She was on fire, you know, just her lines were really, you know, real positive, and the way she sort of angled and got those tube rides, super impressive.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Flick. And thank you for watching. 7:15 a.m. local time. We'll be making the call for a possible 7:30 start. Check in at worldsurfleague.com. Bula, and enjoy the end of day highlights.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.